Hello, thrill seekers. Welcome to Real Crime Stories, the channel that plunges you into the heart of spine-chilling mysteries, true crime cases, and unsolved enigmas that defy explanation. Today, we're unraveling a gripping collection of stories that will haunt your thoughts. If you're hooked on suspense and can't get enough of these eerie tales, smash that subscribe button and ring the notification bell to never miss a video. Now, brace yourself, let's dive into the first bone-chilling story. We didn't kill Aiden Pond. It was just supposed to be a prank. A fucking joke. That was it. Hell, it was all fucking Derek's idea, not mine, and not anyone else's. We just wanted to fuck with him, you know? Screw around. That's it. I swear. Fine. Let me start from the beginning. There was this guy back in high school, Aiden Pond. Everyone knew that he was kinda... shit, what's the word here? I don't know. Whatever. He was prone to tantrums though. Like, you could push this guy just a little bit and he'd flip out on you. I'm talking a full meltdown here. It was funny as shit. He'd start screaming, swearing, and get all red in the face. Sometimes he'd even cry. My buddies Derek, Jeremy, and I used to tease him a little. We were just having some fun, it wasn't that serious or anything. He just blew it all out of proportion. Like that thing with the mouse? We just wanted to screw with him a little. Jeremy had caught a mouse outside, and we thought it would be funny to put it in his desk. So yeah, that's what we did, and it was fucking funny. Aiden got in, opened the desk to put his binder in, and started losing his shit when he saw the mouse. He must have jumped like a foot in the air. It was hilarious. Then he saw us laughing and put the pieces together. He started crying and yelling at us, telling us what assholes we were. That's what got the teacher involved, and naturally, Aiden squealed. We got detention for the next 3 days. I still figured it was all worth it, but Derek was pissed. I guess he thought that Aiden had overreacted or something. I don't know, but he wanted to get even with him. So he suggested we egg his house. We'd got some eggs, and were heading over a little after school when we saw Aiden. There was a path that runs along the woods out behind the school. I knew that Aiden usually walked home that way, so it wasn't that surprising that we saw him. It was kinda late to be leaving school, but he was part of a few after-school groups, so I guess it wasn't that weird for him. I remember that he saw us up ahead on the trail. We didn't have any time to hide without looking more suspicious, and he just sorta slowed down once he recognized us, watching us carefully as he did. I knew that he had to see the egg carton in Derek's hands, and I remember thinking that the gig was up. But I guess Derek wasn't ready to give up just yet though. Nope. Like I said, I think he took the whole detention thing a little too personally. Once Aiden saw us, Derek probably figured that he'd catch on to what we were up to and squeal on us. Even if we hadn't done it yet, he'd still squeal. That was just the way he was. So I imagine he just thought, in for a penny, in for a pound. Before he even threw the first egg, Aiden was screaming like a little kid for him to stop. Derek didn't care. He just kept fucking throwing eggs at him like a goddamn caveman. Aiden put his hands up to try and cover his face. He backed away, stumbling towards the woods for cover. I saw him spitting out bits of yolk in between his angry screams, saying shit like, "Fuck you guys, I'm gonna fucking kill you, fuck you." Derek didn't give a shit. He just kept throwing eggs, and by that point, Jeremy and I had gotten in on the action too. Aiden kept trying to blindly run towards the woods. I don't think he realized how steep the incline off the path into the forest was. Maybe we could have stopped him from falling. Maybe. Truth be told though, I don't think any of us cared. I think we wanted him to fall, just because it would have been funny to watch. I think we all just expected Aiden to tumble down into the woods, get up and start screaming at us again. Then we'd run off and probably get in more trouble later. God, we were all so fucking stupid. Aiden fell all right. He went right down that incline and into the woods. Derek, Jeremy, and I all watched, laughing our asses off the whole time. We laughed and laughed and laughed, and Aiden just lay there in a heap of limbs on the ground. We looked down at him, our laughter slowly getting quieter until suddenly it stopped being so funny. Aiden should have gotten up by then. He should have been red in the face and swearing at us. But he wasn't. He was just lying there, still, silent. Jeremy was the first one to call out to him. but there was no response. After a few seconds of trying that, he went down. I followed. Derek stayed behind, watching in the vain hope that Aiden would simply get up, get mad, and everything would be okay again. We made our way down the incline. We turned Aiden onto his back. He wasn't moving. His eyes were closed. His nose was bleeding. That's when we started panicking. We didn't know what a dead body looked like, so we couldn't be sure. We didn't think to check his pulse or check to see if he was breathing. We just panicked. Derek came down around that point while we freaked out, thinking we just fucking killed Aiden Pond. We didn't know what to do. Should we just leave him there? Let someone else find him? Play dumb? No. What if they caught us? We'd seen enough crime shows to believe that an entire FBI squad would hunt us down individually if we just let them find the body. We considered just dragging him deeper into the woods, but that didn't seem much better. The woods was really just a small patch of forest separating the park from the nearby road. It wasn't exactly the ideal hiding spot for a body. Someone was bound to find him. We had to get rid of the body somehow. And it was Jeremy who gave us the idea. "My dad's not home," he'd said. "We could take him to the backyard." Jeremy's dad owned a landscaping company. He lived on a fairly rural property about a few miles away. It wouldn't be that long of a walk to get there, and he kept most of his heavier equipment in the backyard: lawn mowers, chainsaws, hedge trimmers, and a wood chipper. We'd helped Jeremy's dad with the wood chipper plenty of times. When his clients wanted brush taken off their property, he'd usually load it into his truck, bring it home, and toss it into the wood chipper. We knew how to use it, and considering the predicament we were in, it seemed like a good idea at the time. We carried Aiden all the way to Jeremy's house. Well, I carried him. I'm the one who got volunteered for it since I was the biggest. I put him on my back like it was a piggyback ride. I remember feeling the uncomfortable weight of him as I carried him. I remember feeling the disgust in my stomach as I thought about how Aiden was probably already decaying. We cut through a few fields and patches of woods to avoid running into anyone. Looking back at everything, I don't really know how the hell we didn't get caught. Dumb luck, maybe? Or maybe the world's just a quieter, less nosy place than we all think it is. When you're trying to hide something, you'll always feel eyes on you even when there aren't any. Once we got to Jeremy's house, we worked fast. He got the keys to his dad's shed, and we wheeled the wood chipper out. We took it into the forest for some privacy. Then we did what we came to do. Jeremy started up the wood chipper, and once it was going, Derek and I lifted Aiden up. We were going to put him in feet first. Just as we were ready to let him drop into the spinning blades, I saw his face move. I saw his eyelids flutter. And in the moment before we put him in, I felt a spike of horror rising from my stomach as I realized that we didn't kill Aiden Pond. I wish I could have said something. I wish I could have stopped it. But I didn't have time. No, that's bullshit. I know it's bullshit. I could have said something. I could have stopped it. Any fucking one of us could have. But as soon as Aiden's feet went into the wood chipper and he started screaming, we all knew that we weren't going back. We'd already gone too far. Sure, we could have stopped it. Maybe we could have saved his life. But the fact that we'd gone this far already would have already ruined our lives. We were only 15, and we knew that much to be true. So, we did the only thing that made sense. We let him go. Aiden struggled and thrashed, tried to grab the edges of the wood chipper to keep himself from going in. But we forced him in. He screamed and he cried. The sounds he made. Oh God. The fucking sounds he made. The sounds the wood chipper made as it tore him apart. I won't ever forget those. Not for the rest of my life. We spent almost an hour out there. By the time the wood chipper had gotten through his legs, Aiden was long gone. His body was pale and limp. There was so much fucking blood. We didn't realize there'd be so much of it. By the time the wood chipper started tearing into his guts, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to run off into the woods to vomit. It tore through his ribcage, gooey chunks of him sticking to the blades. Shortly after that, it jammed. When we couldn't get it to start again, we panicked. Derek took what was left of the body out. Fuck, the mess he made. The bits of Aiden coming out of him. The memory makes me sick. We didn't know what to do. We eventually settled on just burying it. Then it came time to deal with the wood chipper. We hadn't thought this through. We'd thought that maybe there wouldn't be that much blood. We couldn't clean it off, not without taking it back to Jeremy's place, and his mom was definitely home by then. She would have seen us. We decided to just leave it in the woods. Then there was the matter of our bloody clothes. Christ, we didn't know what to do about that. We considered just stripping them off and leaving them in the woods, but no luck. Eventually, we agreed we'd just sneak into Derek's house, borrow some of his clothes, and go home. It didn't work. His mom saw us coming in, and when she did, I remember the way the color drained from her face. She stared at us, covered in blood and shaken from what we'd spent the evening doing. Then she started screaming. I don't blame her. Considering what a piss-poor job we'd done of covering our tracks, the case was closed pretty quickly. Derek refused to talk to the police, but Jeremy and I both cracked almost immediately. No point in lying and digging ourselves into an even deeper pit. The three of us were tried as adults, and that was it. Derek got 25 years, a life sentence. Jeremy and I got 15 each. We served our time in the same prison, but we rarely ever saw each other. I consider myself lucky that I was ever considered eligible for parole. I served 8 years of my sentence. 8 years of my life. Gone. But I still had my youth, more or less. I don't want to talk about prison. I don't want to think about that. I deserved what I got. I know that. We all did. Jeremy and I both tried to shut up and serve our time. Get it over with as painlessly as possible. Juvie wasn't so bad, but when we got transferred to an adult correctional facility, things were a lot rougher. We just kept our heads down and tried to be as close to model prisoners as either of us could be. Derek, on the other hand, chose to be as big a pain in the ass as possible. He was enough of a bastard in juvie that Jeremy and I both started avoiding him, and he only got worse after we were transferred. I didn't see much of him, but I know he spent a lot of time in solitary confinement. Whenever he was allowed back into general population, it was only a matter of months before he'd end up in another fight that would send his ass right back to solitary. Naturally, I wasn't that surprised when he eventually turned up dead. The way I heard it, somebody had gotten into his cell in solitary and fucked him up. Nobody knew who. Nobody even had a good guess. The guards just heard him screaming one night and came in to find him damn near gutted and bleeding out. They couldn't save him, assuming they even bothered to try. I can't say I shed any tears for him. If anything, I was almost glad he was dead. We'd all taken part in what we did to Aiden. We all deserved the blame. But Derek had been the one who'd fucking started it. It had all originally been his idea. And in the years since, I'd always figured he didn't regret what we'd done. He just regretted that we didn't do it better. Me? I just wanted to put it behind me, move on with my life, start over and just become somebody else. I knew it wouldn't change the past. I'd always know what I'd done. I'd never, ever get away from it. I suppose some dumb, juvenile part of me sort of hoped that at the very least Jeremy might get released around the same time I did. I hadn't heard anything about him possibly being up for parole, but who knows, right? I suppose in the end it didn't matter. 2 months before I got out, they found Jeremy lying dead in the showers. I never saw the body, but I heard about the state he was in. Someone had gone to town on him, carving deep gashes in his stomach and legs. They'd apparently damn near torn him open. There was more blood flowing down the drain than there actually was inside of him. They'd figured that someone had jumped him in the shower. Jeremy wasn't really the confrontational sort, but there were some real psychos in that place. All he'd have needed to do was rub the wrong person the wrong way, and that was it. I was sad to hear what had happened to him, but unfortunately, he wasn't the first guy I'd known in that shithole who didn't survive to see parole, and by then we drifted apart enough that I only barely recognized him when I saw him. I still mourned for him a lot more than I did for Derek, but what happened happened. I accepted it for what it was. After they finally let me out, I started trying to get my life together. I checked in with my parole officer, got a room at a halfway house for guys like me, and started looking for work. I picked up a shitty job washing dishes and made enough money to get by. Honestly, that was good with me. This was what I wanted. The guilt never really went away. Most nights, I'd dream about Aiden, the screams he'd made, the sound of the wood chipper, the blood, the gore. God, Just the memory of it still turned my stomach. But I'd long since learned to live with all that. I've been out of prison for about 8 months now. I've been trying to get by, trying to get my life in order and salvage what I've made of it. But now, I don't think I can. I came home from work a couple of days ago at around midnight. I walked up the stairs to my room at the halfway house, changed into my pajamas, and tried to relax. My evening plans were to eat, jerk off, sleep, and get up somewhat early the next morning to jog. Same as I did just about every day. I'd made myself a PB&J and been getting comfy on my single bed as I looked out my little window onto the street below. I watched some of the cars pass on the street and let myself zone out a little as I decompressed after a long shift. I didn't pay much attention to it when I noticed movement on the street. I just sort of stared thoughtlessly into the void for a bit before realizing that there was something down on the road, crawling around. I figured it was just a dog at first, since the first glimpse of it I noticed was it passing behind a car parked on the street. I watched it for only a few seconds before deciding it wasn't anything worth paying attention to and going back to my sandwich. About a minute or so later, I saw whatever it was coming out from under the car and looked down to satisfy my mild curiosity. Although the longer I looked at it, the less sure I was as to what it was. It only had 2 legs. It couldn't have been a dog or a cat. Some sort of bird, maybe? No, birds didn't move like that. Whatever this thing was, it crawled along on the ground, and the shape of it almost looked like the top half of a person. I blinked in disbelief, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There's no way that could be true. No fucking way. But the longer I looked, the more sure I was. It was the top half of a person, dragging itself along the ground. A man by the looks of it. No, a teenage boy. I felt a sense of dread growing in my stomach as I realized that what I was looking at wasn't just a trick of my eyes. Looking back, I'm not sure how I didn't recognize him immediately. Maybe the sheer impossibility of it had made me dismiss it outright, but I couldn't deny what was staring me right in the face. Aiden Pond was crawling towards my building. Well, half of him was. I watched him move, my eyes widening in disbelief as my stomach tied itself in knots. I saw his face, pale and bloodless as he looked up at me, his eyes wide and sightless. I watched as he reached the wall beneath my window and began to climb. That was when I finally moved, stumbling back and tripping over my own 2 feet to land on my ass. I stared at the window like an idiot, half expecting this to all be some dream. It had to be. I'd probably just dozed off on my bed. Yeah, sure, that had to be it. Please, dear God, tell me that was it. I saw a pale hand with skeletal, claw-like fingers reaching up towards my window. I knew it was real. Aiden Pond rose up to press his face against the glass. His vacant eyes seemed to stare at me. His mouth hung open in a silent scream. God, I could see bits of him hanging off the tattered remains of the bottom half of his torso. I watched him fumble with the edge of my window and realized that he aimed to open it. I stood up, sprinting to the window to try and stop him. I pressed the lock closed. It didn't make any difference. Aiden forced it open. I heard the metal of the lock break. I saw cracked spiderweb across the glass. Aiden lurched forward, almost touching me as he fell into my room. He didn't speak, didn't say a word, didn't even pause to reorient himself. He landed in a graceless heap on the ground and just kept moving, reaching one pale, dead hand out to drag himself even closer. I tried to run. I stumbled back out of my room, looking back at him as I did. He just got closer and closer. Slowly but surely, he dragged himself toward me. I took a few more steps back without thinking. I didn't even realize how close I was to the stairs, not until I was falling. I tumbled backward, my head slamming against one of the steps as I flopped over, crashing against every step as I fell. When I finally hit the ground, I lay there waiting. I could see Aiden at the top of the stairs, watching me with his cold, dead eyes. I tried to move my legs, but the pain was too much. All I could do was scream. White bone jutted out of my broken skin. I wouldn't be walking again anytime soon, so I tried to drag myself away. Using my arms to pull myself forward, I dragged myself away from the visage of Aiden that hunted me, tears streaming down my cheeks all the while. I didn't move nearly as fast as he did, and though he didn't make a sound, I knew he was getting closer. Down a nearby hallway, I could see lights come on. I could see doors opening as some of the other guys came out to investigate the noise. I vaguely remember screaming at them to run when one of them approached me to ask if I was okay. I tried to point to the ghost behind me, but when they looked, there was nothing there. Aiden was gone. I've spent the last few days in the hospital. The doctor says I'll make a full recovery. I don't believe that. I don't think I'll leave this building alive. He's never there when anyone else is in the room, but when I'm alone, I can see him in the shadows, under beds, in the corners, watching me, waiting. I think about Jeremy and Derek a lot. I wonder if this was how their final days were. I wonder why he saved me for last, but I suppose it doesn't really matter why. I'm scared of what will happen soon. I'm afraid to die, but I know that this is what I deserve. I did something terrible. I was just as much to blame as Derek and Jeremy were. Aiden deserves his revenge. Story. I'm a forensic psychiatrist, and I can't forget patient file number 1917, the woman who allegedly lived in the land of forgotten selves. If you think you already know where this is going, you'd better brace yourself because it's worse. After over 30 years as a forensic psychiatrist, I'm retiring and started writing a book about my stories. I even made some interviews with families of former patients to see how things went in the long run. Back in the day, I was the only woman with a crime-related job in the county, and of course the police threw me the worst possible cases, so they could use my gender to justify when I failed. The most normal patients I had were people who lost it and tried to murder their family because they were pretty sure that their target was A doppelganger, B, a commie, or C, a commie doppelganger. But still, among all this oddity, patient number 1917, hereby named Rebecca, is a story that still intrigues and fascinates me. Rebecca was 36 years old when I met her. We were about the same age, which I think was a factor that helped us connect. She had been arrested after stabbing her twin sister 28 times. I still have a copy of Rebecca's patient tapes to help my memory. The story I'm about to tell is not an exact transcription. I possibly couldn't, for reasons that will become clear later. But, in broad strokes, is the content of our conversations. The police wanted to know whether she was imputable or had to be sent to a criminal mental ward, and I had 5 weeks to determine it before her trial. As usual, I started by making the patient feel comfortable around me. I complimented her beautiful auburn hair and how tall she was, remarked that we were around the same age, even though she didn't look like it, and made a joke regarding a toy from our childhood. I then introduced the topic of her family on our conversation, asking if she had a history of mental illness and such. When Rebecca was mildly uncomfortable, I struck her with the crucial question, "Do you hate your twin sister?" Rebecca then started to freak out and scream that she had no twin sister, and who she killed was merely an imposter who took her life, her husband, and her job. Week 1 showed no progress, but I at least got to establish how she was. Before seeing her again, I made sure to interview her parents, brother-in-law, the man she believed to be her husband, and 2 former co-workers. All the 5 of them reported the same. Rebecca had always been sort of an airhead, who was known for leaving and not coming back when she said she would, losing jobs constantly, and generally making people worry. They were shocked, concerned, or maliciously amused when I informed them that Rebecca told me that her twin sister stole her job. Apparently, the sister was the branch director to a major decor business, while the most successful that Rebecca had ever been was keeping a job for 2 straight months at Walmart. Due to her issues with organization and commitment, Rebecca had been living with her parents again, despite being a full-blown adult. No one would rent her an apartment because she was known for never paying. I once took pity in her and let her be my roommate. It was hell, one of the former co-workers, let's call her Anna, explained to me. I think her parents only took her in out of guilt. As her mother made a difficult face, her father explained that Rebecca was probably this way because they had another kid who died as a baby, and, in their grief, maybe they neglected her, even though her sister turned out perfectly. I think she fought really hard to be so well adjusted, the mother added. So Rebecca had been living with her elder parents for a while. Then, a few months earlier, she suddenly disappeared. Since she constantly gave her family this sort of shit, no one was exactly concerned. We thought she was couch surfing or something, her brother-in-law explained. It wouldn't be the first time. She's an adult, and she knows how to stab people if she wants to, so why should we worry? It was clear that everyone thought Rebecca was unreliable and a general burden, so they decided that she would benefit from taking some time alone and learn how to manage herself. After thoroughly getting their side of the story, I saw Rebecca again. Thinking about what her family and friends said, it struck me as odd that her looks were as flawless as they could be. Her hair was always beautifully arranged, her clothes were tidy, her nails were clean. She looked very much like someone who's got their shit together. This Rebecca in front of me didn't seem at all like the disheveled and unstable woman that people described. She looked way more like the successful branch director that she claimed to be. After a bit of small talk to make her more receptive, I asked her what seemed to me like the most crucial question at the moment. If your sister is an imposter, why do people still remember you? Because she implanted fake memories about a fake me on people, she replied. I had felt a spark of hope that her uncanny story could be true, but this sentence poured water on it. Maybe the men were right and I was too emotional for the job. Tell me more about the land of forgotten selves, I asked then. During weeks 2 and 3, Rebecca described in rich detail the place she had been during her time missing. It didn't sound like any place I knew of in real life, so if she had made it up, she was a hell of a storyteller. I managed to sum up the main points of her report. People fall in there when their real selves are forgotten by others. I was impeccable my whole life, doctor. Great daughter, great wife, great boss. I didn't let people see my struggles. How I only slept 3 hours a night to make sure everything was always perfect. Or how devastated I feel every time someone asks more of me. I'm already giving you the most. But if you serve perfection, you're only expected to keep doing it, maybe overcome it. People aren't grateful anymore. They assume it's your job in life to be spotless. I learned to be this way early in life because my parents were always sad, and I absolutely couldn't bring myself to make them worse. I would never, ever get in trouble or hurt them in any way. I would make them proud. Soon I became addicted to the feeling of being the golden child of the world. I couldn't bear to fail, not even once. I woke up on the wrong side of reality one day. Everything was flipped, like a mirrored image, and most of the things there are just forgotten too. Like Windows Vista, or the movie Jupiter Ascending. Asterisk. Of course, back then those things didn't exist. I'm just using examples that are tantamount to what she said. You walk endlessly. The streets are empty, and there's some sort of sadness hanging in the air. They aren't devastated by war, but everything is covered in ugly graffiti, and there's trash everywhere. The very place is forgotten. Although the streets are empty, you see some people eventually, after walking a lot, but they aren't people. They are immaterial shadows shaped like people. They try to interact with you, and even if you try to, you can't. It's like you're both the boy in the stripped pajamas, but no one else is actually on the other side. Asterisk, once again, a modern equivalent. Sometimes you walk through some ugly forest, lifeless and yellowed too. No matter the scenery, you feel forlorn and small. When the night comes, you'll always find an abandoned storehouse to sleep at, but you have to be careful, because in the dark, the forgotten monsters come out. You have to be very, very quiet and apathetic, because if your sense of self is too strong, you let out a scent that attracts them. It's lonely and maddening. The only thing that kept me going all these months was knowing that eventually someone was bound to remember me. The real me. Someone that only I could do, because I am Rebecca Redacted. And thinking that when I came back, I would finally relax and let myself be good enough as I am. Of course, that made my scent stand out, but I'm very smart, even though I don't look like it now. I soon learned how to control it or hide it. I dreamed of coming back to my husband's arms and sleeping 6 hours a day. That's all I could think of, even when I was hiding from the forgotten monsters or planning something. And of course, I knew how to use a knife. I got myself quite a few of forgotten knives. I had a lot of forgotten objects with me. A forgotten model of analogic camera that was a market failure, clothes belonging to forgotten trends, and even the knowledge of forgotten stories. Unfortunately, I know they were there, but I couldn't bring anything back, not even the stories that once entered my mind. They belong in there. Eventually, I think someone remembered me, because I was back. The things unflipped. I woke up in my house, in my bed, and I caught a glimpse of my husband across the slightly ajar door. As I ran to him, full of joy and ready to hug him and never let go, she was there, the other me, the fake twin, the usurper. I froze, still inside our bedroom, having a panic attack. I stabbed her later that day, after he left, and I was able to sneak out to the kitchen and get a knife to protect myself from the intruder. The way she was there, just standing perfectly still, like she wasn't something entirely alive, the way she grinned to me as I dug the knife over and over into her unnaturally soft but also gooey flesh. I can't forget it, doctor. No matter how people think I'm crazy, I just know that she is not human. It's a relief that she's gone. Her words sent shivers down my spine. She just sounded and acted so sane, so utterly, genuinely terrified. Still, I knew that giving her a no mental illness evaluation meant sentencing her to a long time in regular prison, where her life was sure to be pure hell. No one likes a fratricide, especially in prison for women, where most of them are tough, but are actually there for drug dealing or intentional manslaughter. Could I do that to a woman just because she was sane? Besides, saying in court that Rebecca wasn't mentally ill meant being questioned, having her case reviewed by male psychiatrists, and losing what little credibility I was able to build so far. I also knew that she had no way of proving that her sister was an imposter. But it's impossible to succeed when people want you to fail without using unorthodox methods, so I asked her anyway. The answer was surprising and thrilling. A proof? You know how I told you I couldn't bring anything back? That's not entirely true. Rebecca whispered to me about one thing she was able to come back from the land of forgotten selves with: pictures. It was by the ending of our last meeting, even though it was still week 4. She instructed me where she had hidden a small envelope with a couple of Polaroid-like pictures. All our conversations were recorded, so I could never tell Rebecca that there was a chance she wasn't crazy. I would lose my job for sure, as I'm pretty sure someone was actively spying on us. Still, I secretly made copies of each tape, because her case was just too fascinating, and I didn't want to forget it. I'm glad I did. The photos aren't high quality, she explained. There's a reason why those analog cameras were forgotten. They were awful. But I looked forward to at least catching a glimpse of the fairy tale-ish place where she claimed to be for the past few months. Of course, the pictures could have been taken anywhere, but I know that they weren't. Because later that day I went to Rebecca's house, supposedly her twin house, to retrieve them, giving her husband, brother-in-law, some excuse about the investigation as I rang his doorbell. It took me ages to find the envelope, concealed inside a nearly unperceivable crevice of her box bed, something that would be impossible for Rebecca to notice if it wasn't her own bed, I must say. When I finally found it and was ready to open and see its content, I heard something coming from the window, a humanoid shape, but way too fast. Then I blacked out as soon as I felt something sharp touching the base of my head. I woke up hours later in my own house, and of course the envelope was nowhere to be found. I never got to see the pictures, but not seeing them made me believe Rebecca even more. After that incident, my boss called and requested me to take a day off. He was a stern and sexist man, but in that moment he sounded weird, overly friendly. On the same day, a man in nondescript clothes and big sunglasses came to my house. He and other 3 guys that looked awfully like him searched the whole house, but didn't seem to find anything. I suspect they wanted the copies of my tapes, but being the paranoid type, I had buried them in a location I won't disclose. When I went to work again, a tall older man that made my usually confident boss really nervous and fidgety requested to talk to me. He explained that Rebecca's case wasn't under the county's jurisdiction anymore, and that I should relax a bit and don't let my work get to me. I was then ordered to hand him all the files about Rebecca, and my boss was ordered to send me on a good vacation because I had been under too much stress. Honestly, as I sipped on mimosas in Costa Rica later that week, I thought someone was coming to kill me, but it didn't happen. It took me years to realize that killing some younger female forensic psychiatrist would be so much more suspicious than disregarding what she said, if she ever said something. I didn't. I kind of doubted my own sanity for a while, but decided to move on, telling myself that the only joy in life is that there are things we'll never comprehend. Things that will remain mysterious because our fancy monkey brains can't grasp it. From time to time, I snooped around to see if I could find anything about Rebecca, but I didn't find anything about her crime, her trial, or even her life. All her record had been erased, and it was like she never existed. I tried to contact her family or friends, but her parents had passed, as they were already pretty old. Her husband, brother-in-law moved to another country, and both her former co-workers had very common names and were impossible to track, especially because I had to track them from memory, since their names were never mentioned in the tapes. I looked into her twin's medical files too. Let's call the twin Patricia. Around the time that Rebecca stabbed her 28 times, Patricia was admitted on the hospital for being attacked by an unknown person in a robbery gone wrong. However, she survived. I then looked more into Patricia's files. There was nothing else about her, except for her birth certificate, with a small note added by hand. Stillborn twin. For years and years, I tried to be very low profile as I tried to trace the grave or cremation report of the stillborn. If Patricia was an imposter, and if Patricia could manipulate memories, it would be easy to convince her parents that both the twins had lived. Or was Rebecca the dead baby, and actually a delusional angst ghost? I don't think I'll ever know, but I'm allowed to conjecture and choose to believe in what makes sense to me. Except nothing does. Just today I was walking to my car on the grocery store parking lot when a woman bumped on me. Based on her hands, I assumed she was in her mid-50s like me, but as I looked up, she was taller than me. I recognized her face. It was Rebecca, except it was probably Patricia, because she had a long scar on the side of her neck. She grinned to me in a way that made my stomach sink, and touched my shoulder to apologize, in a way that felt too rehearsed, too intentional. Her skin was unnaturally soft, but also gooey. Story. The police arrested a man that was covered in blood. I was sent to interview him, and his tale chilled me to the core. I work for the blog section of a local newspaper, and, being new and young, I often get sent out on crappy assignments. My top pieces involve interviews with poodle groomers, sewage plant managers, and our local clown. Quitting's not really an option in this job market, so I've stuck it out. My manager has noticed my dedication, I suppose, so he threw me a bone today. I was sent to interview a man who residents had seen being taken into the police station in handcuffs. The only thing the concerned citizens knew for sure was that he was a stranger, and he was splattered in blood. The police weren't talking. On my way over there, I thought I'd finally gotten my foot in the door. This was a wild card. It could be nothing, or I could end up famous overnight. I was genuinely excited. Now, I just feel shaken and distressed. "Hey, aren't you Rob's kid?" A vaguely familiar policeman asked as I entered the lobby of their decently sized station. I shook off the torrential rain still dripping from my hair and nodded. Constant recognition was one of the weird benefits of returning to my small town after college. Yep, I'm here on behalf of the dispatch, to interview the man that was just brought in. His chubby jolliness faded into grim distaste. He paused a full 5 seconds before finally replying. "I don't think a good kid like you needs to be talking to that guy." I politely began the spiel my manager had given me, even as I got my writing materials out of my pack. It was important to look as if I was proceeding, despite the refusal. I didn't actually know if I was legally allowed in, but I acted like I was. Well, it's my job, and he has the right to visitors, so... "Yeah," he said flatly, cutting me off with an understanding sigh. "Just don't let him get to you." He led me back through a couple dingy hallways. The back held the temporary cells, and he unlocked the first gate. "Grayson's in the last cell. I'll wait here." "Okay." I entered by myself, moving past a series of gated cells. The last contained the only person in lockup. His once decent business wear was splattered in blood, yes, but he was not at all the image of violence I'd imagined. Tall, lanky, and topped by thinning blonde hair. He looked every bit an average businessman. If he'd had glasses, he might have been an exact match for one of my professors back at the university. For a moment, I felt let down. It didn't seem likely that there would be any sort of incredible story here, just some sort of mix-up. I suppose you want my story? Yeah, I thought so. After much consideration, I do think that I should tell somebody what happened. I'm aware of how it sounds, so I've mostly shut up until now, but I'll tell you what I haven't told the police. That'll satisfy my ethical obligation. It's the least required, and the most I'm willing to do because of the social risk. You'll believe me, you're young and look sharp, but most won't. I have no intention of ending up in an institution. Don't smile, I'm serious. Thank you. Now, I do have to say that this all began quite some time ago. I was young, then younger than you. The memories came back to me with the fog of very early youth, likely preteen. They were nightmares, you see. They haunted me for nearly a year. It was a thing, and my mother and father tried their best to find treatment for me. The nightmares went away only after I briefly joined the church, but I still chalk that up to coincidence. The religion thing is a whole nother debate I've no energy to get into. It's 30 years later, give or take. I'm driving cross-country on business with my partner. What business am I in? It's not relevant to what happened. Smith and I were driving cross-country when we stopped at a dilapidated motel right outside a small town. We'd seen absolutely nothing but Midwestern farm fields for hours, so we took a walk into town to get some beer. Glenworth Heights could have been any other town. Looked like a million others, and looked like yours. But as I walked into this town, you see, this is why I mentioned my childhood nightmares. I had the oddest sensation of déjà vu. Standing on that short main street, I felt like I recognized that particular pattern of storefronts. 45 people, that's what the sign said. Glenworth Heights, population 45. It was a stopover on the way from somewhere to somewhere else, and nothing more. But I'd seen those buildings before, cast in another light and another context. I'd seen them in nightmare. I'd seen the sky bleeding. I'd seen these buildings rotting. Their inhabitants had dwelled within, maimed, misshapen, mutated. Smith had a good sense for when I was spooked. I remained tense, but tried to shrug off the strange feeling and allay his concerns. Whatever mask of calm I managed to put on, it certainly fell away as we entered the liquor store. I'd called to mind the clerk's face before I'd gone inside. I'd told myself that he couldn't possibly be in there. I'd had a nightmare over 30 years ago about a 20-something hippie type whose facial skin had been carefully excised in front of me by steaming hooks. In that dream world, his bleeding cheek and jaw muscles had been exposed to the air, but he'd continued working the front under threat of even worse torture at the hands of the store's owner, who had become some sort of hissing acidic monstrosity that lurked in the back room. His hooked limbs dripped acid, and, Lord, I can't even describe. Forgive me, I just need a moment. All right, where was I? The clerk. I'd called his face to mind, keeping it firmly in my mental view, and I was greeted with that exact face as I entered the store. I couldn't help but stare. Perhaps I'd been to this town as a child on some sort of family road trip, and perhaps I might have had nightmares about it later. But how could I have dreamed, 30 years ago, about a clerk that was here now? The store owner lurked in the back room, a thuggish man in a yellowed white shirt who lounged near a fan. I left the store immediately, and Smith knew something was up. He began to get belligerent. I assured him everything was fine. He knew I needed the money from our business trip to pay off my shrew ex-wife's onerous child support lien. I wasn't going to welch. But there was another concern on my mind. I'd stumbled into a waking link to my childhood nightmares, and those nightmares had held a distinct threat. The town in my dreams hadn't simply been horrible for surreal reasons. No, a gaping fissure in the earth had opened somewhere nearby. Through that vast searing crevice, as a child, I'd witnessed people clawing at burning air from rivers of torturous bile, blinding crimson and azure flames that kept thousands perpetually cooking alive. And the screams. Don't frown with disbelief. It was just a nightmare. It was a metaphor, right? For fear, for pain, for change. The townspeople had all changed, and then marched to the gap to worship it, widen it, and bring through demons untold. It was just a dream. Except that I dreamed the location of the fissure. Smith was suspicious of me, so I couldn't ditch him. But I made up a story about checking for money I'd left behind on a previous business trip. We walked out into the sparse woods behind the town, and Smith kept his hand near his gun. But I was far more worried about encountering that hellish rift. I was enormously relieved to find an empty forest glen, and then subtly chilled to realize that I remembered the lay of the jumbled rocks, swaying grasses, and towering trees. I'd seen this place. In a veritable trance, I wandered out into the high grasses. Once I was out in the center, I began to notice that the assembled rocks were strewn about in a pattern that was anything but random. It was a vast circle, and I was within. Bending down, I even found the specific rocks I remember seeing split apart before they'd begun belching flames. Runes. There were runes in the rocks, ancient runes, in a style that looked Native American, or something even older. Smith grinned near me. Then, as I touched the rocks, he'd figured that I'd found the spot where I'd stashed my supposed cash. He'd also figured, since I was far superior to his usual class of partners, that I must have had quite the sum hidden there. He didn't figure that I was also smarter than his usual spick partners. I lifted one of the rund rocks and, well, his skull caved in. He was dead instantly. No, this blood on my shirt isn't from hitting him with a rock, and that's not why they brought me in. That act was self-defense, and I'll prove that in a court of law. Or I'll at least get the jury to understand. A dead thug, and a living well-mannered white man like myself? I'm not worried about it. Don't make that face, I'm just being honest. But no, this isn't that blood on my shirt, because the blood from that impact shot to the earth like it'd been pulled down by strange gravities. In fact, the red liquid spurted out of his head wound like a fountain, arcing right down to those rund rocks before me, and disappearing between. It wasn't nearly all of the blood in his body, but it was enough to be surprising. The rest soaked his clothes and the surrounding ground. Was it simply a nearby death that had reawakened latent energies? Or perhaps I'd accidentally reenacted some ancient ritual. In either case, I found myself standing in exactly the spot I'd dreamed 30 years before, watching that exact nightmare unfold, the ground splitting, flames erupting, and fiery heat radiating against my face as the screams of countless damned souls erupted into the real world. Yes, I'm serious. No, I'm not crazy. I'm completely sane, and that's why I ran. What sane person would have stayed in such a place? Hell itself had partially erupted into a half-mile wide glen in the forest, some ancient ritual site. I ran back to town, intent on getting our car. I'd had the remaining sense, despite my panic, to grab the keys from Smith's pocket. But I did need something to calm my nerves. My hands shook violently. I knew I wasn't going to be able to drive, so I entered the town drugstore. I already knew the little old lady within. Her warm smile rang true against my surreal childhood memories. Her doddering husband worked the cash register while she picked out what I'd asked for, and I shuddered. In my dream, the old woman's skull had split open, and her brain had grown teeth, forming a fleshy maw big enough to crush and eat her terrified husband's face. He died gurgling and betrayed by his lifelong love, and then his corpse had begun turning itself inside out, growing 1,000 little spider-like limbs from the inner edges of his skin and muscles. The resulting corpse thing had chased my terrified child self down the main street relentlessly, and my only escape had been waking in a screaming sweat. I remember him saying this yesterday, syllable for syllable. "What are ye looking at?" He was asking out of kindness and confusion. He wasn't angry that I'd been staring at him while lost in memory. He was just worried about me, right up until the teeth slammed down and his face crumpled between brain matter jaws. Leaping back and knocking over product-filled shelves, I screamed in absolute terror. Who wouldn't? The old woman had become exactly what God! It was sickening. Not waiting for his corpse to animate, I ran, surrounded by blurry panic. The sky was beginning to bubble right over the town. even approaching a boil. It looked like a rapidly building normal storm, not yet blood like I'd dreamed, but I was no fool. There were screams echoing out up and down the street. Not the screams of the damned, but the screams of the living. Those unfortunate souls who hadn't yet turned, being slaughtered by their friends and loved ones. I wasn't changing. Why wasn't I changing? Had my presence at the ritual site protected me? Or was it the fact that these people had lived nearby the site their entire lives? Were they more susceptible somehow? On my desperate run back to the motel and to my car, I almost bowled over a startled old man who had been heading into town. His skin was mottled, and he was very frail. He gripped my arm with surprising strength, though, and screamed at me to be heard over the raging winds. He said, "What have you done, boy? I saw you. What did you do out in the woods? Did you disturb the stone ring?" My horrified stare was all the confirmation he needed. He said, "The ring is a barely cracked seal, and the plagued townsfolk are going to try to widen the crack, perhaps destroy the seal completely. I'm too old to do what must be done. You must either move whatever sacrifice you made and burn the corpse, or you must return to town and kill every single one of the monsters those people have become." I stared at Grayson, my mouth dropping a half-inch. Holy shit, had this guy gone on a killing spree? I mean, I would have too, if that had all really happened to me. "So the blood on your shirt? You killed all those people?" He looked at me as if I was a moron. Do I look like some spick enforcer? I've never fought a man in my life. Kill 40-odd horrible mutated monsters all by myself. No, that would never have worked. I see. So, he'd gone back and moved Smith's body. That explained the blood on his shirt. Did that mean that there was still a small town populated by mutated horrors out there? Or had closing the rift destroyed or dispelled them somehow? "All right, I've told you what happened," he said plainly. "Any ethical obligation I had is now satisfied. It's on you." Shivering with confusion, I gave some polite goodbye and walked out in a daze. The cop who had let me in nodded as he saw my face. "Guy's a real prick, huh?" "What do you mean?" I asked, knowing that he hadn't been told Grayson's story. "He was going over 100 down the highway in a car filled with drugs and hit some housewife's van," he said quietly, leading me back toward the front. "Killed 3 kids." Ah, I had thought, at first, other than shock. How shitty could one person be? He had children he'd walked out on, he was involved in crime, he was vaguely racist. At least he'd gone back and, wait, so he got blood on his shirt from the car accident? "Yeah," the cop replied. "What do you think it was?" I froze right at the front door to the station. Outside, torrential rains beat down on the glass. Among all his other faults, Grayson was also a coward. He hadn't gone back. He'd just walked away. He'd been warned by decades-old dreams. He'd been led to the place and time of a tremendous disaster, with knowledge of what was to come. And instead of becoming a hero, he'd screwed it all up and walked away. Was that the true nature of human beings then? How many scary stories had I heard in my lifetime, expecting with each tale that I would rise to the occasion if they ever happened to me. Here I was, also doing nothing about it. What was there to do except stare out the window? I had no proof. If I did, I might have been able to call for aid, or go there myself and try to, as Grayson had put it, kill 40-odd mutated monsters all by myself. The thought made me quaver, and I kept finding reasons not to go and check it out for myself. Was I a coward too? I didn't want to believe him, but there was such an odd feeling in the air. So much for rising to the occasion. I had no proof. The story of the century, my first big break, and possibly my last, would likely be believed by no one. There's nothing left to do now but post it online and hope. Hope that someone does something. Or hope that Grayson was lying. After that, I'll watch the uncommonly intense rain and pray to God that it doesn't turn red. Story: The Inexplicable Case of John Doe. I'm a coroner. I've only had one strange encounter in my career, but it still keeps me up at night. I don't get freaked out by much. I'm not a squeamish person, nor a superstitious one. You can't be in my line of work. but I can't explain John Doe. We don't get any murders in my city. Overall, we're a pretty quiet and safe community. It's rare that a full autopsy is required, and it's more likely to be requested for unexpected deaths, medical malpractice, that kind of thing, than it is for a suspected murder. We don't have a separate medical examiner's office. I'm just in the basement of the hospital, which frankly isn't much of a hospital. It's better equipped than a typical doctor's office, but there are outpatient centers that are bigger than us if you go to a big city. If you have a complicated illness, you drive a few hours to Cleveland. However, I'm our coroner. I certify all deaths in the city and perform all our autopsies. When an unknown body turned up in the woods, you better believe the cops were all over it. It was the only exciting thing to happen to them that week. Hell, maybe ever. Several more officers than were necessary came in with the paramedics looking for some answers on how he'd gotten there. I didn't know. He didn't have any defensive wounds. There was nothing in the initial exterior examination. Livor mortis and rigor mortis were present. I estimated the death at around 12 hours prior. The x-rays came back normal. There were no obvious signs of poisoning upon interior examination. Stomach contents were a half-digested tuna sandwich, and I think a Coke. His heart was enlarged, but not abnormally so. It was indicative of cardiomyopathy, but this is the United States of America. We're all fat and have heart disease. The one weird thing was that we had trouble getting prints. No matter how we took them, they just looked blurred. The police couldn't run them, but his fingertips didn't appear to be damaged in any way. To visual inspection, they appeared normal. Due to the lack of any other evidence, I would have guessed heart attack if I hadn't known the circumstances. But he was found a mile into the woods, stark naked, a few feet off the trail. The most likely cause, I felt, was poison. There weren't obvious signs, but sometimes there aren't, depending on what was used. He didn't have dirty feet, which meant he probably didn't strip naked and go for a run. He was likely placed there after death. I told the police as much. I packed his organs back into his chest cavity, his brain back in his skull, and put him away. I sent the samples to the lab for testing, but it takes a while, and the really comprehensive panels are expensive enough that the department didn't want to pay for them. I mean, you don't show up in the woods, naked, by yourself, in the middle of the night, and then die of natural causes, typically. He didn't show any obvious signs of a drug overdose. The police believed it was a homicide, but without any evidence I ruled cause of death undetermined. We left it there. And that was the last I thought of it, until the lab called me to ask what the hell I had sent them. The lab results were inconclusive. They couldn't get any DNA from the samples at all. I went to get the body back out and take some more samples, maybe look at some new tissue slides under the microscope again, but he wasn't where I left him. I looked high and low, meaning in each cold locker, thinking I had mislabeled or misremembered where I put him, but he wasn't in any of them. It's not a large morgue. It's not like misplacing your keys. If I couldn't find the body, it was gone. I didn't like that at all. To be honest with you, I panicked. How do you lose a body? In all my years in the field, I had never heard of such a thing happening. I called up the chief of police and explained the situation. So the police added a report about the theft of human remains from government custody, which I'm sure if they ever caught the perpetrator would be a list of charges longer than my leg. The running theory was that someone stole the remains to cover up the murder. That didn't go over well, since it implied a member of the hospital staff was likely involved. But what can you do? The police weren't too serious about pursuing it. I don't think they seriously suspected anyone at the hospital. Without an ID, it was hard to investigate. It was a decent, scary story to talk about at parties, especially since the death had been well covered by the local papers. Everyone around here had heard about it. A few months went by, and honestly I hardly thought about it anymore, though I was careful to lock the morgue when I left for the day. We were busy. We were having an unfortunate uptick in deaths, so I had gotten the okay to hire on an assistant. He was a sharp kid, he learned quickly. He had a few autopsies under his belt when another body turned up. John Doe, clothed this time, Hanes' white t-shirt and Levi's well-worn tennis shoes. Called in by a scared teen who found him in the dumpster behind the fast food joint where she worked. It was a different pair of cops who responded at the scene. Whole different team of people, EMTs, everybody. Which is why I guess I was the first to notice. "What the fuck?" I said when I saw his face. "What?" "This is the same guy," I said. "This is the same guy that went missing before." "A missing persons case? You recognize him?" "No, I mean the same guy, the remains that went missing a few months ago. How is this possible?" My assistant didn't have any idea, but I was highly agitated and probably not making a lot of sense. I called the police department. The two cops who brought him in, this time, weren't particularly helpful. They started speculating that it was a serial killer with a specific type. I called back and insisted they send some more senior guys down, the ones who picked up John Doe before. So Laurent and Bill came down to take a look. "Well, I'll be goddamned," Laurent said. "It's the same fucking guy." "Couldn't be," Bill said. "A twin, maybe?" "Maybe," I agreed grudgingly. "It must be. What are the odds?" "Well, could it be the same guy?" Laurent asked. "Hear me out. What if they took the remains and froze them?" I shook my head. "I performed an autopsy last time. This guy hasn't been cut open. You'd think if there was a pair of identical twins missing someone would have reported it," Bill said. "I can make a few calls. Let me know if anything comes back." One of the weird things about that body was that it was fresh. The police believed he had been in the dumpster a few hours at most, but he could have died elsewhere and been moved. And in fact, that seemed likely based on the activity at the restaurant. However, he had no signs of livor mortis, which, if you don't know, is discoloration of the skin due to blood pooling. It's obvious to visual inspection. The ambient temperature was quite warm, and counterintuitively, this typically accelerates the onset of rigor mortis, which you probably do know of. It begins in fine muscles of the face before affecting the hands, and then the rest of the larger muscles, making them stiff. It usually sets in about 2 hours to 8 hours post-mortem, and lasts for about a day altogether. You can estimate the time since death based on how it's affecting the muscles. John Doe had no signs of rigor mortis whatsoever, nor any of the markers that come after that. In short, he was dead, but didn't display some of the typical signs of being dead, and none of the ones that would help estimate time since death. He presented, honestly, like someone who had just died on the examination table moments before. If you're a decent coroner, you're the methodical type. I'm at least halfway decent, and wouldn't say I half-assed it the first time, but I was extremely meticulous this time, by the book. We opened him up, we examined every organ, we even cut into his limbs, which we don't normally do without specific reason. We took a lot more samples than we had the first time. His heart was strange. I weighed it, and it was enlarged. I was planning to do a couple of cross-sections to see if it was healthy, but when I pressed into it with the scalpel, a viscous white fluid oozed out. It had a smell that seeped through my mask. My assistant had to run and retch. I don't know if you've ever vomited into a face mask and shield, but it's messy. He was effectively down for the count. The smell was like walking into a Yankee Candle store, sort of. Not a bad smell per se, not like a severely decomposing body, but still strong enough to make you lightheaded. I've never seen or heard or smelled of anything like it. It was like the fluid had completely filled the atrial and ventral cavities. I would have said it was like his blood had been replaced, but when we vacuumed out his chest cavity, the blood had been normal. His arteries and veins were normal. It was only the heart. I guess that whatever happened must have been post-mortem, or else it would have been pumped through his arteries. But that didn't explain what had happened. I briefly debated the merits of dumping the fluid down the sink, and therefore eventually into the municipal water supply, but decided against it. I put on fresh gloves and took a careful sample, being sure to seal it. I then put the whole metal tray full of the substance into one of the triple-bagged 5-gallon buckets we had handy. I tied the bags off, closed the lid, and then bagged the bucket for good measure. We left the room. I locked the door behind me, and we went upstairs to give my assistant a chance to recuperate. The ventilation down there is very good, so we hoped it would dissipate the smell in the meantime. When we finally went back into the room, the smell had mostly disappeared, along with the body. So had the samples, the bucket with the substance in it, and even the camera we had been photographing him with. We called in the police again. They added a note to their report. If you're wondering about security footage, we had very few cameras. They were limited to the public entrances at the front and back of the building, and in the emergency room and main corridors on the first floor. There weren't any in the stairwells, which were on either side of the building, had emergency exit doors to the outside. Nor were there any cameras in the basement, which only held the morgue, some storage rooms, and some admin offices. I know it probably seems strange to some of you, but we're a drive-by town with no real crime, and this was years ago. Cameras weren't as ubiquitous as they are today. I heard the police complain to the mayor, but the state was also in the middle of a budget crisis at that time, so I assumed they didn't have the money to add more. So, when the body showed up the third time, about 6 months later, I was beside myself. A distressed citizen called in a report of a creepy man parked in a car just outside her family's home. When dispatch sent some police to investigate, it became obvious he was dead after they shot him. After a couple verbal warnings, the rookie officer panicked and fired. The bullet passed through his left shoulder. Word got around. The rookie was swearing up and down that he saw movement, which is clearly impossible because the man was dead. But, in fairness, most of what had occurred with this guy seemed impossible. His partner said there wasn't any movement. It was just a rookie who was trigger happy. That was the official report. But interestingly enough, off-duty and after a few beers, he confessed to Laurent, who passed it on to me, that something was not quite right about the body. He wouldn't say what. I am not sure if that's how he really felt, or if he was drunk and trying to placate Laurent, who was pissed that some white kid with a badge fired a shot at an unmoving, unresponsive person and got off with a slap on the wrist. The police didn't want word getting out about this disappearing, reappearing body. Neither did the mayor, as it wasn't good press for him. So he and the police department let our local reporters have a field day with the rookie, who ended up quitting the force and leaving town. He couldn't take the notoriety, so he left. I heard he started a landscaping business with his brother in Indiana. The third autopsy itself was mostly normal. Aside from the absence of the typical stages of death, liver and/or rigor mortis, putrefaction, which I don't mean to gloss over because it is very strange, incredibly strange. It's impossible, but so is doing an autopsy on the same person 3 times. Honestly, in that situation, it was almost weirder that it was normal. When you're expecting something to jump out at you, every minute it doesn't is agonizing. He still didn't seem right to me, but we didn't find any other abnormalities. I kept slicing into him and expecting something mind-numbingly weird to happen, but there were no mysterious fluids. Nothing mysterious at all. There was the obvious entry and exit wound of the bullet, but nothing else of note, which was both not strange enough and also still strange. There still weren't any obvious causes of death. He was by every measure a perfectly healthy human male. I wondered if I had entered some sort of purgatory for mediocre medical examiners. Maybe this body was punishment for missing something, and I was doomed to repeat it until I found the cause of death. I really was questioning my career and my life choices by this point. When I went home, I started talking with my wife about moving closer to her family like she's always wanted. I don't like her family, but a fresh start in a new town seemed like a good idea. We were careful that time about chain of custody. The police department sent us a detail to guard the body, which mainly consisted of a guy in the basement of the hospital to watch the lockers after we left for the night. We did our thing and put the guy into cold storage. We shipped the samples to the big lab upstate. But of course, it did have to get weird. Like with the previous bodies, no matter how carefully we took prints, the images always looked blurred when we tried to match them in the database. Same with his dental records. The DNA samples came back inconclusive. We sent them another sample. Same results. The police don't formally close investigations for at least a year, but we only have to hold unclaimed remains for 30 days. We kept some samples assuming there was going to be a protracted back and forth with the lab, but we sent him for cremation as soon as it was allowed. I wanted him out of my morgue. But you know the story by this point. A couple guys came to transport him first thing. I opened the locker to pull him out, and the body was missing. So we opened every cold locker in the storage room to make sure I hadn't misplaced him. This time we found him. I wish we hadn't. He was on top of someone else. They were lying together, like someone had placed them there in the mockery of a marriage bed. I cannot stress this enough. It was deeply disturbing, and I say this as someone who has seen some pretty gruesome deaths. First of all, the girl was underage. I mean, if you're going to pull a prank like this, I guess you could argue age doesn't really matter when you're talking about lifeless bodies. I don't know that that was the intent, but the image alone was bad. I can't forget how it looked. This middle-aged man with his arms wrapped around a blonde teenage girl. She looked like a child. She had overdosed. Not disfigured by an accident or anything like that. I don't think you could mistake her for a sleeping girl, but she looked peaceful enough. And this guy honestly did look like he was sleeping. He just didn't look dead to me. I don't know how to describe it. I've been in this line of work a long time, and I've never seen a body look like that. It looked like this grown man had crawled into bed to sleep with a dead little girl. Aside from the grotesqueness of the scene, it was a complicated pose. His arms were wrapped around her, so parts of him were under her, and parts of her were under him, if that makes sense. It would have taken significant manipulation of both bodies to get them into that position. It took me and my assistant both to get them separated. We didn't take pictures. It was probably protocol, it being a crime scene and all, but it didn't feel right. I didn't want evidence that her parents might see in some court case someday. I didn't pick up the camera and no one asked me to. Everyone was pretty rattled. The techs didn't like it. The on-duty cop didn't like it. He liked it even less when his shift commander personally drove down to the hospital to grill him and hospital security. Had he fallen asleep? Had he been skipping out? Had he left the body alone for any length of time? He swore up and down the only times he left were to take a leak, 2 minutes tops. He locked the door behind him. There was no one in the basement of the building when he usually took his bathroom break around 4 a.m. There was, of course, nothing on the cameras overnight, but as I mentioned, the emergency exit doors in the stairwells were not monitored, as they only opened from the inside. So we supposed it was in the barest realm of possibility that someone walked in the main entrance and hid out, or snuck in the side entrance one night, came downstairs to do their deed at 4 a.m., only to escape out a side door. It seemed improbable someone could move those bodies alone, and that quickly. Maybe the police officer was lying, and in on it, and even helped the perp. But that of course begs the question, to what end? For the cop, or this unknown person or people? What possible motive could there be for that? They didn't steal or destroy evidence this time. It was simply bizarre. The shift commander was frustrated, but the details didn't point to anything plausible. The police did a very thorough investigation. They swept the whole lab for prints. There was nothing unusual. All people who had been there and were supposed to have been there, and not that many prints besides, as most of the time people wear gloves. They didn't find anything on the CCTV tapes. None of the hospital staff remembered anything unusual in the past month. Anyway, the techs carted the guy off and they cremated him. There was some dithering about whether to continue to hold him in light of these new events, but I think everyone was just as eager to get rid of him as I was, so he left that morning to get cremated. I followed up with one of the guys who took him, and he swore he saw John Doe go into the chamber with his own eyes. I felt relieved. He hadn't disappeared this time. Whatever this bizarre tableau was, it was over. And yet, imagine my surprise when he showed up again, turned up like a bad penny. I didn't even ask the circumstances. I was afraid to. I'll spare you the details of the autopsy. There was nothing noteworthy. Again, no cause of death could be determined. He went into a locker. I sent the samples to the lab even though I knew it was futile. Can you guess what happened after? Yeah, we lost the body again. Only took a couple days. This time there were eyewitnesses, though what they saw frankly raises more questions than it answers. An admin saw a guy in misfitting clothes and a lab coat limping barefoot out of the lobby. She said she called out to him a few times, but he ignored her. She knew he didn't work in the building, and of course the bare feet were suspicious. She was worried he was having some kind of psychiatric episode, so she called security and the police. He went right out the back door. You can see him on the security footage of the rear parking lot, just the grainy, monochrome back of his head. John Doe shuffling away from the building. The worst part for me is the clothes he's wearing. They're mine. I kept a spare set downstairs. He went through my things and he took them before he walked off. The admin is in frame for a few seconds. She comes and stands outside, watching the man go. If you watch the tape all the way through, the cops get there, and she comes back out with security. They confer for a minute. She points them in the direction John Doe went, and they go after him. If you keep watching, a second set of cops pull up and go after the first two. And what wasn't caught on camera was the manhunt when the first two cops didn't come back. They stopped responding to their radios shortly after entering the woods near the property line, past the parking lot. The second set of officers couldn't find them. The next day they brought in some local huntsmen who are good trackers. Then they brought in dogs from a canine unit in another town. When both of those failed, the police enlisted able-bodied volunteers to completely scrub the whole area, square foot by square foot. The manhunt lasted about a week before they gave up hope. It was a major scandal. People were speculating all sorts of crazy things. An escaped asylum patient gone on a murderous rampage in the woods, what have you. The fact that he was a dead John Doe actually managed to get swept by the wayside. He was clearly alive in the security footage. Everyone wanted to know who he was. We never figured it out. The car he was found in the previous time was registered to an elderly man a few towns over who had died of natural causes, and the car had been reported stolen by his son, who was the executor of his estate. They denied knowing John Doe, and neither of them could be proven to have any association with him. Nor did they resemble him, so the car theft didn't seem like a personal or familial dispute. The trail was cold. I'm ashamed to say I didn't join the search to find the missing officers. To be honest with you, and I feel guilty about this, I hope they didn't find John Doe. Missing men be damned. I couldn't bear to do another autopsy on him, and resolved to quit on the spot if they found him. And lucky or unlucky, they didn't. They never found a trace of him, nor the police officers who followed him. No blood, no sign of a struggle, not even a footstep. It's been many years since then. I think he's gone for good. I don't know what John Doe wanted, but I guess he must have gotten it somehow. Or maybe he's haunting some other benighted ME's office somewhere. I'll tell you, while I like my job, and I always have, I've hated unzipping body bags since then. I'm always half afraid it will be John Doe in there, laughing at me. My retirement is coming up soon, and I'm looking forward to never having to wonder if I'll see him again. Story. I'm a homicide detective. My newest case is unlike anything I've seen before. Just for a little background, I worked on the police force as a street officer for over 10 years before I got the chance to work in homicide. Believe it or not, homicide detective is generally one of the most coveted jobs in the policing. Once I finally got my opportunity, I seized it and never looked back. I don't mean to brag, but I'm very good at what I do. I reached a status in the field of homicide investigations that I often get called out to other departments to assist them. It's a mostly thankless job, as people only remember the name of the killer and not the person who put them behind bars. But I don't desire a spotlight anyway. A little extra pay wouldn't hurt though. To be fair, very few murders that are committed are ever done by a serial killer, and it is typically who you would think it is. A jealous ex, a cheating spouse, a drug deal gone wrong, gang fights, and while suicides are obviously not a case of murder, they are also left to the homicide department. This is what my job mostly consists of. However, on rare occasions, I do get assigned to a serial killer case. My most recent case is, how should I put this? Unique. I mean, every case is unique, of course. No two serial killers are exactly the same, but they all typically follow a sort of pattern. This was something that I had never seen before. It started out like any normal investigation. An on-duty officer received a call about suspicious noises next door, and the officer found an unresponsive woman inside. He requested backup and made sure the scene was secure. Then my crew of investigators was called to the scene. The homicide department responds to any death, including murder, suicide, accidents, and even natural deaths. So, I wasn't too surprised when I first arrived at the scene. She was lying on the kitchen floor, but there were no wounds or even bruises to be found on her. At least on the outside, there could be some type of internal damage, but once again, the coroner would have to update me on that. There had been no signs of forced entry to the house, and there were no signs of any type of struggle. She was fully clothed. with no rips or tears anywhere in her clothing. By all accounts, it appeared like a natural death of some sorts, which is somewhat of a broad category, but most common is a heart attack. However, something just seemed off to me. I had seen plenty of heart attack victims, and this just didn't seem right. If she had suffered a heart attack, or some other sort of internal trauma, then why was she lying perfectly face up on the floor, with no fall wounds, and the kitchen was as tidy as could be, nothing out of place? Clearly the neighbors had heard something to make the call to the police. It just didn't all add up. That's when I noticed it in the corner of the room, a video camera. Grab that camera, find out if the victim had a security system. It should help us to see what happened here, I said to one of my underlings. I looked over the body one more time and looked around the house, but it all just seemed too normal to me. I would have to wait for the coroner's report and to see what was on that camera. Luckily, it didn't take too long to find the contents of the camera, but it only fueled my suspicion even more. It turns out the woman did have a security system. It made sense since she lived alone. However, it seemed quite convenient that the cameras shut off briefly before the victim's estimated time of death. From the last footage on the camera, as well as another camera in her living room, we can see the victim entering her home and going to the kitchen. It appeared as if she was going to open a cabinet when the footage stopped. No cabinets had been opened when we arrived at the scene, and her body was lying on the opposite side of the kitchen, nowhere near where the cameras had cut off. It still made zero sense to me. Then came the coroner's report. Heart attack? I asked mockingly. Heart attack, the coroner said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Was there any sort of trauma from a potential fall? Nope, I checked everything. She appeared in good shape. Was there no other abnormalities? These things happen sometimes, detective. You just have to accept it. I couldn't accept it though. It didn't feel right. I wouldn't be able to continue the investigation as things stood though. There was absolutely zero evidence of foul play, and I knew the department wouldn't allow me to continue an investigation as such. It would take at least one more, if not several more of these oddities to pop up for them to set me loose, but I just knew that this wasn't the end. However, for the time being, I did have to move on. Serial killers have a cooling off period, so I would have to wait for new evidence to appear or another death to occur. Until then, I would have other work to do and more crimes to solve. A few weeks went by, and while I hadn't forgotten about the odd case, it had been pushed to the back of my mind. I couldn't afford to have my mind clouded while I still had other deaths to figure out. Everything had gone back to as normal as it could get in my line of work when my deputy detective Alex plopped an envelope on my desk. "What's this?" I asked her. "I don't know. Someone from the tech crew gave it to me and told me it was evidence from one of your cases. They said they already made copies," she said, then shrugged. I opened the envelope to find a USB device inside. Even if it had been tested by our tech crew, I always err on the side of caution. We have a computer in our office specifically for viewing this type of evidence. That way, if there was some sort of deeply encrypted virus, we wouldn't risk infecting our computers filled with classified information. I wasn't sure what I was dealing with at the time. I tend to work multiple cases at once, so this could have been a variety of things. Alex had been vague, but she was one of the few people I could normally rely on, so I opened the file on the USB. It was a video file, and just from the preview I knew exactly what it was. It was the missing footage from the mysterious heart attack case. My attention became entirely focused on the video. It started where the last footage had left off. The victim opened up one of her cabinets and grabbed a cup. She opened her refrigerator and pulled out what seemed to be some sort of juice container. It was at this moment that from the second camera I could see someone entering her front door. The person was medium-sized with a male figure, and he was wearing a typical burglar-style mask. He had begun to slowly walk towards the kitchen, one sinister step at a time. Meanwhile, the victim had begun to drink her juice. As the intruder reached the doorway of the kitchen, the victim had begun to wobble on her feet. Something was wrong with her. Then it seemed as she passed out and began to fall to the floor. She didn't hit the floor though. The masked man caught her. He then laid her down gently in the exact spot that we found her. After lying her down, the man stood up and stared directly into the camera. Unfortunately, it was black and white footage, so I couldn't tell his eye color. I'm sure if I saw those cold eyes in person, I would recognize them though. I've looked into the eyes of serial killers before, and this was something more terrifying than I had ever seen. As the staring contest continued, I began to wonder if what I was looking at was even human. The footage was weeks old, but it seemed as if the man was looking directly at me, like one of those paintings where the eyes follow you, no matter how you move. That's when the footage ended, and not only did it end, it began to delete itself. I was still in somewhat a state of shock from what I had seen to really comprehend what was happening. Before I knew it, the footage was gone. The copies were of course a lie. What I had seen was the only footage of what had happened, and it was gone. No evidence remained. I must have grilled Alex for an hour on what she told me before I let up. She was usually dependable, but this sort of thing never happens, so perhaps she had become complacent when accepting the evidence. The person who had given her the envelope was someone we were familiar with, but the person who they obtained it from was not. We had to follow a long line of people to find out the we knew nothing about who had delivered the USB. It was frustrating to know we had lost valuable evidence, and I was the only person who had seen it. It was obviously planned out this way. The perpetrator clearly wanted me to see that footage, and only me. It is common for serial killers to toy with the police, and I knew now that I was about to enter a dangerous game. I knew I was clearly at a disadvantage because I had no clue what I was up against, but I'm sure he knew everything about me. On top of everything, I attempted to call the coroner who had told me there were no abnormalities in the victim. That had said the toxicology report was clean, but I knew there had to be something in what the victim had drank. Of course, the same coroner who had performed the autopsy hadn't shown up to work since that day he lied to me, which told me one of three things. 1. He was the killer. 2. He was a pawn of the killer and had run away. 3. The killer had used him and killed him. I found it unlikely that there were any other options. The first seemed the least likely, since I had confirmed the man had performed plenty of autopsies in the past and didn't fit the typical profile of a serial killer. Plus, I was certain his eyes were not the ones I had seen. I was leaning towards him being dead already. Despite everything, I still had nothing. Other than a brief stare down, there was no physical evidence. I returned home that night more frustrated than I had ever been. When I opened my door, I found something I hadn't been expecting. It was a letter. And yes, it was from my new suspect. Here is what it read. Hello, detective. Having a good day? Mine has been wonderful. I hope you enjoyed my gift. I've had my eye on you for quite some time. You always find your man, but can you find me? I doubt it, but I do hope you give it your best shot. You will have to make a very important choice soon. One that has no true right or wrong answer, but I won't spoil the surprise. The fun has just begun. I hate to admit it, but reading the letter gave me a small adrenaline rush. I had no clue what the future would hold, and I was at a complete and utter disadvantage. The killer knew who I was, where I lived, and who knows what else. I knew by his words he would kill again soon, and there was nothing I could do yet. The fun had truly just begun. Story. I'm a homicide detective, and I'm being toyed with. I had become the mouse in a game of cat and mouse. As a detective, I would normally be the one in the role of chasing after someone, but not anymore. I had become the center of someone's sick and twisted game. It often happens that a killer will toy with the police, taunting them of what they got away with, at least for the time being. However, most serial killers have their preference in victims and will do whatever is necessary to avoid getting caught, which is why you don't see serial killers target cops as victims. Not only does it bring the risk of someone being armed, but it will bring more attention to the crime. It sounds fucked up, and it is, but if a police officer dies, the entire force will be on high alert until the culprit is found. Whereas, if a prostitute is found dead, it's just another day at the office. Personally, I put the same amount of emphasis on solving murders regardless of the victim. But not everyone is me, and clearly the man after me is not the typical killer. A strange letter had been delivered to my door. Could I guarantee it was from a killer? No, but I would place everything I owned on it being so. I had run tests on the letter, and of course there were no fingerprints or any other DNA left behind on it. It was typed out too, so there would be no way of matching handwriting. The letter had also been very vague, and not necessarily threatening from the outside. However, I could see its deeper meaning. Something was about to go down, and I would be in the middle of it all. Until something did happen, though, I would go about my life as normal. Even though the killer knew where I lived, I would not move. If he wanted me dead, I would most likely have already been dead. No, he wanted to have some fun with me. Even if I did jump from hotel to hotel, he was most likely stalking me and would find me wherever I went. I would have to play his game until he slipped up or gave me anything to work with. Several weeks went by with no new developments or any contact with the killer, until late one night when I was woken up by my work phone. Murder waits for no one, and even when I'm off the clock, I'm on the clock. If a body is found, it is my job to get there as soon as possible. I was given an address and told the scene had been secured. However, when I arrived to the address, I noticed there were no other police vehicles in the vicinity. This was a major red flag. On top of this, my work vehicle was currently getting maintenance, so I didn't have access to a police radio to ask what was going on. I still had my phone though, so I could just call the station and ask. Except I conveniently had no signal. I understand that at this point I should have driven away from the scene, contacted backup, and asked what was going on. This should have been the only decision I made, as it was the only logical one to make. Yet, it was not what I did. Instead, I grabbed my pistol and approached the home of the address. There were no lights I could see on inside the home from the outside. It was a modern-looking two-story home. No cars were parked in front. When I reached the front door, I could see it was slightly ajar. I readied my gun and slowly pushed my way inside. It was pitch black inside, so I immediately searched for the light switch. I gained no benefit from creeping around in the dark. I wouldn't give an added advantage to anyone already hiding. With the lights on, I could see that the house was empty. No furniture, nothing. Well, at least the base floor was empty. As I made my way up to the second floor, I could see entrances to 3 rooms. 2 were open, and like the rest of the home, were empty. The final door, however, was closed. Before entering, I checked my phone. I had signal again. I instantly texted someone I knew was working. I told them the address and to have backup sent just in case. I was facing a double-edged sword. I could wait for my backup to arrive before proceeding, ensuring my safety. However, if there was someone on the other side of that room that needed my help, then I could be running out of time. Once again, I chose the latter option. I made my presence known before kicking down the door. When I received no response, I proceeded inside the room. I wasn't exactly expecting what I found inside. From the moment I kicked in the door, I could see someone tied to a chair inside. I could tell they were still breathing, but they seemed to be unconscious. I slowly inched forward into the room. After making sure there was no one in any of the corners, I went to the closet door in the room. I readied my gun once more and swung it open. There was no one inside the closet. There was a gift-wrapped box inside though. At this point, I should have made sure the person in the chair was okay, but instead I felt an urge to open the box. Inside the box was a syringe filled with a clear liquid. Next to it was a small note that read, "Give her the medicine or I will kill 2 more." I turned back to the woman in the chair. She was still unconscious. I didn't recognize her. She was just a stranger. She could have been anyone off the streets. I know how serial killers think, and I knew he wasn't lying to me. He was watching me right now. If I didn't inject whatever was in this syringe into her, then he would keep his word in killing 2 more people. I thought back to the first body, the woman who had died of a mysterious heart attack. Was this the substance that caused it? For a split second, I considered injecting it into the girl. That was it though. It only took a split second for me to realize I couldn't do that. Whether or not I did what he wanted, he would continue to kill. I may be the mouse, but I wouldn't be a puppet. I set the box on the floor and immediately began untying the girl from the chair. I once again checked to make sure her vitals were okay, and she seemed to be fine. It wasn't long before my backup arrived, and we were able to have the girl safely transported to the emergency room. She suffered no major injuries and would recover just fine. After explaining what happened, I had my team check every inch of the home for prints or any sort of evidence. I also made sure the syringe was transported to a reliable source that could test the liquid as soon as possible. Of course, we couldn't find any further evidence. This guy was beyond good at covering his tracks. All I could hope was that the liquid inside the syringe could help us make any sort of advancement in the case. However, that was the most infuriating part. It didn't take long at all for the lab to tell me what the needle held: sugar water. The girl would have been fine no matter what decision I made. He just wanted to see what my reaction would be to his sick proposition. He wanted to see me squirm. If I had injected her, perhaps I could have saved 2 people, but since I hadn't, he would now use that as justification to kill 2 more. He probably knew that I would never have done what he asked, but he wanted me to have mental anguish and regret over my decision, to sow the seeds of doubt in my head. I wouldn't let him get to me though. No matter my decision, he would continue to kill until he was behind bars or rotting in the earth. Indeed, the killer kept true to his word. Several days after saving the girl, I was called to a new scene, this time by actual law enforcement. Inside this home, the bodies of 1 male and 1 female were found. They were found together in the master bedroom, holding hands in the bed. Those 2 hands were the only parts of the bodies that were not extremely mutilated. I have seen my fair share of gruesome crime scenes, but this was near the top. Many of my colleagues had to take breaks from the room, and I didn't blame them. There was also a message written in blood on the wall. As promised, it mocked me. After this, I was granted permission to invest my full focus into finding this psychopath. Against my wishes, the chief said he would also be calling the FBI and asking for them to send people to assist me. Everyone always thinks the FBI is the solution to crimes like these, but often it is local detectives that do most of the work. They would most likely hamper me more than aid me, but the final decision wasn't mine. This was all new for me. Once again, no useful evidence had been left behind. I was hoping with as much blood had been in the room, we would at least find a partial footprint, but no. I would have to think outside the box to catch this person. I was the center of their game, and I had to find a way to use that against them. There had to be a way. Until they made their next move, though, all I could do was wait. Story: I'm a homicide detective, and I will be the next victim. Over the past several months, I have been wrapped up in a game with a serial killer, although it was more of a blowout and not in my favor. He had thoroughly outdone me, and I still had little to nothing to show for it. I knew the tides had to turn soon, because if they didn't, bodies would begin to pile up. I already knew more people were bound to die, and I couldn't stop it. In my line of work, you have to know you can't save everyone, but I have to try to save as many as possible. I knew I was most likely being watched at almost every turn. I had to be extra cautious when I was around any sort of technology. Even though I know it was impossible for him to hack everything, I had to assume that he could. I had to be creative in sending messages and relaying information to others. I still had no true counterattack, but I did put out a few pieces of bait in attempts to get any sort of a lead. These were long cons with a very small chance of success, but I had to try something. I had no way to track the killer, nor to even predict who he would kill next. While most killers have a preference, this person did not. Well, I suppose I may be his preference, but I would be his dessert, his final victim, until he could find another like me and play his game all over again. I didn't have any direct leads, but I did have one idea. Many killers have a tendency to go back to the scene of their crimes, typically to relive their twisted fantasies. So, I decided to visit the home of the first victim, well, at least the first I knew about. The home had been cleared out since the previous resident had suffered a heart attack. I was granted permission by the landlord to look through the home once again. My team and I had done a thorough job of checking the place out already, so I knew if I found any evidence it would be from a return visit from the killer. I knew this too was a long shot, but until the killer made his next move, I had nothing else to focus on. So, I entered the home. I opened every door and cabinet, looked in every corner, and I found nothing. It was possible the killer had returned to the scene, but he hadn't left anything for me to find. Instead, I decided to leave something for him. I pulled out a small envelope and placed it in the exact spot he had laid down the first victim. What has inside the envelope? Only a simple piece of paper with 2 words on it. You lose. Less than an hour after I left the home, my police radio went off. There was a new crime scene. It was a single body this time, an older male. Similar to the first crime, and completely opposite from the second, there appeared to be no outward damage to the body. I could tell the man had been dead for at least a day, perhaps longer. Due to the age of the man, this could have easily been considered a natural death, if not for the way he had been posed. The man was lying down on the floor face up. With his right hand he held up 4 fingers. He was the 4th victim. His left hand was covering his mouth in a fashion that one would do to stifle a giggle. Other than this blatant mockery, there was no other evidence left at the scene. However, this would be the last time he would leave no evidence. My radio went off again, but this time with good news. Report back to base, the voice at the other end said. Now this would seem to most as a simple thing to say and to follow, but it wasn't. I had to assume the killer had access to my radio signals, so this was the secret code I had made up. As far as anyone knew, I had gone to the first crime scene alone. Even the chief of police believed I had gone alone, but I hadn't. Days before I went, I had managed to get a secret message to an undercover cop, and they had been watching the home for over 48 hours, taking only minimal time to sleep and eat, and it had paid off. I had a hunch he wouldn't be able to resist seeing what I had left for him, and he assumed that if my attention, as well as the rest of my team's, was focused on a body at the other end of town, then he could slip in and retrieve what I had left. Now, we had eyes. Someone taking that bait. Of course, this simply could have been another puppet of the killer, though. I had already instructed the undercover agent to simply follow the man. Once the man had reached his base of operations, then we would move in. Until then, I had to wait. It worked. I later was informed by the undercover agent that the killer had taken extremely complicated routes and was almost impossible to follow, but not quite impossible. As the agent was also quite good at what he did, and he was able to do it without getting discovered. Once the killer pulled into a large building, the agent sent out the second secret code for us to surround his location. We were able to completely surround the building before the person inside had a chance to know what was going on. He had nowhere to run now, or so we thought. As police flooded in through every entrance, they found no one inside the building. His car was inside, stolen of course, as well as many other things, but he was not. We soon discovered a tunnel that was under the building. It stretched far out into a nearby forested area where the killer had most likely left some sort of off-road vehicle. He may have gotten away, but he was no longer in control. He had never intended for us to find his base, but he was smart enough to always have an escape just in case. We found photos of all the victims to this point, as well as many photos of myself. We found fingerprints. Of course, they didn't match any in our system, but it was something that could prove beneficial in the future. We would be able to inform officers to fingerprint on any traffic stop, at least until we got a match. One small slip-up, and he would be ours. As we all know though, some animals are most dangerous when they are backed into a corner. I knew sooner or later he would still come for me. Even if it meant getting caught, he wanted to best me. Ultimate victory would only come to him after he had claimed my life. However, I wasn't his next victim quite yet. After our discovery of his base, the killer went into a full-on rampage. He killed 5 people throughout the next week. These were unlike his previous crime scenes. They were messy, with evidence left in bundles. All of these 5 murders were done with a large blade, likely the same one that claimed victims 2 and 3. He had stopped maintaining the blade, however, as by the 5th victim in his spree, it was obvious the blade had become duller, and much more force had been put into the swings in order to finish off the victims. He left fingerprints, shoe prints, and from the impact and trajectory of the wounds on the victims, we were able to estimate a height and weight range. It was unfortunate we were unable to stop his spree at the moment, but were getting much closer. While the killer was now likely operating out of rage, it was clear he still kept some of his intelligence. It was likely these victims were already the ones he had planned out for the future, and we had simply expedited his process. He knew their schedules, and was still able to catch them off guard, being able to escape before police could arrive. At the scene of the 5th victim of his spree, his 9th overall kill. He left me a message in blood once more. And then there were 2. I was always to be his 10th victim. He had planned to toy with me more, but I had ruined that for him. In his mind, he could still win if he were able to kill me. I couldn't win this game. 9 people had died on my watch. I could never feel victorious knowing that. All I could do is stop him from killing anyone else. If it took my death to finally end this all, then that's all that mattered. Ironically, most killers get caught by doing something completely unrelated to the killing itself. So, I could have surrounded myself with armed police at all times and waited for him to slip up, but I knew he would kill more if I did this, just to send a message. No, I knew what I had to do. I had to face this monster alone. I knew exactly where he wanted me to go as well. It was time for the final showdown. Story: I am a serial killer. One of my victims wasn't human. Red River Ripper strikes again. 10 more bodies wash ashore. It was a curious headline to read since I was quite sure I hadn't killed anyone that week, let alone 10 people. The nerve of some people, acting as though I'm some sort of inhuman monster. Number. I am nothing if not careful, and killing 10 people all at once was which begged the question, who or what had killed them? Thankfully, I was in the position to find out. Linnell was a frightfully small town, tucked away into a forgotten corner of the American outback. It was a timid little place that was maybe 5 years away from total collapse. Already the cracks could be seen, starting with its absolutely pathetic police force. There were maybe 5 officers in total, and none of them knew what to do in the event of a homicide. So they turned to the next best thing, a doctor, specifically me. Being the sole medical profession in Lionel, I alone had the knowledge to aid in the investigation. It was what made killing there so easy. So imagine the irony when there came crime was actually entailed to solve. As stated above, the bodies were all found washed up upon the river shore. Strangest thing was they were all found on the same shore. I assumed the killer had thrown the bodies into the river to hide the evidence. If that were the case, it had been impossible for them all to wind up in the same location like they did. They also didn't suffer from the bloating and decomposition associated with waterlogged corpses. Someone was trying to make these bodies look like my handiwork. Or, judging from the wounds, something. I am no mere killer, dear reader. A killer would chase someone down with a meat hook and mangle the body like a child with their toys. I, on the other hand, take good care of my victims. I start at the neck, delivering a single decisive cut before they can regain consciousness. I also keep them suspended by their feet, so the blood doesn't stain their body. When all their veins have dried up, I clean the skin with formaldehyde, let it dry for 6 minutes, no more, no less. After that, I apply a moisturizing cream to all relevant body parts. Their bodies are speckless and pristine by the time they're ready to be chopped. Those 10, however, were mutilated as if by a common dog. The skin and meat was splashed open, the edges of every wound jagged and unkempt, and the bones were splintered as handled by the world's worst gardener. There was no respect for the bodies. None. It was despicable. It had to be an animal. I lied to the officers. No human would go through the trouble of desecrating the bodies in this way. There was some truth in that, but their condition had not been deliberate. Some scoundrel had figured himself the next Jack the Ripper and started slashing up the bodies with a semblance of thought or skill. As if that wasn't disgraceful enough, they had the gall to try and pass this sloppy work as my own. I was furious when the news spread. In a single day, almost 5 years of careful cultivation had gone up in flames. My name meant nothing. The fear it incited was a boorish sort that even a child could conjure. No longer was I the eye in the shadows you told yourself wasn't real. I was an animal that needed to be put down. Something had to be done, and being so close to the police gave me just the opportunity. Their investigation was as mismanaged and juvenile as always, but what clues it did unearth proved invaluable. All of the bodies had been last seen in the same location, the old hunting grounds up by the lumber mill. According to their remaining friends, the trip was a collective decision in order to celebrate one of their own recently getting engaged. The hunting lodge has them checking in at 3:07 in the afternoon. 16 hours later, a hiker happened upon them, faces bloated with river water. It was as good as any place to start. Of course, I had to be somewhat more discreet in my inspection than the police, an act I was more than prepared for. When I recognized my passion for the homicidal arts, the first thing I did was shave my head and face of all hair. It was easier to paint a new portrait with a blank canvas. All it took was a wig, fake eyebrows, color contacts, and a surgical application of makeup. The lodge attendants had no idea it was me. No one ever did. There wasn't much to find in the hunting grounds, though. It was, after all, a forest. There were no shreds of fabric, no missing guns, not even a body part. Even the section that ran by the river was devoid of evidence. With the mess that had been made of the bodies, there should have been some trace of a struggle. If there was, the forest would not forfeit it. However, in the end, it did not need to. I found my first lead upon returning to the lodge after a long, fruitless day of scouring the forest. Passing through the main lobby, I overheard a peculiar conversation. Get this. The creep wasn't even wearing any neon or whatever. I almost thought he was a deer, what with all that skulking. My ears perked up at that, and I lingered near the hunters. Should have just shot the guy and spared the world an idiot, the other said. I almost did, but the fucker scampered off like a fucking rat or something. Couldn't exactly shoot straight with how dark it was. I couldn't even see my fucking gun. The two hunters enjoyed a hearty laugh, whilst I was left to ponder what I had heard. For those who don't know, it's common practice for hunters to wear bright clothing as opposed to camouflage. It prevents other hunters from mistaking them for animals and the like. If what I'd heard was true, then someone had been skulking around the grounds at night whilst wearing dark clothing. There was no better suspect. My nighttime proclivities had left me well prepared to capture the mystery man. The first step was making my way onto the hunting grounds undetected. I couldn't go through the front door, even whilst disguised. A careful enough eye could spy details even makeup couldn't hide. I dressed for the occasion, wearing nothing but black, and snuck my way inside. The forest was an eerie place to be at night, not for the long shadows cast under a plump full moon nor the chill that slithered through the air. It was the sounds that came creeping from every unseen corner. I hated being in the middle of it. The snapping twigs, the whistling branches, the alien calls of animals skulking in the undergrowth. It gave one the impression that at any moment, something would leap from and drag you back into the shadows. I hate that sensation of being at the mercy of some figure in the dark. It gnaws at the corners of the mind, robbing me of any peace of mind. In my younger years, it followed me wherever I went. It was in my closet, under my bed, and down the hall, fucking my mother. I feared such an itch would drive me mad. As I grew older, however, I found a solution. Why fear something in the dark when that something is you? That all changed in the forest. Once again, I was caught in the dark with all manner of monsters staring at me, as if I needed another reason to despise that cretinous amateur. The hunt was easier than any before it. In the forest, there were no prying eyes or passing witnesses. I only needed to worry about the hunters, but barely. They were far too focused on their own prey. Resisting the urge to drag them away was difficult. If only the temptation had been greater than my rage. I needed them, after all. The trick to hunting a predator is not to track them, but rather their prey. I knew they couldn't resist for long. Sure enough, when the hour was at its latest, I spied someone moving through the undergrowth. I had been lingering near one of the hunters and spotted something approaching them. It started as a mere shade slinking through the underbrush and gradually evolved into a figure clad in black. They were remarkably skillful at stalking. Had I not expected them, I might not have spied their approach. Seeing them for the first time, I noticed something odd about the figure. It took me a while before I realized what exactly put me on edge. The figure made no sound. Not a little sound, none. Every shrub they brushed past and twig they stepped on were as quiet as corpses. It was as if someone had muted the figure. Had I not seen them with my own eyes, I'd never have thought anyone was there. How were they doing that? I remember thinking as my hands crushed into fists. They were just an amateur. I'd ought to rip open their throat and hang them by their veins. And just when they were about to croak out their last pathetic breath, I'd cut them down and calm down, be professional. As talented as the figure was, They seemed to have trouble watching their back. I crept towards them with unrivaled skill and drew a syringe from my coat. In the past, I had strangled or even taken to knocking my prey unconscious. When such methods proved too messy or slow, I turned to chemical alternatives. I crept through the undergrowth until I was right behind the figure and then, in one swift motion, stabbed the needle into their back. It was a routine I'd practiced many times over, and like then, it did not fail me. The figure started to wobble before they could give any sign of alarm and collapse without even a whimper. I caught them before they could fall and slung them over my shoulder. We were far enough away from the hunter that my actions, subtle as they were, remained undetected. The amateur was mine. A grin grew across my face as I rushed back through the woods. It had been some time since I'd been so excited for a kill. The mere thought of them tied up in my workshop almost made me squeal with glee. With how impatient I was, it is amazing I returned to my car without being caught. I zipped, tied the figures, wrists and ankles, before shoving them in the back and driving away, breaking every speeding law known to man. I drove not towards the town, but deeper into the woods. I had learned through a great deal of trial and error that it is better to keep one's workshop far, far away. First, it was a storage container that some nosy attendant looked inside. Then it was an old cabin a teenager broke into. Finally, I bought an old camping trailer from a stranger online and parked it out in the middle of nowhere. The inside was then covered in a fine layer of plastic wrap before I moved in my tools. They hung from every wall, rows and rows of blades from delicate scalpels to meat cleavers. They were laid flat against the wrapping, the cold metal complementing the lifeless plastic. You never knew what each victim would require, so it was best to come prepared. It was there, my shrine of steel, that I drove the amateur to, and here I would begin my work. I abandoned all pretenses of professionality once I stepped inside. The amateur was not to be my victim. They were meant only to suffer. I tied them to a chair and ripped off their morbid attire, piece by tattered piece. Beneath was a hairless, detailed face quite similar to my own. It was hard to tell if they were supposed to be a man or a woman, but it would not matter. The sedative would wear off soon, after all, and then I could start having some fun. It had been a while since I let myself indulge in my more unpolished impulses. I couldn't decide where to start. Perhaps I'd peel their skin or cut off an arm and feed it to them. Maybe I'd mangle their face and hang them in the town square, a dire message to those who dared insult me. Yes, I thought to myself as I drew a blade from my workbench, my smile caught in the reflection. That would do just nicely. My wait was short-lived. Mere minutes after gathering my tools, the stranger began to stir. I had never regressed so much in a single instant. All at once, I was a child again, skinning stray cats with a butter knife. What fun times. I turned to face my plaything just as their eyes opened. I'm almost disappointed. I began. It was no trouble at all finding you. Were you even trying to hide? Did you think I would not find you? It wouldn't be the greatest insult you've made. I stepped forward and placed the knife edge up under their chin. Do you know who I am? It was another second before they fully returned to consciousness. My heart thundered in excitement. First would come the screaming, then the struggling, and finally, the begging. Sweet, succulent pleas for me to leave unabated. I held my breath and waited. A minute passed and I still waited, and then a second, a third, fourth. I said, "Do you know who I am?" I spat at the amateur, digging the knife deeper into their jaw, but my demand fell on deaf ears. The figure stared at me not with fear or alarm, but the wide, curious eyes of a child. My excitement turned to anger under that gaze, and I dragged my dagger across their chin. A little motivation to help them play along. Yet they still did not scream. There was not one sign of pain anywhere on their person, even as blood trickled down their chin. My anger turned to confusion, and then to fear. What was happening? They hadn't even flinched. The bastards had to be mocking me. They were in pain, any person would be, but they refused to let me enjoy it. That pompous bastard. Anger burned through my veins like hot oil. I gripped the knife so hard my hand trembled and clenched my teeth until they felt as though they would shatter. I raised my dagger high over my head and brought it straight down on the amateur's hand. It was only then that the figure reacted. They opened their mouth as if to scream, but what emerged was far worse. Their lips peeled back and didn't stop at their cheeks. Their mouth stretched further than should have been possible, cutting up into the rest of their head until it looked as though it would be cut in two. What was under that hellish grin wasn't flesh or bone left naked as the skin peeled away, but a face, my face, to be specific. I stumbled back at the sight of me. I touched my own face as if to check it was still there. The one I stared into was more just a replica, however. It was a copy more perfect than my own, and behind it, those barren eyes staring out. The sight overloaded my mind in a single instant. All at once, I was a child again, waiting for the thing in the dark to come find me. "Give it back," I remember saying. "That's mine, my face. Give it back." I raised my danger once again, only for the figure to open their mouth again. Their head peeled back, and this time, revealed my face from before my alterations. The bright hair, the chaotic arrangement freckles, even that mole I'd cut off were all present. Every detail I hated stared back at me while the eyes remained as simple as ever. I wanted to bring the knife down. I thought with all my might, trying to command my hand to rise, but I couldn't. It was my face. Before it, I was just the frail man who'd been trapped behind it. It was the figure itself that finally freed me. He opened his maw again, and this time, revealed a face I did not recognize. This was followed by another, and another, and another. Faster and faster the mouths opened, until not even faces were revealed anymore. There were only rows upon rows of teeth stacked atop each other, and perpetually pulling back. By the time I noticed one pulling back, 15 others had emerged from the maws and raced away. There wasn't even a mouth anymore, but mouths, within mouths, like a twisted nesting doll. It was maddening to witness. My eyes tried and failed to follow the pattern, only to sting from the effort. My civility melted away in the face of such impossibility, and was replaced with a single-minded drive: survive. Without thought, I ripped the dagger out of that redundant beast's hand, with the intent of stabbing something more vital. However, the entire arm divided in two, so whilst there was indeed a limb tied to the chair, another was caught on the blade and dragged out of the first. Another arm divided from the side of the one my blade was embedded in, and then lashed back to said knife. The hand wrapped around my wrist and began splitting, hands sliding out from each like cards from a deck until a net of fingers had spread over my arm. I was trapped with that thing mere inches away, folding and unfolding. I could not comprehend what I was seeing. Arms unfolded from arms in a swirling cascade of fractal limbs. Body parts split only to rejoin, twisting themselves into impossible shapes. 3 arms sprung from the shoulder only to fuse at the wrist, leaving a single hand to be shared between them. 5 other limbs wrapped around each, in a helix that ended in a flower of hands and fingers. It was a redundant monstrosity, with too many limbs and not enough space. An impossible nightmare that would no longer stay in the dark. It pulled me close, its endless grip wrapped tight around my arm, but I refused to be this demon's victim. My free hand fished through air until my fingers grazed one of many blades still hanging from the walls. Whichever knife it was, I quickly brought it down on the arms, holding me, and cleaved through meat and bone in one swift chop. Newly freed, I leapt away from the living paradox. Already its endlessly unwinding figure had filled the space in my RV, blocking the door with a tangle of body parts. There was still, however, one way out. In the back of the trailer, where the creature had trapped me, there was a larger window that was easy enough to break. Using the knives, I shattered the glass and scurried out into the forest. I planned to rush to my car, but the creature had the exact same though. Limbs exploded out of the side of the trailer and stabbed into the vehicle like arrows. They took deep swipes, ripping the car apart piece by piece until it was no more than a pile or scrap. The hands retracted and pulled the rest of the monstrosity out into the open, letting it unfurl to its true shape. It never seemed to settle. There was always something more to unpack, always a new limb to unveil. It rose to tower over the trees with a forest or shadows cast from it. Atop the web of limbs rested a head made of mouth, and upon each tooth rested an eye. Eyes that, one by one, turned to look at me. I'd never felt so small in my adult life. With the knife in my hand, I thought of cutting the creature apart. But this insanity was short-lived. I couldn't deny what that creature was, nor how powerless I was in the face of it. There was only one course of action left. I ran back into the woods like a fucking mongrel with its tail tucked between its legs. Pathetic. The creature had no intention of letting me flee so easily. It surged forth in a cascade of hands and feet, weaving through the trees like a swarm of insects. Despite its unorthodox physique, the creature was quite nimble. Its body was liquid, I believe, in that it seemed to morph to fit between the trees. The sight was quite entrancing, if I do say so, whenever I had the time to sneak a peek, but it was impossible to forget the danger it posed. I saw it was nimble, but not enough to catch me. Its body battered against the trees with every step and broke off a number of branches. If I could be so bold as to speculate on such an alien creature, I do not believe it was comfortable with changing its shape. Compacting such a mass must have been more difficult than unpacking it. Wherever shrinking was required, it was slow just enough for me to keep my distance. Though what little advantage this gave me could not last. I wove and ducked around as many trees as I could, trying to slow the beast down, but the chase was stretching on for too long. My lungs slowly began to boil in my ribs, staining every breath with a tortuous dryness. Muscles ignited all throughout me, most so in my legs, who felt as though they were trying to kill themselves. Already my pace had slowed, and the forest's unforgiving terrain offered no respite. I needed a plan, but how could I hope to best such a creature? The short answer was, I could not. As much as I longed to feel its flesh beneath my blade, it would always be my better. This meant the only option was to escape. But how? The answer came to me when the forest suddenly ended. I came racing out onto a barren roadway bathed in moonlight and stopped. Through the cracking of branches behind me, I heard a far more mundane sound. That of rushing water, and a lot of it. I saw a bridge passing over a rather tumultuous part of the river just down the road. The water wasn't quiet at rapid speeds, but they could certainly run faster than me. I only hoped the demon was unable to swim. It burst through the tree line as I approached the bridge. I knew it was a risk. The flat road wouldn't delay the creature as the woodland thicket had, but there was no other choice. I ran with all my might, forgetting the pain in my legs and lungs, feet hammering against the asphalt. Behind came a thunderous choir of footsteps that shook the earth and stirred the air. The road quaked with such ferocity it became hard to keep my footing. I could imagine quite well what would happen if that strength was turned on me. I had seen the bodies. The image was fresh in my mind as I ran, and gave me just enough motivation to make it to the bridge. There was part of me relieved at the victory, and so many more than wanted to grasp that feeling. Had I listened to them, I would not be here to recount this. I did not slow as I hiked up the bridge, although my progress had been accompanied by the creatures. It was close now, more so than I feared it ever would be. I could feel the wind generated by its swiping limbs brushing against my neck. Sometimes I swore there was even a claw plucking at the hairs. But I was close, so close. I could see the edge of the bridge and hear the roaring water below. Just a few more steps, that's all it would take. 3 more, 2 more, 1, and then jump. I was in the air. I was free. All I had to do was let gravity take me, but the fall never came. My shirt snagged under my armpits as something snatched me up by the collar. A million fingers gripped the fabric, and a shifting shadow passed over me. I didn't need to look up to see that smile unfurling ad infinitum. Already I spied spindly hands reaching down to tear me apart. I had done most of the job for them after all, bringing myself right to the river for prompt disposal. I could see it all play out before me. Tomorrow, they'd find my mangled body washed up somewhere. Then, the papers would come saying, Red River Ripper murders local doctor. And my body would be swept away to make room for more victims. It wouldn't just take my life, it'd lose my name. Fear turned to rage as such a thought crossed my mind. I looked up the creature and the impossible shapes it took, my gaze alight with utter fury. I may not have killed it, but I could deny it one more victim, and everything that was mine. I raised my knife one more time, and in one quick slash, severed the part of my shirt it grasped. The other arm shot out to grab me, but the shock of my escape delayed them long enough for the river to take me. The cold of the water struck me like lightning. and after the initial shock caused my focus to lapse. I had just enough strength to break the surface. Not to breathe, of course, but to see what may be following me. I spied the bridge, already a mere speck in the distance, and atop it stood the creature. It never moved to follow, even from the shoreline. It simply stood there, holding the only piece of me it would ever get. "Fuck you!" I remember shouting, overcome by my feeling of triumph. I win! I win! It was a moment I savor even to this day. Rare is it that I find such ecstasy even from my victims. It was the greatest victory I've ever known, but it was not yet complete. I floated on the river for hours, letting it carry me far away from the creature, until the sun finally rose. Only then, when I felt the monster could not find me, I drifted to the river's edge and crawled ashore. I had been swept miles away to a town just south of my starting point. It was a tiny place as insignificant as the dirt blowing through its streets, but thankfully had a police station in town. I remember marching through the door, dragging river water with every step, finding the nearest officer and saying, "Greetings, I am the Red River Ripper. Would you be so kind as to arrest me?" They didn't believe me, of course, but it was easy to convince them. I outlined my crimes in exquisite detail and took them out to see my trailer. Despite the damage, there was enough evidence within to finally arrest me. I plead guilty at the trial and was, to the shock of no one, sentenced to death. News spread fast of my crimes and the chilling efficiency with which they were undertaken. It was undeniable who I was and what I had done. I couldn't have asked for more. But that was not the best part. The 10 men whom the creature had killed were all attributed to me, and I was more than happy to accept such an honor. I hope that creature, whatever it was, knows what I did, and I hope it hates me for it. Maybe it will come for me. I see no reason why it could not. Perhaps it will disguise itself as one of the guards, or even the inmates. Perhaps no. Why be subtle when such a tremendous insult has been delivered? After all, I'm a dead man already. I would at least want to die knowing how great of a wound I delivered. It has not come, however. The days have grown old, and yet here I am, rotting in a cell. I wonder if it does not care like I do. Perhaps it was simply a bloodthirsty animal. Perhaps what it did was simply a means of covering its tracks, or even worse, an accident. I fear it does not think of me. It is now 6 months since my conviction. The media attention my crimes assumed has died down. Now, I doubt any of you know who the Red River Ripper even is. This is why I write this now. I have made friends with a group of smugglers in my prison. If they are true to their word, they will find some way to make this message public. I do not know if I will leave to see it published, though the hope that someone may yet see this gives me a drive like nothing I have ever known. To whomever finds this, I leave you with this. I have killed a great many people. For their sakes, do not forget me or what I did. And if any you are to run across a beast with bodies upon bodies coalescing within, kill it, and in its last moments, remind it of me. Let the last thought on that monster's mind be me. Story. I can see people's auras, and it's a curse. Yes, I can see people's auras, and I hate saying it so bluntly. It makes me sound like some hack psychic who fakes the ability as a means of exploitation and a paycheck. I've never made money from my ability. I've never taken advantage of it. And, until now, I've never spoken of it to anybody. But I really do see them, and I'm starting to view it as more of a curse. I have a reason for typing this out, and I assure you, there isn't a happy ending. For me, it's quite simple. I see a faint light surrounding people, everyone, and in that light, I can see their morality. The brighter and more translucent the light is, the better the person. The darker and opaquer, the worse. Dim and partly translucent are morally ambiguous. To simplify things, those are the 3 ways I describe them. Dark equals evil, bright equals good. Dim equals somewhere in between. It's strange. I've always viewed the people with gray, dim auras as arbiters, mediators. The people in between, who aren't one or the other, and will always have difficult decisions to make. I was a child when I first became aware of my gift. It didn't take long to figure out that the brighter auras were kinder to me and selfless. While both of my parents are good people, my father's aura was quite a bit brighter than my mother's. As a result, he was always far more patient and understanding with me. It was clear to see that my teachers and fellow students with brighter auras were usually friendlier and more compassionate. The dark auras were the stereotypical fighters, lunch money stealers, and bullies. I would say I was around 8 years old when I fully figured out that I have a gift that most people don't have, that possibly nobody else has. I've read some of the New Age websites and alternative medicine articles that give their take on aura reading. While I believe that the vast majority of it is bullshit, I expect there must be at least some other people out there with my ability. So I don't want to completely dismiss those people as an outright hoax. It's just that, for me, it doesn't work anything like the way those websites describe. I've visited numerous aura readers and psychics. Most of them have dim or dark auras themselves, and I'm certain they don't really hold this power. I'm not saying all psychics are terrible people. I visited a few who had very bright auras. They were unable to convince me that they really have psychic powers, but they at the very least use their deception to try and help people. You need to understand, I'm going to end this entry by sharing a terrifying event that is happening to me. But before I get to that, I think there are a few more things I need to explain. I imagine many of you are curious as to what type of aura is the most common. I'm happy to tell you that the majority of people are somewhere between dim and bright. I see very few dark auras. This isn't scientific, and I haven't traveled the world plotting out charts and graphs, but I'd estimate around 60% of people are brightish, around 25% dimmish, leaving just around 15% darkish. Again, these are just estimates. What's the precise difference between, say, bright and dim? I have no idea. But rest assured, there is far more bright in the world than dark. The next thing I'd like to discuss is children. I can see a person's aura right from birth, and I've never encountered an aura changing as someone ages. I'm not sure what this means for the whole nature versus nurture debate. And I'm not saying that everyone with a dark aura always behaves terribly, or vice versa. A person with a bright aura might be born in horrible conditions, acquire a drug problem, and then resort to thievery to feed their addiction. I think the difference is this: a bright aura thief with a horrible upbringing may rob someone, but they would never intentionally hurt someone in the process. A dark aura thief would kill someone if they could get away with it without even a second thought. Another interesting note: I find the ratio between bright, dim, dark to be similar across pretty much all human activities. Whether I'm at a church or a death metal concert, it always seems to be around that same 60-25% minus 15% ratio. I once visited a federal prison and was shocked to see that at least half of the prisoners had bright auras. I had to be at the prison in person to see this because I can't see auras on photographs, television shows, movies, or even in mirrors. I can only see auras in the real world. Another strange thing, I can't even see my own aura. I assume and hope I would be on the brighter spectrum, but I can't see it. The brightest person I ever saw worked as a social worker. She shone so bright that it was difficult for me to even look at her. Based on the way people acted in her presence, I think that almost everyone around her could sense her brightness in a subconscious way. Everyone loved her. She had donated a kidney to someone she barely even knew. She had a special needs adopted child. Most of the money she earned was donated to various charities. And that's only the little that I knew of her. This woman shined so brightly that she scared me. It was scary that someone could be so good, but it wasn't nearly as scary as the darkest person I ever saw. I was 20 years old at the time, leaving a club downtown at 2 a.m. A man quietly walked down the street. I didn't see him at first, but I noticed the light dimming around me. This man was so dark that he partly absorbed the light around him. I looked at him long and hard. He looked desperate, cruel, and callous. When he looked up and locked eyes with me, it made me fall back. He smirked, as though he knew what I could see. I saw his face up close. I would never forget it, and I recognized it when I saw his mugshot a few weeks later in the newspaper. He had murdered his ex-wife and 2 children in cold blood. I think I need to get to it now. The reason why I'm writing this out. I fell in love a year ago. She didn't shine anywhere near as bright as what I've seen before, but she most assuredly wasn't dark or even dim. She was beautiful. Her sense of humor, her wit, her everything. She was my dream woman, and I've never told her anything at all about the auras I see. I could go into far more about her, but this isn't a love story. What's important is this: we fell in love. She got pregnant. We got married. We were happy. We were so happy. I remember hearing the buzz of my phone 2 mornings ago. I remember my excitement when I saw, "It's happening. Come to the hospital." I remember my frustration when I got stuck in traffic. I remember how long it took to find a parking spot. I remember shouting at a nurse, "What room is my wife in?" I remember bursting through a door and seeing the smile on my wife's face. I remember seeing the doctor, his light shining so bright, as he told me, "Congratulations, it's a boy." The doctor held him up to me, and all the light in the room dissipated. "No, this can't be," I remember saying. The doctor put him in my arms. The darkness around my son was so absolute that I could barely even see him. He was a void. He was so dark that the world barely even existed around him. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced. I started weeping. I think my wife and the doctor thought they were tears of joy, but they weren't. Lord knows they weren't. I think back to the dark outline around that man that murdered his family. It was up to that point the darkest I'd ever seen. But the darkness around my son was 100 times worse, 1,000 times worse. And what could possibly be 1,000 times worse than murdering your entire family? It's been 2 days. We're home now. My son's darkness is so extreme that it dims the hallway leading to his room. My wife knows something is wrong. I think she suspects I'm having regrets about having children at all. If only she knew. What do I do? He's my son. Just 20 minutes ago I stood above him, holding a pillow over his face, but I couldn't do it. Not yet anyway. A man who could murder his 2-day-old baby boy. What color would his aura be? And here's the thought that keeps going through my mind as I sit here alone. The fathers of our worst, the Adolf Hitlers, Joseph Stalins, Timothy McVeighs, if their fathers knew what they would become, would they murder them in the cradle? Would they have the strength to hold down the pillow as long as it takes? I can see the door of my son's room from my office. The hallway seems to be growing darker. I look down at my hands as I type this. Maybe I'm going crazy, but there seems to be an aura around my hands and arms now. It's gray. It's dim. Maybe it's always been dim. I'm looking down at the pillow beside me. The grayish, dim outline around my hands more apparent than ever. Maybe it's time. Maybe this is why I have this gift. It all comes down to right now. Maybe it's time. I think it's time. Story. My friend and I made ghost pornography for fun. It's not funny anymore. I have been a nude model for 2 years. It started off with sexy cosplay, then I photographed suicide girls style, and finally, when I had people up to pay enough, solo porn. I used to live in a crappy kitchenette, but once I was successful enough, I was able to afford a nicer place. Things got better when I moved in with my new roommate, but also weirder. I'm not using our real names or our artistic names here because I'm scared as fuck. My new roomie Savannah was a cheerful and sweet girl. Her perky personality had flocked plenty of followers and fans, way more than I had myself, and she was making some good money. For instance, she was a homeowner at 22. Her place was huge, and she decided to rent her extra room for an attractive price, as long as the other resident was fine with her vast collection of sex toys being displayed in the living room. I thought that was hilarious, and we immediately hit it off, so the other resident became me. The fact that we were both nude models helped our friendship, but to be fair, I had met some other girls in my field before, and most of them were a stick in the mud. Savannah was nice, tidy, and amazingly respectful of my personal space. She didn't act like she owned the place, even though she literally did. I had spent a good few months before things started to go south. So, Ayla, Savannah approached me over breakfast. Would you be willing to collab with me? I have a request for a private 2-girl job, and I thought it made sense to invite you first, since it will be so much easier to arrange our schedules. I wasn't doing much, just my nightly streaming, my regular sets, and my sets for Patreons. I asked more about the job. Well, she laughed. I have to tell you, it's one of a kind. It's nothing dehumanizing or anything, but it's weird as fuck. This guy, he jerks off to shadows. He wants us to pretend we're fucking them. Fucking the shadows? I asked and laughed loudly. She confirmed, laughing too. It was insane, but relatively harmless, like when some guy paid me $5,000 to legally bind me to not show my feet to any other man but him for a whole year. So I only take my socks off to shower, and it's been months since I don't go to the beach. When Savannah told me how much the client was willing to pay for such a thing, I was immediately in. It will be so embarrassing, but kind of fun, right? I said. Yeah, and with that I can finally stop taking private requests and focus on other things, Savannah replied happily. She's sort of a do-it-all artist. Model, photographer, painter, and so on. A few more email exchanges with Shadowfucker at redacted.com, and he had approved of me and discussed the details with Savannah. He wanted 2 videos a week, on Mondays and Thursdays, and each should be at least 30 minutes long. A very reasonable request, considering that, with my share of what he was paying, I could drop everything else and still live comfortably. He would send us the equipment before the first week, then outfits every 2 weeks. I was the one to receive the large box from UPS, as Savannah wasn't home. I knew she had a P.O. box to avoid disclosing her real address, but this one came straight to our place. Weird, but considering how big this client was, I could understand her making an exception for him and didn't say anything about it. Later that day, we opened the box. It contained some light strobes, a few large but hollow wooden and metal objects, 8 sets of costumes, wigs included, a photograph, and a small package marked otherworldly condoms. Wow, imagine being this lunatic. Savannah grabbed the little package laughing, then opened one of them. They looked nothing like regular condoms. They were more like those plastic bags you use to freeze stuff, but the material was so much thinner and slightly iridescent. That's probably something he made up to make it more realistic, right? I asked, then read the instructions aloud. When having sex with the shadows, make sure to protect your whole groin with otherworldly condoms. They can unfold to thrice its size. The outfits were actually cute, and we spent some time deciding when we were going to use each of them. The client had perfectly guessed our sizes. Then the photograph finally caught my attention. It showed the right way to arrange the equipment on the room, but funnily enough, the room depicted was incredibly alike to Savannah's studio, our 3rd bedroom. Unlike me, she didn't often shoot in her own bedroom, preferring to use a mostly neutral room where she could set up scenarios or just take cleaner pics and videos. I couldn't help but feel that the picture had been taken exactly in her studio, at the very place we lived. The day of our first video came, a Monday. It didn't take us more than 15 minutes to set up the whole equipment on the studio, exactly like the picture showed. The objects projected large shadows on the room, and the lights were set to slowly move on their own. So our interaction with the shadows was like the strangest sexy dance, but at least we weren't standing still for half an hour pretending to fondle the same empty spot. Despite thinking that it was wacky, Savannah was a professional, and she diligently used the otherworldly condoms as requested. I used them as well, and for 35 minutes, we pretended to fuck shadows. I felt utterly ridiculous, but being used to doing solo videos, I pretty much knew how to do it. The color of the lights and the outfits really helped set a soothing mood that made it all less shameful. Savannah then turned off the cameras and looked at me. It wasn't awful, was it? It was okay, I agreed. I could make a fool of myself for some good money. Do you want to shoot a second one and end this week early? Before I could reply, her phone buzzed loudly. From unknown number. Remember, shoot twice a week, separately. We stared at each other in confusion. Maybe there's a mic hidden in the equipment? I suggested. We searched the whole room but found nothing. I didn't think much about it. Rich people are controlling. They know things, always. The client knew when we were going to film the first video, and of course he figured we would consider doing everything on the same day, instead of having to disassemble the set and reassembling it again. I went about my day, and nothing strange happened. Savannah seemed much more alive because now she had time for her hobbies, and I was doing well enough to start sending my family some money, something I had wanted to do for a long time. We were to send him the first video on the day we recorded the second, and so on. On Thursday, Savannah told me the client loved our first video and looked forward to the next. To get us a little more comfortable with our weird thing, we had some wine and put on jazz music. This time things went smoothly, but I kept hearing some humming while we pretended to fuck the shadows. I was sure it wasn't coming from the music. I asked Savannah, and she didn't hear anything. Maybe you're a bit drunk? Slow down on the wine next time, homegirl. For our video number 3, I was completely sober and asked Savannah to do it without music. She agreed, and in the total silence, I still heard the humming. It was a humming that wasn't there before, and it didn't come from the light strobes either. I was so focused on it and intrigued that my face looked really unsexy, and Savannah's editor called to ask if there was an issue. She just keeps listening to some humming. Yeah, I'll tell her to see a doctor. Think you can mostly show her from behind? Cool, you're an angel. Savannah looked more worried about me than anything else, so I promised to see a doctor. Maybe something was wrong with my ear, even though something only felt off while we filmed the videos. At least now I could afford some high-quality healthcare. Between the filming of videos 3 and 4, I got my ears checked, but they were perfectly normal. Savannah reiterated that it was totally cool if I wanted to give up on this freaky fetish video thing, and she would get another girl for that. No hard feelings. But I didn't feel like the videos were the problem. There was just this weird thing I couldn't quite understand. On video 4, Savannah was tipsy and seemed to be really enjoying herself. I felt a little guilty that she was clearly overcompensating for the fact that I was worried and gloomy on the previous video. The humming evolved to whispers, and for the first time, I heard, no, it was more like understanding for the context, with the intuitive side of my brain, a few words. I actually like this. At last, that's what I foretold, that the whispers said. It probably sounded more like Svuls s els alls, dls s, wows, swals. Once again, I didn't tell anyone. I was almost convinced that I was actually being crazy. It was just an eerie feeling because I was stripping to and groping empty spaces twice a week. On the Friday after recording video 4, we got a new box with outfits. There was another photograph instructing us to rearrange the lights and boxes to, I imagine, create different shapes with the shadows. I couldn't restrain myself this time. Savannah, don't you think this pic looks exactly like your studio? Yeah, that helps a lot, right? She smiled, and then slowly realized what I meant, her smile withering. She grabbed the photo from my hand. Oh, now that you said it, it's quite alike. But of course no one broke into the house, right? I think that's a standard room. But she sounded shaken. I think that's the reason why she completely forgot the otherworldly condom. We made the preparations as usual. Changed the setting as the photo instructed, dressed up, put on our wigs and makeup. The whispering immediately started, and for a moment I got lost in it, trying to understand. A buzzing sound, then another. There's food today. It tastes good. Then Savannah screamed. I didn't realize she wasn't wearing the otherworldly condom either. Not until I saw her groin covered by the blackest of blacks, then her legs disappearing into the darkness of the shadows. Like she was involved by long and thick pieces of deep black fabric, her torso and head disappeared too. She didn't seem to be in pain, but in shock, everything was so quick and uncanny. I reached out for her, but there was nothing there. My hands grasped thin air. I immediately turned off the light strobes, turned on the normal lights, and moved all the boxes around. They were still hollow as ever, and Savannah was nowhere to be found. I then searched the whole house fruitlessly. It's ludicrous to say that, but shadow people took my friend. I sat on the floor and cried, worried about Savannah and about what I would tell the police about her disappearance. I was a mess, and decided to cancel my live streaming that night for personal reasons. As soon as I opened the browser, an email notification popped on my screen. Story: my job is watching a woman trapped in a room. 3 years ago, I was looking at the local job classifieds online when one of the ads caught my eye, not because of what it said, but because it said so little. Best I remember, the ad just read, "Job available, good pay, no benefits, discretion required." It then listed an email address, and that was all. At the time, I was managing a music store, but I had already started hearing rumors we would be shutting down within the next year, and the likelihood of a transfer to another store was slim. I had been morosely looking at job listings for the last few days, but this was the first one that stood out, if only because I was bored and it was weird. So I sent an email. Half an hour later, I had a response, telling me to go to a particular office building in an upscale part of the city at a precise time for my screening. I went, and after waiting for a few minutes in the lobby, I was taken into an office where I was given a series of forms and questionnaires to fill out. They collected them and told me they would be in touch. I had almost forgotten about the whole thing, until a month later I got a call saying I had moved on to the second stage of the hiring process. I was again given an address and time, and when I arrived, this time it was a different nice office park 20 miles away from the first one. I was met by a man who introduced himself as Mr. Solomon. He escorted me into a large room that contained a chair and a desk. On the desk were two large monitors, a keyboard and mouse, and a bolted-down metal box with two oversized buttons on it, one red and one green. He told me this room was a model for the place I would be working if I took the job. He described the job as follows. I would be working 7 shifts of 6 hours every week. My job would be simple. I would arrive at work 10 minutes early and enter an outer area that was like a locker room. I would have my own personal locker. I would store all belongings in the locker and change into the provided work clothes. I was never, under any circumstances, to carry any item of my own into the surveillance room. I was never, under any circumstances, to take any item with me from the surveillance room. As for what I was to do in the surveillance room, I was told that the monitor on the left would constantly show a live stream from a high-definition camera in a remote location. My job was simply to watch the camera. Once an hour, I would get onto the computer attached to the right monitor and enter a brief log describing anything interesting that occurred in the last hour. I would have no pens or pencils or paper, and I should never try to take any kind of written notes about the work. As for the red and green buttons, the red button was only to be used if there was an emergency. This meant something on the video or in my workspace that required outside help. The green button was to be hit if I saw something on the video feed that was particularly noteworthy. It would tell other people somewhere that, at least in my opinion, something interesting was going on. Solomon stressed that while I was given discretion on when to use this button, I should err on the side of only using it if and when something of real significance occurred. He pointed out the camera on the ceiling of the room we were in. He said the real room would be the same. My work would be observed, and other people were watching the room on the video feed as well. He said I was only a redundancy in case other systems failed. He then smirked and asked if I knew what he meant by redundancy. I nodded, trying not to show my irritation. I don't talk that good to people, so sometimes they think I'm dumb. That's okay. Let him think that if he paid me good enough. The pay was very good. $35 an hour. This worried me. I was already thinking this was some kind of psych experiment or secret government job, which I was okay with. But that kind of money to sit and watch a screen? My mom always told me that if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. And this was seeming too good to be true. I asked if I was going to be doing anything illegal. Solomon laughed and said no. I asked if anyone was going to get hurt. Again, he shook his head no. He said the reason they were paying so much was because they needed employees that were motivated to be professional and discreet. The work they were doing was important, and for various reasons, it couldn't be discussed. If I took the job, I would have to sign papers promising I would never discuss my work there, or I could be sued or locked up. I'm only breaking that now because of everything that's happened. So I took the job, and because they wanted me to start right away, I had to quit the store with no notice. I felt bad about that, but I was excited about the new job too. It was a lot of money, and seemed like easy enough work, if a bit boring. I was nervous that there was something more to it, but I told myself I would just have to see. No point in chickening out and wasting a good chance because I let my imagination go crazy. I was given the location of the job itself, and when I went there, I was amazed that it really was just like the model room I had been shown, with only a few differences. There was a locker room you had to pass through to enter the surveillance room, and there was a small bathroom attached to the real surveillance room also. The real room had a small water cooler in the corner, but because I wasn't allowed to bring anything in with me, I had to eat before or after every shift. The biggest difference, of course, was that the monitors were turned on. The right monitor was just a black and white terminal like you see in movies sometimes. I could type in my logs, but no internet to look at or anything like that. The left monitor, it was video from a room. You would call it a bedroom, I guess, because it had a bed in it, but it had lots of other stuff too. A TV, a sofa and chairs, a couple of tables, and plenty of empty space in between. The camera must be high up in a corner, because I could see pretty much everything except for the far sides of furniture. At first, though, I didn't notice any of that stuff. All I saw was her. She looked to be a little older than me and was very pretty. When I first saw her, she was laying on her side on the sofa. That was the part of the room farthest from the camera, but the picture was very clear and I could tell that she was sleeping. I found myself leaning into the monitor more so I could see her better, and then I thought about what I was doing and felt embarrassed. It's like I was spying on her. A peeping Tom, my mom used to call it. I didn't want to be a peeping Tom, but I didn't want to be silly either. I needed to think about it slow. It was a good job, and I wasn't doing anything wrong, right? I wasn't hurting anybody. The woman looked fine, and the room was nice. She probably agreed to be there, and it's all some experiment or something. I was just overreacting. So I sat down in the chair and began my work. It didn't take long before I understood more. The woman, I took to calling her Rachel, wasn't there of her free will. I never saw her hurt, but it was clear that she never left that room, except to go into what I think is a bathroom area that my camera couldn't see. Well, she never left the room on her own. Periodically, usually a couple of times a week during my shifts, men and women in strange-looking outfits would come in and take her from the room. Sometimes she would struggle, but usually she would just go along with her head hung low. They would always bring her back, though the times when she wasn't brought back during my shift were always the worst for me. I would worry about her until I got to work the next day and saw her in the room watching TV or painting. She never looked hurt or even that upset except for when they took her, and even when she fought. They were always gentle with her. Still, I knew something was wrong. I considered quitting the job or hitting the red button and getting someone to come so I could get some answers. Or calling the police and showing them what the camera was showing me. Except I was scared. Scared of losing my job and scared of what these people might do to me if I quit or told on them. Solomon had told me when I took the job that part of being discreet was not asking questions. I would never be asked to do more than I had already been told, but I could never tell anyone what I did or saw, and I could never ask questions about what I was doing or why. So I made excuses. It was all an experiment. She was crazy or sick and they were trying to help her. She was doing a job just like I was. Or if she really was a prisoner somewhere, at least I was watching to make sure that she was okay. If they ever tried to hurt her, or I saw that she really didn't want to be there for sure, I could get help then. In a way, I told myself, I was helping to protect her by watching. I don't expect you to think much of my excuses. I don't think much of them myself, especially now, but in my defense, when things changed, I didn't ignore it or try to explain it away. I knew something had to be done. Rachel would usually paint for an hour or two every day, and it seemed to always be during my afternoon shifts. The room had no windows as far as I could tell, but I guess she either used a clock or her own body's time to keep to a kind of schedule. I always liked to watch her paint. The thing she was painting was always facing the wrong way for me to see it, but I could see her face as she worked. She always looked peaceful and happy when she was painting, and seeing her that way, smiling serenely from time to time as she got something the way she wanted it, always made my day. I first noticed something was wrong when she started painting more frequently a few weeks ago. Her expression was more focused and serious, and there was a tension to her movements that I wasn't used to seeing. At first I thought she was just really trying to work hard on something, and I wanted to tell her not to worry. Every few weeks the others would come in and take the old paintings out anyway, bringing in a new stack of, I think the word is canvas. But it was more than her being focused. Something was wrong. She didn't look happy, and she was going for hours at a time. In the span of 3 days, she had finished 4 paintings. I had been growing more and more worried watching her work. And when she finished the 4th, I found myself telling her to just stop and rest a while. I had grown accustomed to talking to the monitor, talking to her in my own way. But she didn't stop. Instead, she began moving the paintings, arranging them on the back and seat of the long sofa at the far end of the room. This was the first time I had gotten to see any of the paintings. Even when the others were taking them out, they always seemed to be turned away from the camera. I was still worried about her, but I was also happy to finally see something she had worked on. Happy and amazed. They were beautiful. One was a beautiful green forest. Another was an old stone well. A third was a house sitting alone on a small island. The last was an old-fashioned looking movie theater. All of them looked like something out of a dream, with trailing lines of color mixing in the air around them, like leaves caught in a wind. It was only when I looked close that I realized the lines of color weren't random. They were words, easy to miss if you weren't looking close, and by themselves, they didn't seem to mean much. Just the ghost of a word somewhere in each of the paintings, easy to lose in everything else that was being shown. I leaned into the monitor and squinted, trying to read the words. Then my heart started thudding as I made them out. Blinking and rubbing my eyes, I looked again, reading them out loud in order left to right, top pair, then bottom. Please, help me, Thomas. I pushed back from the monitor, my hand over my mouth. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how any of this could be happening. It wasn't just that she was asking for help, though that was a big part of it. It was that my name is Thomas. I thought about the camera above me and took my hand away from my face. I rolled back to the desk and sat there, trying to stop from shaking, trying to make myself take a breath. Think about it slow. The first thing was, should I hit a button? The red button was for an emergency. If she was a prisoner or something, and she was trying to escape, they might think that was an emergency. But no one had been hurt that I knew of, and I think Mr. Solomon meant save that for something that was like a police or ambulance emergency, not something like this. But what about the green button? This was definitely something noteworthy. Not only that she was asking for help, but that she was asking me for help. I made myself stop for a moment. I couldn't know for sure she was asking me. I had gone to school with several boys named Thomas. It was a common name. But the chances of her painting that name when I was working here, I didn't want to be silly, but I wasn't trying to be too, what's that word? Mom used to say it when she read her angel books. Skeptics. I didn't want to be a skeptic either. I had to believe it was probably meant for me, and that was something they would want to know. But should I hit the green button? My hands were drifting toward the metal box on the desk, but I hesitated. I didn't like breaking rules, and I was scared of what would happen if I broke these. If they really were holding her prisoner, then they were probably very bad people, but I didn't know that. Maybe they were good and she was bad, but I looked back at the monitor for the first time since reading the words. Rachel was already moving the paintings back off the sofa, as though she knew the message had been received. A canvas in each hand, she glanced up at the camera as she moved across the room, and it felt like she was looking right at me. My chest tightened as my hands moved away from the buttons. I didn't think she was bad. I had watched her for years. I felt like I knew her, would know if she was bad. Strange as it seemed, in a way she was my friend, and I was going to try and help her. I spent the rest of my shift trying to act normal and think of what to do. I knew whoever else was watching might have noticed the paintings or seen how I acted, but I couldn't worry about that. I would try to play it cool and try to think how I could help her. The only people I had actually met connected to this job were a couple of people when I filled out the papers, and then Mr. Solomon when he showed me the model room and told me the job. I had no way of contacting any of them except through the buttons. My checks were deposited electronically, and I had never run into anyone else who worked at the surveillance room. That thought made me stop a second. I had always thought it was weird that I never ran into someone when I was coming or going the person I was taking over for or the person who was taking over for me. I had always figured there must be other people, other surveillance rooms even, and they just scheduled us so we didn't run into each other. And I still thought there were others. Part of why I thought that was because it seemed like I wasn't the only person who used my surveillance room. The water cooler, the toilet paper, the soap, they all seemed to go down faster than I think I was using it by myself. If that was true, maybe I could figure out who they were, and maybe they would be safer to talk to than whoever it was that I worked for. I got off work at 8 that night, and instead of grabbing some food and going home, I drove my car around the block and then parked down the street from the building where I worked. Nothing had changed while I drove around for a minute to no new cars had parked or anything, and if I was right, they didn't send anyone to replace me until they were sure I was gone anyhow. So I sat and waited. I was tired, and the street was pretty empty and boring, but I was too excited and scared to fall asleep. Every time a car passed or someone walked down the sidewalk, I tensed. I kept imagining a SUV or van pulling up behind me, men getting out and pulling me from my car, taking me somewhere like where they had Rachel to kill or torture me. Half a dozen times, I almost cranked up and drove away, but every time I would think of her alone in that room, she had no one but me to help her, and I had to try. 2 hours later, a fat balding man parked and started heading for the building. As soon as I saw he was able to unlock the door and enter, I opened my car door to go talk to him. Then I stopped. I needed to be smart. I didn't know where they were, but I was sure there were hidden cameras in the locker room and outside the building. If I go running in there and confront that guy, they'll know for sure that I'm up to something. Sighing with frustration, I shut the door back and waited until his shift was over. I considered tailing him like in the movies, but I was scared I would just lose him, or he would call someone for help. So I waited until he was walking back to his car after a 6-hour shift, hopefully far enough away that the cameras wouldn't see. And then I met the man I came to know as Charles Jeffries. Hey man, can I talk to you for a minute? His back was to me, and he just waved his hand absently without looking up. Sorry, I don't have any money. Have a good... He froze as he glanced back at me while talking. Oh God, number. You need to get out of here, kid. We aren't allowed to talk. I could tell he was scared, but I couldn't risk letting him go yet, not after all this. I stepped up and pushed the door back shut as he was trying to get into his car. So you know who I am? I tried to not sound mean, but I could hear how mad I was in my voice. He yanked at the door again, but I was still holding it, and I was stronger than he was. After a second, weaker tug, he turned around, his face strained and tired looking. Yeah, I know who you are. You work here just like me. And I'm telling you, we aren't supposed to be talking. We aren't supposed to meet, ever. I frowned. Mr. Solomon never told me that. He never said it was one of the rules. The man shook his head. Mr. Solomon. Yeah. Well, there are plenty of rules they don't tell you. I bet they didn't tell you what you were going to be watching before you started, did they? When I just lowered my eyes, he went on. Yeah, me either. I've been at this job for 10 years. I've seen other people come and go, usually because they broke one of those rules they never mentioned. The only reason I'm still here is because I keep my head down and my mouth shut. He wagged a finger at me. You should do the same, if it's not already too late. I felt my stomach curling into a cold knot. Too late? The man rubbed his face. Kid, do you think they don't know we're talking? Do you think anything happens that they don't know about? He looked back toward the building, a look of sadness and fear in his eyes. Hell, for all I know, you've already killed us both. Shaking his head, he pushed me back and started opening the door. Either way, I'm done risking it. You need to stop asking questions and just do your job. It's a lot healthier. With that, he got into his car and shut the door. I didn't try to stop him this time. Even though I had already been worried about what he was telling me, hearing it confirmed was paralyzing. What exactly was my plan? He probably didn't know any more than I did, and even if he did, what could I do with anything he told me? I walked back to my car with a heavy heart. I was still afraid, but more than that, I was sad and ashamed. I wanted to help Rachel, but I wasn't sure how. I wasn't giving up, but as I drove back to my apartment, I couldn't think of what I should do next. This wasn't a movie. I wasn't a hero. And the only ideas I had left were to either go to the police, who might be controlled by whoever I worked for, or try to get proof of her being held prisoner myself. As I parked my car and walked into my apartment building, I made a decision. Unless I thought of something better overnight, I would do both ideas. Tomorrow I would break the rule about carrying anything in. I'd use my phone to record a video of the surveillance room, of Rachel and how she was trapped somewhere, and of me telling everything else I knew. And I would email it to every newspaper, website, and internet channel I could think of. I'd then go to the police and give them a copy too, if I could make it that long without getting caught. Maybe if I did all that, even if they got me, someone would help Rachel. I was filled with worry and dread at the idea of being hurt or killed. A part of me kept saying I should just do as I was told and hope that it all went away. But I couldn't live with myself if I did that. Even if I messed up, I felt like I had to try. I was so preoccupied that I didn't hear the person coming up behind me as I unlocked my apartment door. Thomas? I turned around and felt my legs weaken as I stumbled back against my door. I had to be dreaming or crazy. I grabbed the doorknob for support as I looked at the woman in front of me. It couldn't be her, but somehow it was. Rachel? She hesitated a moment before breaking into a smile. Is that what you call me? I like it. My name is actually Melanie, though. I felt my face reddening. Of course her name wasn't actually Rachel. That was just something I made up in my head. Still, my embarrassment couldn't keep up with my confusion and joy. Is it really you? She nodded. Yeah, it's me. Rachel? Melanie grunted as I stepped forward and started hugging her. Laughing, she hugged me back for a moment, but then she whispered in my ear, Thomas, we need to talk and not out here. Can we go inside? I broke away and nodded, wiping at my eyes as I tried to finish unlocking the door with a shaking hand. My heart was pounding and I still felt like I was in a strange and wonderful dream, but when we had gotten inside and sat down on my living room sofa, I forced myself to focus on the biggest question I had. How? Melanie had still been smiling as we sat down, but now she looked worried and sad. Thomas, that's what I'm here to tell you. Things aren't like you think they are. They never have been. I frowned, a new line of fear cutting through my happy haze. What do you mean? She held the bridge of her nose for a moment, looking down like she was trying to figure out how to say whatever it was she had to say. Thomas, you're part of a psychological experiment. I've been a part of it for longer than you have as one of the actors, and I still don't know all the details. I'm pretty sure it's run by some government agency, and I know they're investing a lot of money and time into it, but for what reasons, that I'm not so sure. I realized I was wringing my hands. No, that wasn't right. It couldn't be right. This was some kind of trick. Melanie went on. What I do know is that you're being watched as a long-term subject. They have constructed this whole scenario where you do a secret job watching someone, me, who looks like they might be trapped. They give you instructions and a way of making choices. You've got buttons or something you can choose between, right? I nodded weakly, my tongue thick in my throat. Yeah, a red one and a green one. She sighed and nodded. I think they're testing how much you'll obey, what choices you'll make based off of your morals, your intelligence, and your fear. It's interesting, or at least I thought so when I first joined up 6 years ago. They've never officially given me many details, just the overall gist. But people talk. The other actors and me, sometimes we hear things, and we gossip. She smiled sadly. That's what caused me to start feeling bad. I interrupted. Other actors? Melanie's eyes widened. Oh shit, yeah, sorry. I think they still call him Mr. Solomon, and there are others too. When I just stared at her, she went on. Anyway, for a long time it was just the normal job, right? I spend 6 hours a day acting like I'm this trapped girl, mainly faking painting or watching TV. You know, boring stuff. I couldn't help but interrupt again, hating the hurt trembling in my voice. You faked the painting? You aren't really painting those wonderful pictures? Now Melanie looked embarrassed. No, sorry. I can't paint a bit. I'm a pretty good singer, though. She tried to smile but faltered. Reaching forward, she touched my arm. That's why they always have the paintings turned where you can't see them. They're already done beforehand. All you ever see is some blank canvases and, well, when they want me to show you something, her expression darkened as she went on. That's why I had to break the rules and contact you. When they started doing this hidden message, mind game bullshit, I got worried. Worried you would take it too serious, that you could get hurt, or even hurt yourself. As soon as you left your shift tonight, I talked to one of the guys in the video department. He told me about how you had reacted. Showed me how you were still parked down the street from the building. I drove over the bedroom, said is in a building outside of town. I saw you sitting in your car, and I almost approached you then, but I was scared of getting caught and fired, so I parked and waited until I could follow you somewhere else and let you know I was okay. She blinked back tears. I'm ashamed to say I almost left a couple of times. I don't want to lose this job, and I tried to tell myself you would be okay after a day or two. I could get them to change the script enough that you felt like I was okay and wouldn't worry too much. I felt an angry heat growing in my chest. Well, that's nice of you. She looked up, her eyes red. I know, I'm a shit. I'm so sorry. I was being selfish and cowardly, but I didn't actually leave. And then when I saw Charlie leaving the building, saw you running over to talk to him, I knew they were escalating it even further. Charlie? Melanie rolled her eyes in frustration. Shit, yeah, sorry. Charlie Jeffries. He's another actor. In an earlier version of the experiment, he actually played Mr. Solomon, but they decided he wasn't scary enough, so now he's usually in one of the suits. He's actually done that for your version a lot. You just can't recognize him under all that getup they wear. I kept curling and uncurling my hands on my lap. It was all too much. I felt like a pinball going between anger and relief and embarrassment and confusion. So all that stuff he told me, that was all just to scare me? See how I'd react? She nodded as she sniffled and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Yes, I'm sorry. That's why I knew I couldn't wait any longer to tell you. I could see how worried and scared you were going back to your car. I pulled my arm back from her touch. Well, thanks, I guess. At least you stopped me before I went to the police and looked like a joke in front of them, too. I just wanted her gone, her sympathetic, pitying eyes off of me. Thanks for stopping by and letting me in on it. I tried to make my voice sound hard and unfeeling, but it came out watery instead. Standing up, I turned away from her so she couldn't see as I started to cry. If you don't mind, I need time to think about everything. It's a lot. A moment passed, and then her hand was on my shoulder. Thomas, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about. They are very good at what they do. All you did was what you thought was right, because you're a good man. I shrugged. I thought that you were in trouble and I wanted to help. She gently turned me toward her, and when I looked up, she smiled and sniffed again. I know, but you need to realize, most people wouldn't have tried to help. Not when it meant giving up their job or risking themselves like that. Not for a stranger. I wiped at my face as I looked away. Well, I still feel dumb, but I'm glad it's not real. I'm glad you're okay, that we both are. I paused and caught her eye again. We are, aren't we? Safe, I mean. She hesitated before nodding. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, they have a lot invested in whatever this is, and the fact that they're willing to go as far as they have with you makes me wonder, but I've never seen any signs of anyone getting hurt. I think the worst that could happen is one or both of us gets fired. I felt my face getting red again. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to quit tomorrow. I'll finally get to hit their damn buttons, maybe both of them. I started to smile, but then I saw the look on Melanie's face. Thomas, please don't do that. I don't think they would hurt us, but if you up and quit, they'll figure out I've talked to you. I don't think they watch us all the time, but I don't know what they can find out. You know, tracking cell phones, spy satellites, whatever. I'm taking a big risk just being here, and I don't want them catching on. I took a step back from her. So, you want to keep getting paid to trick people like me? She reached out and grabbed my right hand. I had been clenching it unconsciously, and it relaxed at her touch. No, I don't want to, but I wasn't expecting this. How the experiment has changed, getting to actually meet you. I can't do it long term, but another month or two to save up money. Now that you're in on it and won't be scared or hurt by it anymore? She smiled. That I can do. That we can both do. We can keep going like normal, take some more of their money, and then one of us can quit. The next month, the other one can. How does that sound? I shrugged uncertainly. It made some sense, and once I had calmed down, it would probably make more. She gave my hand a squeeze. And when this is all over, I want to get to know you better. I know I've been playing a role, but for the most part, that's been me you've been watching all this time. I think it's only fair. I get to see more of you too." She blushed, assuming you're interested in that. I felt my hand growing clammy in hers as my stomach fluttered. "Well, I mean, yeah, I would really like that." Swallowing, I added, "How long do we have to wait to see each other again?" Melanie grinned at me. "Work another month or so, save what you can, and then quit. I'll wait another 2 or 3 weeks, and then I'll do the same." And then she looked up at the ceiling as she pondered it for a moment, and I was struck again by how beautiful she was, even if she was a little different in person than I had imagined. "3 months from tonight, we'll meet right here. I'll come over and we can start getting to know each other better. How's that sound?" Returning her smile, I nodded. "That sounds great." When she left a couple of minutes later, part of me hated to see her go, but another part was relieved. I was so exhausted, and while I was so happy she was okay and we had finally met, I felt like the burned up wire in an old light bulb. I needed time alone. Time to think and calm down, and most of all, time to rest. I didn't really even remember falling asleep, and when I woke up, I realized my alarm had been buzzing for over 30 minutes. I jumped up and raced to get to my shift at work. As she had been leaving, Melanie had stressed again how we needed to act completely the same. That meant not freaking out, but it also meant not acting like everything was okay either. If I suddenly showed no signs of being worried about her, that would tip them off too. I promised, and she left after a brief hug and kiss. Remembering that now, through the haze of my tiredness the night before, it felt like a dream. Still, I went into the surveillance room with a much lighter heart. I didn't have to worry or feel guilty anymore about not helping her, and there was some satisfaction in finally pulling one over on the people that had tricked me for so long. Besides, in 3 months I would be done with this place and get to see raw Melanie again, in person at least, because I got to watch her on the video feed as soon as I came into work. She was asleep when I first got there, and I found myself wondering if she was as tired as I still felt. When she woke up later and started reading a book, I found myself beginning to smile and had to stop myself. I should still be worried acting, not smiling like I had a crush. I had to do better so Melanie didn't get in trouble. An hour or so later, she started working on another of her paintings. Watching her work, I was amazed at how real it all looked. It was hard to see everything from my angle, but I would have sworn she had paint on those brushes and was really painting whatever was on the canvas. I found myself feeling proud of her. She really was a great actress. Not only didn't I see her giving any clues that we had met or talked, but she really did seem different in the room than she had in my apartment. I suppose that was what she had meant by playing a role. I was almost at the end of my shift, and while I hated to leave her, I had to admit that I was ready for some more sleep. Trying to guard my reactions all day had been exhausting, and I was dreading the next few weeks. But then I realized she was done painting. I expected her to just go and do something else, but instead she picked up the canvas at its edges and carefully walked it over to the sofa. Her body was blocking it at first, but then she stepped aside. It was a painting of a massive tree. The bark was a dark red, with a huge twisting trunk that broke off into a dozen branches. Those branches were covered in leaves that were so deep green, they almost reminded me of storm clouds more than the top of a tree. Like all the paintings, I felt touched by it, even now that Melanie had told me she didn't paint them. The images themselves, combined with the colors and the small details, they really were amazing. Just like this one. If you looked close enough, you could see that there were several small blackbirds in the branches of the tree. It was funny, but it almost looked like they were made out of words. I felt my heart start to hammer, and I forced myself to stay calm. No point in being silly. I knew it was all a game now, and I just had to play my part a little while longer. Still, the worried me would want to know what the words said, so I might as well try to read them. I squinted, following the birds right to left and top to bottom. That girl isn't me. I looked away from the painting to see Rachel staring up at me. She looked terrified. Oh no. I had to do something, and I had to do it right now. If Melanie was somehow a fake, that meant they must have sent her. And if they sent her, That meant they knew. They knew about the messages in her painting. They knew about me asking questions. And they knew I didn't hit a button during any of it. I felt panic and fear crawling up my chest, making it hard to breathe. Standing up, I started pacing, periodically glancing back at the monitor to see if Rachel could help me, tell me what I needed to do next. But she had laid down on her bed. It was hard to tell for sure with her back to the camera, but I think she was crying. No, I needed to fix this, get her out of there, and if I didn't have a better plan, I'd just have to go with the one I already had. Feeling the hard eye of the ceiling camera on me, I went to the door and stepped back into the locker room. My phone was in my locker, and after messing up the combination the first time, I got the door open and got it out. Gripping it tightly, I tried to hold it by my side casually, but I knew there was little point. If they knew everything, I wasn't going to be able to hide anything. I just had to try and be fast, get some kind of message out to people that could help Rachel before they got to me. I opened the camera on the phone as I re-entered the surveillance room and hit record. It made a small beeping noise, and once I was sure it was recording, I turned the camera on myself. My name is Thomas Calhoun, and my job is watching a woman trapped in a room. This is not a joke or a movie or whatever. This is real. For 3 years, my job is to sit in this room. I moved the camera slowly around the room, taking in the door to the bathroom, the water cooler, the desk with the monitors, keyboard, and button box, and watch a video feed of a woman locked up in a bedroom somewhere. I stepped closer to the desk and made sure the monitor showing Rachel was clear and in focus. I didn't know this woman was a prisoner at first, or I tricked myself into thinking she wasn't because the money was good. Either way, I know she is now. She is in danger, and so am I. After lingering on video of her for a few more seconds to make sure every detail could be seen, I turned the camera back on myself. I had to hurry, or the video might be too big to send quickly. I was trying to stay calm, but I felt myself tearing up as I went on, and I did my best to keep my words clear. Please help her. I don't know where she is. I don't know who has her, because I don't know who I really work for, but they are bad people, and she is not safe. All I know is that I work at a building at Redacted right outside of San Antonio. Per no sleep rules, to be clear, this address is not real. I only know the names of 2 other people connected to this place. The man who hired me, Mr. Solomon, and a man who might have a job like mine, Charlie Jeffers. No, Jeffries, I think. I don't know if they are real people. I don't know if that is their real names, please. I'm not crazy. I know how this sounds. Just come here, see the room, figure out where she is and help her. And I heard the muffled sound of the outer door opening into the locker room, and I frantically fumbled with the phone to stop the recording. How do I send? Oh no, there it is. I hit the button to share and felt a new panic rising. Who should I send it to? I had only a handful of contacts, and I just selected them all. Maybe at least one of them would take it seriously and get help. As I heard the door to the surveillance room opening behind me, I hit send. Not connected to data service or Wi-Fi. Please send again when connected. What? No. I turned to see Mr. Solomon entering the room. He was flanked by 2 large men in dark suits that looked like bodyguards or something. Raising a finger, he wagged it at me. No service in here, Thomas. But then you should never need service in here, so long as you followed the rules. They took me easily. I tried to make it to the bathroom and close the door, but the 2 guards stopped me and pulled me down. They put the, what do you call them? Zipties on my hands and feet and pulled a black bag over my head. Then I was being carried out of the room, and it felt like they must have put me in the back of a van that was pulled right up to the building. I was laying on what felt like thin, weird-smelling carpet that covered a hard metal layer underneath. I heard someone get into the van with me, and I asked where we were going. If they would just take me and let Rachel go. There was a short laugh overhead, and then Mr. Solomon's voice as he told me that he would explain everything when we got where we were going. For now, he said, I needed to relax. It was a long drive, and I would need the rest. I went to say more, but then I felt a sharp pain in my neck. They had stabbed me, or no, they injected me with something. I was feeling so strange now, but I had to stay awake. I had to try and get away. I had to. Hello again, Thomas. I blinked as I began looking around. My mouth was dry and my head hurt, but otherwise I felt okay. I wasn't tied up anymore. Instead, I was laying back on a padded table, like I'd seen when I went to the doctor. But this wasn't a doctor's office. The room was large, and aside from the padded table, it held a small bed, a desk with a computer monitor on it, and a couple of chairs. Sitting in one of those chairs was Mr. Solomon. I raised up slowly, blinking at him. "Where is she? Is Rachel okay?" The man smiled. "You really are something, Thomas. Trying to be the hero, even if you don't quite know how. I respect that." Licking his lips, he leaned forward slightly. "In fact, I respect that so much that I've decided to start our new relationship with as much honesty as I'm allowed. Some of my colleagues disagree with this approach, but you know what? Fuck them. This is my project, and I think you deserve to know what's going on." Looking more serious, he stood up, lifting the gun he had been holding casually in his lap. "But before we get into the details, would you like to see Rachel?" I slid off the table and nodded as I caught myself from falling. My legs were still wobbly from whatever they had given me, but I barely noticed. "Yes, please. Let me see her. The real her." Mr. Solomon gave a small laugh and gestured toward a nearby door. "Yes, reality is always best. She's just there in the next room." I stumbled my way forward, my legs getting better as I walked, and when I grabbed the doorknob, it turned easily. I expected the door to lead to her bedroom, but instead it opened into another room, a lot like the one I had been in, though the stuff in it was different. Strange machines filled the walls, and in the back of the room was a large aquarium? I didn't know. It was a big cylinder taller than I was, and it was filled with some kind of gray liquid. There was a shape in that liquid. "Go ahead, Thomas. Feel free to go have a good look. You've earned it." I felt my stomach clenching tighter at Mr. Solomon's words, and the meanness in them. My legs felt heavy again now, but it wasn't from the drugs this time. Shuffling forward, I could see the shape was a person. Oh no, or at least a body, because it was clear from just looking at it that the person was dead. It was very well preserved, but I could see how the skin hung wrong and looked bloated in spots. Oh God, no, its hair, which had been floating like seaweed in front of its face, drifted away as I reached the glass, and I could see Rachel staring out at me. "Murderer!" I turned on Solomon and started to run toward him when he shot me. Suddenly I was on the ground, convulsing as he stepped closer. "Don't worry, Thomas, it won't kill you, just make you unable to move much for a bit." I heard more footfalls as my body began to still. "Get him up, take him back to the other room." I could barely feel anything as I was carried back to the padded table and propped up into a sitting position. This time I was strapped down, but I guessed it was more so I didn't fall off, because I couldn't move anything other than my head, and even that just a little. I could hardly see it all for crying, but I recognized the blurry shape of Solomon sitting back down in front of me. Before you ask, well, when you are able to ask anything again, yes, that is Rachel. Not a fake Rachel, not a dummy, and not some kind of trick. As I said, the time for tricks is past. Now is the time for truth. Frowning slightly, he went on. "Thomas, I understand that showing you her body that way might seem very cruel. You may hate me for it right now. I would understand it if you did. But you called me a murderer, and at least in this specific context, I think that is unfair, because I didn't kill Rachel. In truth, I've been with this aspect of the project for only 7 years." He gestured back to the door behind him. "And Rachel has been dead for over 8. I felt my eyes widen, as though they belonged to someone else's body. It was more lies, more tricks, all of it. Oh God, it had to be. "Do you know what remote viewing is?" He rolled his eyes. "Sorry, right? You can't talk right now. I'll just assume you don't." Remote viewing is a broad term for the ability to see things that are far away from you physically, to know things you shouldn't be able to know through your normal 5 senses. Some describe it as a psychic ability, though there are several schools of thought as to how and why it works. His eyes fixed on mine intently. "Because it does work, Thomas. Various governments and private organizations have studied it for a very long time, and while publicly it is always ridiculed as pseudoscience and foolish superstition, the reality is that some people have the innate ability that means it comes naturally to somehow see other places. Rachel was one of those people. She came into the program when she was 17, having been identified via a front-facing screening process that was ran as a psychological test that paid subjects well at a time when Rachel was looking to make some money. 3 months after being identified as a good candidate, she was taken, and after the initial adjustment period, she became a largely compliant asset that quickly rose to the top of our talent pool. Solomon folded his hands on his knee. I know you cared for her, Thomas, so I think this is worth sharing. Rachel was never treated badly, other than her confinement and the occasional test that was mildly unpleasant. No, we all treasured her. She was enormously talented, not just as a remote viewer, but as an artist. That's how she would convey what she saw, you understand. She would enter into an almost trance-like state when she painted, and when she was done, she would have given us a painting of images and words that provided, well, it was very valuable information. He chuckled. If you ever wondered, that's why there was always such care that the paintings were never shown to the camera. Picking at his pants, he went on. Rachel was so talented that she was selected for a new program that we thought might greatly enhance or alter her ability. We introduced something foreign into her body. At first, nothing seemed to change. If anything, the accuracy of her remote viewing was declining, which was a problem for us and for her. But then we realized that we were reading the new paintings wrong. She was able to see more clearly than ever. She just was no longer bound to only current events. Now her sight transcended time. He paused, and I realized he was enjoying telling the story. The bastard was having a good time, pausing to make it more dramatic. I would fucking kill him. While this made some of her paintings less immediately useful, they became much more valuable as we were able to decipher them. For a time, it looked as though everything was working better than we had ever hoped. His lips thinned, and then, one day, she showed a painting to the camera. It said, "Please help me, Thomas." This immediately sent up all kinds of red flags. She knew not to show paintings to the camera, and now she was trying to communicate with someone. We didn't disrupt her routine, but an intensive investigation began into who she was talking to. Was it one of her handlers? One of the technicians? Someone from her past life? But nothing checked out. Leaning back in his chair, a look of pride grew on Solomon's face as he continued. I was the one that first suggested the idea that she was, intentionally or not, knowingly or not, seeing and talking to someone in the future. I was still an outside consultant at the time, but by that point we had more strange behaviors from her, including the second message painting, "That girl isn't me." My theory made some sense, but it very quickly ran into a greater obstacle. The introduction of the foreign material had not been as seamless as we had hoped, despite her having been stable for almost 3 years since it was implanted. Whether it was due to her increasing emotional upset and stress, or simply the passage of time, she suddenly began to deteriorate. Her work became more erratic and hard to understand as her body began to decline. We were monitoring her health closely, but it didn't matter. 5 days after she painted "That Girl Isn't Me," she suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Somewhat inexplicably, we were unable to resuscitate her. The man sighed. This was a great loss, and it required adjustments of my theory. Based on everything we knew, it still made sense that she was talking to someone. Someone with access to the camera feed, and very likely someone named Thomas. If Thomas was viewing that camera footage in the future, as I believed, then he must be working for us in the future. He gave me a thin smile. And whether you believe that the future is set in stone or not, I'm all for giving it a helping hand. 7 years ago, I began the Thomas Project. Over the course of that time, I have overseen the screening and hiring of 43 men named Thomas at several different sites, all with one very specific job: to watch the videos of Rachel from just before her implant to the time of her death. I tried to speak, but my mouth still wouldn't work. I wanted to say he was lying, that it didn't make sense, that it was another trick, but I think I wanted to hear it more for myself. Because I didn't think he was lying. I didn't think it was a trick, and I thought I was starting to understand. The point wasn't really them watching the videos, of course. It was how they reacted to watching the videos, what they did, and how that matched up with what Rachel had done in response in the past. 13% quit after the first day. 38% hit either the red or the green button after the first message asking for help and saying their name. 22% attempted to contact the authorities before reaching the stage where Melanie was introduced. He shook his head slightly. I wish I could take credit for her introduction, but it wasn't my suggestion. We assumed from the "that girl isn't me" message that there was a double of Rachel introduced to you at some point, perhaps to kill you or dissuade you or find out what you knew. But it took a few tries until we felt it was well refined, and as I've pointed out, only 27% made it that far, and all of them failed the next test. He pointed at me. Her name. You see, the girl you've been watching, that talented, wonderful girl whose body is preserved in the next room? Her name was Rachel Donovan. I had always wondered if Rachel was merely seeing you, or if there was some kind of connection between the two of you. When you called Melanie Rachel, I knew that we had finally found the right Thomas, the distant point of light that our Rachel was looking at across space and time. I swallowed thickly and found I could feel my tongue, if only a little. Slurring badly, I pushed out a single word. Why? Solomon looked surprised. I'd have thought that'd be clear by now. You're our only remaining link to one of our greatest treasures. Perhaps you have a similar ability, or it may be that she forged the link purely through her own talent and will. But either way, you are important, and you have more work to do. He stood up and moved over to the table where he turned on the monitor. As it came to life, I saw it was a frozen image of Rachel's room. A tape paused where I had left off watching. Turning back to me, the man looked solemn. You have to watch the rest of it, because Rachel painted you more pictures before she died, and we have to know what they mean. I spent the next 5 days watching Rachel die. From the outside, just watching the monitor, it didn't seem that different than what I had been watching for the past 3 years. Rachel slept, she watched TV, she read, and she painted. But there were signs if you were looking for them. She seemed tired and tense, and she had taken to sleeping more. And occasionally, just every once in a while, she would glance up at the camera at me. It was then that I could see the fear and sadness in her eyes. Inside I felt like a burned-out house collapsing in on itself. At first, I refused to watch, to do anything they wanted me to do. Solomon didn't get mad at me, but just shrugged. He said while cooperation was preferred and could go a long way toward making my stay with them more comfortable, it wasn't required. If he was right, Solomon said with a thin smile, things would play out as they were meant to, regardless of what I wanted or thought I chose. Either way, he added, the video was about to start back playing and would not stop for another 5 days. Whether I wanted to spend that time getting to see her again was entirely up to me. I tried to not watch, but a part of me knew from the start I was going to. Maybe I would find some clue that they were lying about her being dead. Or Rachel could give me some advice or warning about what I needed to do next. I didn't know. What I did know is that I couldn't miss the chance to see her again. And despite knowing in my heart that she was dead and everything on the video had happened a long time ago, I still felt that by watching, I was with her somehow. She had been taken away from everything she knew when she was barely grown, trapped for years just for being special, experimented on, treated like property, kept from ever having friends or family or a life. And yet through all that, she was still beautiful. Not just on the outside, but on the inside too. I had spent years watching her, getting to know her in 1,000 tiny ways that so few people ever truly know each other. I had seen her kindness and grace in her actions, even when she was fighting against the people holding her. I had watched her strength when she woke up day after day in her prison and never gave up. And I saw the beauty of her soul in her paintings, full of swirling colors and, what was the word? Wonder. She was able to paint these things she saw with such care and love, despite living in a world that had abandoned her so completely. Well, I wasn't abandoning her. I would watch every bit of the video I could manage, try to burn into my memory every frame of her I saw, not for them and their stupid project, but for me and for her. I may not have much left to do in my life before they lock me away somewhere or kill me, but I could do this one last thing. Rachel wouldn't die alone. I watched nearly all of it, stopping only to eat quickly and use the bathroom until the last 2 days. I would ask the guards to pause it, but they would only shake their heads and say, Solomon said it had to play normally until it was finished. By the fourth day, I was in a stupor. I had already dozed some the first 3 days, but when I woke up on the fourth day, I could tell a few hours had passed. There were 2 trays of food on the bed, 1 breakfast and another lunch. I looked back at the screen in a panic, worrying I had missed something, but Rachel seemed to be just waking up too. I noticed her putting her hand to her stomach as she got out of bed and felt my own stomach twist. She was already hurting. Rachel glanced at the camera and tried to smile before moving to set up a new canvas for painting. This was the second of 3 paintings she did in those last days. The first had been the inside of an old-fashioned movie theater from the viewpoint of someone sitting in a back row. On the movie screen was just the image of a sledgehammer propped against a brick wall. I didn't understand what it meant, and I found myself scanning the picture for some message or other clue. Eventually I found what might be one, though I didn't understand it either. Rachel must have come to understand they knew what she was doing with the paintings and didn't want to stop her, because these last 3 she set up much closer to the camera. I was still squinting and studying the painting closely when I realized the flipped-up seats in the next row up had brass number plates along the front edge of the seats. Though they were upside down from the viewpoint of the painting, the angle was good enough that once I noticed them, I was able to read them. 2, 43, 26, 89. I didn't understand any of it, but I committed it all to memory, focusing all my attention on the painting until she finally took it away. Even that early on, I could tell painting was taking a lot out of her now, and like I had for so long, I found myself talking to her, telling her to go rest before I remembered her body in the next room. I almost stopped then, but no. Maybe she couldn't tell I was talking to her, or maybe she could. Either way, me talking to her couldn't hurt, and it made me feel a little less lonely and sad as I watched her. The second painting, the one she started after I woke up from falling asleep for a few hours, was stranger than the rest. It looked like it was in a room with curved walls made of tree roots, and in the center of the room was a little table made out of the same stuff. Some of the roots around the room were a deep red, but other parts, including the table thing, looked burned and black. I looked closer and saw that I could see a person's shadow over the table hands, holding some long oval-shaped bundle. I studied it for a long time, going over it again and again in my mind after she took it away. I couldn't make sense of it, of any of it. I wasn't smart enough, and I was failing her. Rachel slept for a long time after that painting. Then she got up on the 5th day, her last day, and immediately started working again. This time, she was painting faster, and while I saw her wince occasionally, she never lost her look of determination as she slashed lines and colors across the canvas. When she was done, Rachel picked up the painting and turned it toward the camera, giving me a small, tired smile as she was blocked from view. It was looking out from the front porch of a house somewhere. It was out in the country, and the morning view of the yard and the land beyond were wonderful, but closer up, the painting was of 2 hands, holding onto each other tightly. Their interlocked fingers seemed to glow red and orange in the light of the rising sun. I found myself crying as I looked at it. Part of it was because I didn't know what it meant, and I felt a growing sense of desperation at the thought that Rachel's last works might be wasted on me. Part was because I knew it had been 5 days, and I could sense I was close to the end, to her end. But there was something more to it than all that too. The last painting, even with everything else in my head and my heart pulling me down, gave me hope. Hope of what? I didn't know. But I started to think that maybe the only message Rachel had for me in that last painting was that somehow, somewhere, everything would be okay. Outside the edge of the painting, I could see motion in the room. People hurriedly coming in with some kind of medical equipment, and then the monitor went black. You've done well, Thomas. Very, very well. For the last 5 days of video, we had charted 1,047 microvariations in Rachel's behavior that we believed might correspond to your behavior, your reactions, and your emotional states while watching the video. Like before, the 2 of you remained in sync as though you were in the same room. It really is remarkable. I sat staring at Solomon. I listened to what he said, but I didn't care. I just wanted it over. Whatever this was, I just wanted it over. Clearing his throat, he went on. That's why we've decided to move the implant from Rachel's body to your own. That's one of the many reasons we've preserved her so. The foreign body was still showing signs of life all this time, but just barely, and we were afraid to attempt removal. Our hope is that, given your connection to Rachel, it will accept you. Perhaps even thrive in you more than it ever did our girl. I was suddenly on my feet, and it was only the raising of Solomon's gun that stopped me from attacking him. Don't you fucking talk about her like that. Like any of you gave a shit about her, I'll fucking kill you. Solomon's face darkened slightly as his lips thinned. No, you won't. But if idle threats make you feel better, go ahead. It will only make things harder, not easier. Feeling a stab of panicked fear, I sat back down. What is this thing you're going to put in me? The man looked at me for several seconds before responding. I'm tempted not to tell you after your stupid and, frankly, hurtful outburst, but I'll be the bigger person. Letting out a small sigh, he went on. Thomas, somewhere there is a tree. A very special tree. We suspect it is the same tree that Rachel painted for you that time, though we cannot say for sure, as we have never been able to find it. It is either hidden away very well, or it is able to hide itself from those it wishes. I just looked at him, trying to kill him, by just wanting it to be so. In any case, we have the next best thing, an ancient clipping from the tree, secured at great cost and sacrifice, and studied for a long time without much success. We have, however, in recent years been given advice that this clipping could be grown in the right soil. We thought that soil was Rachel, but while it did develop further inside of her, she died before the necessary growth was finished. Leaning forward, he smiled at me. We have it on fairly good authority, however, that you might succeed where she failed. I fought them when they came, but it didn't matter. I woke up some time later with a dull ache in my chest and a small, already healing scar on my upper stomach. I didn't really feel that different other than the little bit of pain, but I knew that would change with time. Maybe I had more time than Rachel, or maybe I had less. It didn't matter. Wait, what was that? There was some kind of soft voice. Coming from where? It wasn't in the room. It was in my head. I felt a thrill of excitement. Maybe this was Rachel's voice. She had somehow stayed in the tree thing they had put inside me? But no, I had never heard Rachel's voice, but I sensed this wasn't it. This voice was too delicate to really be heard or understood, and it reminded me of music coming from a distant room that you felt in the back of your mind without realizing it. It was a melody, a kind of song. But it wasn't Rachel's song. I realized with a shiver that it was the song of the thing inside of me. At first I was afraid, but that didn't last long. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trapped here just like I was. But it started to sing. It was time for us to be free. I stood up and walked to the door, and as I did so, the lights went out. The door in front of me clicked, and when I reached out and turned the knob in the dark, it opened easily. How was this possible? And if it could do this, why hadn't it helped Rachel get out? There was no answer, but there was also no time. I could already hear boots around the corner as the glow from flashlights began to light up the far end of the hall. They would drag me back in there, chain me up, or take this thing back out of me before we could get away. If I was ever going to get out, it had to be now. The voice was singing again, pushing me to go further into the dark, to run until we were safe. So I listened and I ran. Every door unlocked for me, every turn kept me barely out of sight. The people looking for me were barking orders over a radio, asking someone what was the holdup on the generator kicking on. Whatever the response, the hallways stayed dark as I drifted through them, blind but not falling, lost but not being found. When I reached the final door, I opened it into a bright afternoon. My lungs burned a little at the first fresh, unrecycled air I had breathed in a week. Blinking, I waited for the voice to tell me where to go, but it had fallen silent. I closed the door as panic began to rise in my chest. All this, and I would get caught because I didn't know where to go. I was outside a plain brown building in the middle of nowhere. There was a road going off to the right, and to the left there was Rachel's forest. From her first painting to me, I knew it was the same forest immediately, and not just because of it matching the painting so closely. I had some strange sense that felt like a kind of magnetism, or how birds know which way to fly. Looking around for a second, I felt like I was being pulled when I looked again at those woods. This was right. Somehow, I knew this was the way I needed to go. So I went. I had made it to the edge of the forest when I heard the noise of men coming outside the building. I thought about hiding, but I knew it was a bad idea. They would just catch me, and I felt a drive to go deeper into the woods. I plunged ahead, running at close to a reckless speed but never tripping or stumbling as I went. I would occasionally hear a noise behind me as they spread out to search, but the sounds grew fainter as I ran. I almost thought I had lost them for good when I heard a short cough that was quickly muffled off to my left. Someone had gotten close without me knowing it. Panicking, I looked for any places I could hide. There were only bushes and trees, and, over there, a well. Not just a well, but Rachel's well, with the same worn, gray stone walls capped with a weathered wooden lid. I felt a moment of happy recognition, but then it faded away. How did that help? They'd check the well if they found it, and I didn't have any way to get down in it without getting hurt or stuck. Then an idea struck me. Crouching low and staying to the brush, I moved to the well and gingerly pushed on the lid. At first it resisted, but when I pushed a bit harder, the wooden circle slid aside enough that you could clearly see someone moved it. Glancing around, I eased back into the bushes as I heard soft footfalls approaching. We need to check this out. You think he went down the well? Better hope not. He probably broke his neck if he did, and then it's our asses. I could see the two men approaching. Both of them were wearing dark body armor and carried assault rifles. The older of the two shrugged back at the other one. Better that than he was hiding in there and we didn't check. Looking irritated, the younger man nodded. I'll look. He went over to the well and shoved the wooden lid aside, causing it to clatter to the ground. Hitting a button on his rifle, a flashlight sprang to life on the barrel. He started to shine it down into the well as the other continued to look in every direction. I was worried he would see me if I moved, but I couldn't wait. I just had to stay calm, think slow, and move fast. I kept expecting to hear them yell, or feel something, or someone strike me in the back, but nothing came. As the afternoon light began to dim, I saw the trees thinning ahead. I was approaching a road. It looked like a normal, public road too, with several cars passing one way or the other as I walked out of the forest and up the hill to the asphalt. The idea of hitchhiking, especially this close to where they held me, was frightening, but I saw little choice. I was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt they had given me in my own shoes, but I had no money or ID or phone. My only chance was to get far enough away that I could try and get help. I jumped slightly at the hiss of hydraulic brakes as a large semi rolled to a stop next to me. The passenger window rolled down, and an older man with white hair and a graying mustache leaned over and peered down at me. You look lost, son. You need a ride? I looked down at the door of the truck. It had a logo that said, Martinez and Sons Construction and Hauling. Below it was a cartoon man hitting a wall with a sledgehammer. Looking back up, I smiled at him. Yes, sir, I do. I woke up 5 hours later as we pulled into a truck stop somewhere in Nevada. I had planned on staying awake the entire trip, but that had only lasted a few minutes before exhaustion overtook me. I glanced over at Oliver Martinez, and he gave me a toothy grin. I'm tired, but you were plumb tuckered out. I've got to fuel up, shower, and get some grub. I'm going on to California after that. If you want to ride further, just be back here in an hour. Sound good? I nodded and thanked him again for the ride as I got out. I felt groggy from sleeping, but otherwise okay. I just needed to decide whether this was a good spot to ask for help or if I should ride with Martinez further. He seemed like a very nice guy, and he would probably try to help if he could, but I wanted to avoid putting more people in danger if I could help it. Looking around, I saw we were in a fairly nice little town. I decided I would go look around for a few minutes and then decide what to do. I was only 3 blocks down the street when I saw the flickering lights in the distance. It was a movie theater. As I got closer, I felt my chest tightening. It was the one from Rachel's painting. Hey there, welcome to the Phoenix. The guy standing at the candy counter of the theater looked a little younger than me, and while he seemed friendly enough, he also looked slightly concerned. If you're here for the horror double feature, I'm afraid the second movie is about 30 minutes in. I can give you a half rate if you want to see it though. I shook my head and tried to not look as strange and crazy as I felt. No, that's okay. I recognized this place from a picture a friend of mine painted, so I came in to ask if you knew anything about her. He raised his eyebrows and shrugged. Okay, weird. He smiled and added, weird but interesting. Who is she? I swallowed. Her name is, well, it was, Rachel Donovan. I expected him to look surprised or excited or angry, but I could see right away the name meant nothing to him. Shaking his head, he shrugged again. Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell. I'd say you could ask the owner, but he's on vacation this week. Nodding, I searched my mind for something else to ask. Some way to make this place matter, the way her other paintings had. Is there anything unique about this place then? Its history or something? The man grinned. Buddy, you're clearly not from here. This place is super boring. Not just the theater, but the whole town. Frowning in thought, he added. The only thing I know about the history of this place is that there used to be a house here that burned down. This was like in the 1920s or 30s when this wasn't even a part of town. Couldn't tell you the first thing about it beyond that, but I still bet it's the most interesting thing that's ever happened here. I let out a disappointed sigh. Okay, well thanks. I turned to leave when the guy called out again. Hey man, sorry I couldn't help more. If you come back, I'll get you a discount on a movie, half off. If I'm not working, tell them Marshall said it was okay. I waved and tried to smile as I headed for the door with a heavy heart. Why did you lead me here, Rachel? What's here that will help? I was outside again, staring up at the theater's bright blinking signs, as though they were going to give me some kind of secret signal, when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. There was an alley that ran alongside the theater and went behind it to something. Whatever was back there, the light of a distant security lamp cast shadows along the wall of the alley, and those shadows were moving. Instead of feeling afraid, I felt excited as I started down the alley. Rachel had led me here, and I just had to trust that there was a reason for it. Keep looking until The shadows were made by leaves blowing in some wind I couldn't feel. As I got to the far end of the alley, I saw there was a small backyard behind the theater surrounded by a chain-link fence, and on the other side of that fence was the tree from Rachel's painting, with its deep red twisting bark and foam of green leaves waving to and fro in the night air. I felt a surge of warmth in my chest as the distant singing began again. This was the place, the special tree that could not be found unless it wanted you to find it. It sat at the edge of a small overgrown lot surrounded on all sides by buildings and yards, somehow forgotten when whatever this land had once been was divided up. And despite its location, I had a strong sense that I was the first to see it in a very long time. Climbing the fence, I felt a jagged wire dig into my leg and rip my pants as I fell over the top. I was bleeding a little, but I hardly noticed. I could smell the tree now, and it was a rich, good smell unlike any I had smelled before. Reaching out to it, I felt the singing grow louder as I touched it. I felt stronger and less afraid then, and when I saw the light opening up at its roots, I didn't tremble. I smiled. There was a hidden tunnel under the tree, a tunnel filled with sweet-smelling air that was like the tree smell but also different. And the tunnel wasn't dark, no, not at all. It glowed with its own golden light that called to me, urged me forward. Rain was beginning to fall as I looked around the dark lot. I had the thought that I was leaving this world behind, and I found I didn't mind that much at all. The tunnel had continued to grow, slanting down gently and tall enough that I walked in without stooping. The roots of the tree went on and on, woven through the dirt walls as I went deeper. I looked back and saw the tunnel had closed behind me, but I wasn't surprised. The way forward was the only way that mattered. I walked for what might have been hours, but I never felt tired or hungry, and I never worried I was lost, though I had no idea where I was or where I was going. Still, I felt a surge of happiness and excitement when I turned a corner and saw something in the tunnel ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was a brick wall, but just as I began to think I had found a dead end, the wall faded away, revealing a dark room. I paused at the edge of the tunnel, looking out at the floor of what looked like a basement. It was empty, but in the light from the tree, I could make out something scratched into the floor. It was the number 2. I felt my pulse quicken as I thought back to Rachel's painting with the theater seats, and then I stepped out into the room. It was the empty basement of a house, and as I went up the stairs and opened the door, I saw that the rest of the house was empty as well. No lights were on, but bright sunlight poured in through every window, and in the distance I could hear what sounded like small waves crashing on a beach. I wanted to go out and see where I was, but I forced myself to check the house first for any people or clues, but there were none. The house was utterly bare of any sign of people, other than the number scratched into the floor below. My nose tingled with salty air as I stepped outside. The house was near the beach on what I soon figured out was a small, deserted island, and I realized with little surprise that I recognized the house from Rachel's painting. As I stepped off the porch, I saw no signs of people, but I wasn't entirely alone, because sitting some distance from the house was the tree. I knew it couldn't be the same tree as in the abandoned lot, but at the same time I knew that it was. Or at least a different part of the same tree that made the tunnels and appeared in my old world and whatever place this was. Because I had started having that thought as soon as I stepped out of the house. I didn't think this was my world. Not exactly. I could see a larger island some distance away, and it might have people on it. Hotels and cars and planes, or it might not, as those things might not exist here. Either way, my newfound intuition was growing stronger, and I could tell that what was it called? The texture of things was different somehow, if only a little, not bad or scary, just different. Still, after a couple of hours exploring the island and checking the house, I began to feel terribly lonely, even with the tree nearby. I decided to go back into the tunnel and keep going. The basement wall faded away as I walked up to it, and I entered the tunnels again. It was only a short time later that I found my second version of the house. Much like the first, the wall faded away into a basement, but this one was far from empty. It was a workshop of some kind, full of tools I wasn't familiar with. I glanced down and saw 43 scratched onto the floor. Who was doing that, and why? I was going to explore the house, more carefully this time, as it looked like there were people here, but then I froze. Propped against the brick wall, next to a small stack of boards, was a sledgehammer. Trying to be quiet, I crept over and picked it up before heading back into the tunnel. When I was little, before Daddy died, he had loved to hunt. I never went with him and didn't remember much of what he hunted, but I do know he had an old hound he'd had since before I was born. The dog had only loved him well, him and being on the trail of something. When Rocker, his name was Rockefeller, got a scent, it was like he was in a trance. He would go and go, this way and that, and to look at him, it looked like he was having a fit, both lost and certain at the same time. But whatever Rocker knew or didn't know, he always found what he was looking for. I felt like Rocker now. I was moving faster and faster as I went down this turn and that. I felt like I was on the trail of something, or traveling on memories I didn't have. Gripping the sledgehammer tightly, I could hear the rising hum of the distant music in my head as I turned the last corner, and then it fell silent. There was another brick wall, and as I approached, it fell away. It was another basement room, but this one was much smaller. It contained a table, a closed chest, and an old metal bed that had been broken apart. At the far brick wall, a woman was using one of the metal legs from the bed to attack the wall and whatever lay behind it. I felt my head began to swim as I looked at her from behind, and as she turned to look at me, eyes wide with surprise and fear, I felt the sledgehammer slip from my grip as I stumbled back against the now solid wall. I could barely breathe at all, but I managed to get out a single word. "Rachel?" The woman looked at me, her expression less fearful but still guarded. She had the bed leg partially raised in warning. "Yeah? Do I know you?" It was her, but it wasn't. Much like the tree on the island. This Rachel looked a few years older, and while she looked stressed and confused at the moment, her eyes didn't seem weighted down by the same quiet sadness I had come to recognize watching the other Rachel for all that time. Still, I didn't know how to answer her question and not sound creepy or crazy. I stared at her for a second, floundering, when she asked another, "You came out of the tree tunnel, right?" I nodded, grateful for something I could answer easily. "Studying me," she said. "Where did you come from? Before the tunnel, I mean." I flushed as I tried to think of the right words. Well, I came from Texas, originally I mean. She grinned at me for a second before catching herself and trying to look serious again. Yeah, okay. But like, do you know how the tree works? How did you find out about the tunnel? How did you get here? Sighing, I rubbed my head and just started into it. Look, I know this will sound crazy, but I had a job watching a woman trapped in a room, and that woman was you, or another version of you, and she asked me for help, and I couldn't help her, and then they took me, and I found out she had been dead for a long time, but could see me in the future, and then they put something from the tree in me that had been in her that killed her, and then I escaped, and then I figured out where to go to find the tree. From things she had painted, and I somehow knew how to go in the tunnels to find different spots, and I'm pretty sure the tunnels lead to different worlds, and I got this sledgehammer, and then I... Hold up, goddamn. Take a breath, you're going to pass out. She was smiling again, and this time she didn't try to hide it. She looked over what was left of the bed to where the sledgehammer was laying on the floor. And did you say sledgehammer? Whack. So yeah, I believe you. Whack. I've been in those tunnels too. My ex-boyfriend tricked me into moving here so he could tie me to the tree in his place. Whack. Well, not tie me to the tree literally. Take his place as, what? The tree's buddy or something? I don't really know. It's all pretty fucked up, and I don't understand all of it. Whack. But what I do understand is that the fucker walled me up in here. At first, I thought I could just pry loose some bricks over time, but nope. He put a layer of concrete on the outside this time. Good old Phil, or Justin, or whatever. I mainly think of him as fuckface now. Whack. This is taking forever. I stepped up and put my hand on the sledgehammer. Let me do it for a bit. We can take turns. We had cleared away even more brick than she had already managed, but the concrete wall was only starting to show small cracks. I wanted to just keep looking at her, have her talk to me, but I knew she was tired. She nodded reluctantly and let go of the hammer. Before I swung, I looked back at her. How long have you been in here like this? Whack. Rachel scowled. It's hard to say for sure, but I think about 8 months. I let the hammer drop down again as my eyes widened. How did you survive all that time? Her scowl deepened. It's the tree. It won't let me die. I just dip into the tunnel every day for a bit, and I never get that hungry or thirsty. A thought occurred to me then. Why didn't you just escape through the tunnels? She quickly shook her head. No, thank you. I've had enough of seeing other worlds. Some of them aren't so nice, and I don't want to be more tied to the tree than I already am. I just want out of here, into my own world, and then I can try and figure out how to get free of my connection to the tree for good. Rachel shrugged. I would have done it eventually with the stupid bed parts, but who knows how long it would have taken. She smiled again. I'm very happy you came to help and brought a sledgehammer with you. Returning her smile, I nodded as I lifted the hammer again. Me too. Whack. We were both wringing with sweat when we crawled through the hole we'd made in the outer wall. Rachel told me that she thought her ex-boyfriend was long gone, but she couldn't be sure, so we had to be careful. Grabbing the sledgehammer from inside the room, we made our way toward the stairs. The house was decorated but quiet, and we saw no sign of anyone as we walked to the front door and opened it. Outside, the sun was coming up on a new day, and as we walked out onto the porch, I jumped a little as Rachel took my hand and gave it a squeeze. I looked over at her. I hadn't been able to help the other Rachel, but maybe that had never been the point at all, because I thought now she had been able to see more than just other places or the future. She had been able to see into other worlds and possibilities, like this one, where another version of her was trapped and needed help, a place where I wouldn't be hunted and she could be free. In the end, even when she knew she was dying, Rachel had been determined to help us be together and happy. The morning sun painted beautiful colors on Rachel's face, and looking into her eyes, I saw how much she was like the woman I had watched and cared about and tried to save. The woman who, in the end, had saved me instead. I wanted to tell Rachel so many things, ask her so many questions, but all that could come later. Squeezing her hand back, I walked with her away from the house. For now, this was enough. Story: Suicide Woods. Everyone's heard of the so-called suicide forest in Japan, but hardly anyone's familiar with the locally named Suicide Woods in Fairfield, Connecticut. It's probably a good thing too. The deaths are disturbing not only by their nature, but because there have been so many of them over the years. Growing up, I heard scary stories about the woods behind Lake Mohegan. We all did. Rumors of devil-worshipping cults ran like wildfire through every school hallway and cafeteria. Some kid said he was fishing back there with his uncle when they discovered a dead goat by a rock face with its guts arranged in a pentagram. Another kid talked about blood-sucking demons in the trees. Our parents were always quick to dispel the more ridiculous rumors, but they couldn't deny the suicides. The suicides were facts of life in our town. I wouldn't be writing this if I thought it was an unfortunate but natural phenomenon, like with the forest suicides in Japan. To be honest, I'd forgotten about it all until I came back for my 30th high school reunion last spring. A few old classmates and I got to talking, and we decided to take a hike through the wooded area the following day. Keep in mind, the place is absolutely gorgeous. It's heavily wooded, but well-maintained paths run throughout. A clear, clean river cuts through the woods, and a series of cascades and rapids terminate in a deep, tranquil pool. Kids and families would swim there frequently during the summer, despite the unpleasant stigma of suicides and hauntings hanging over the area. On a beautiful, hot summer day, it's simply too pretty over there to worry about that stuff. We headed out around 7:30 the following morning. Only one of our original 6 ended up actually answering the phone and still wanted to go, but that was fine with me. Todd Soto and I were pretty close in high school, so I was looking forward to spending the morning with him so we could catch up. We walked along the scenic path around the lake and into the woods. We followed the river, and soon we reached the Cascades. The rushing water was gorgeous and invigorating. Someone who'd gotten up even earlier than we had was fishing off the rocks. He waved, and we greeted him in turn. The woods quieted as we progressed further upriver. The sound of wildlife replaced the rushing water. It was a truly spectacular day. Todd told me about his business and his family, while I discussed my writing career and waning popularity. All in all, we were having a great time. Todd stopped to grab some water from his backpack, and I gazed out over the now distant lake. I heard my friend behind me rummaging through his stuff. Then he muttered, "What the hell?" I turned around. A hair-thin stream of black fluid had fallen out of the tree onto Todd. He'd moved to the side, but it was on his head and neck. We both looked up, but couldn't see what had produced the stream. "Well, that's gross," Todd remarked, and he reached into his backpack for a handkerchief. I kept looking in the tree, while Todd wiped himself off. He went to put the handkerchief back, then pulled his Swiss Army knife from his pocket. It was one of the really big ones that I'd wanted to get for a while. I was jealous. "Hey, cool knee," I began, but then something happened. It was very bad and very fast. Todd opened the knife and with no hesitation, plunged it into the side of his neck. A brilliant fountain of blood erupted from the puncture. His mouth formed a hideous smile of calm beneficence. His knees wobbled a bit, but he didn't fall. I shouted his name and rushed forward, but he pushed me away. Hard. I crashed onto the dirt and scrambled to my feet. Todd was now standing directly underneath the tree that had dripped on him. He pulled the knife across the softest parts of his neck, while gurgling, "What was mine is now yours. I repay your kiss with my blood. Take it all. Swallow me." Once more I tried to stop him, but got pushed away again. But not by Todd. Something had descended from the tree and was dangling in front of my friend. It was long and black and streaked with gray veins and white blotches. It was no wider than a cigarette lighter, but when it struck me, its strength was enormous. I knew at least one of my ribs had cracked, and I remained on the ground, clutching my chest. The thing spasmed and twitched before touching down on Todd's gouting throat. A lime-green proboscis slid from its tip and began lapping up the blood. Todd had fallen to his knees, but he was still carving his neck ever wider. His grinning mouth moved in the same shapes of the words he'd been gurgling, but nothing but blood came out. Soon that also stopped, as he severed his esophagus. Then he fell on his face. The thing in the tree extended and pushed down into Todd's wound. For minutes I stared, too horrified to move, as it gulped my friend's blood. Its veins pulsed, and it swelled obscenely before turning translucent, then transparent, then invisible. I heard the leaves rustling as it retracted back, and all that was left was me and my dead friend. I pulled myself to my feet and ran, wincing with agony as the broken ends of my ribs rubbed against one another. I reached for my phone, but realized I'd given it to Todd to hold in his backpack. I kept running until I reached the road. I flagged down a car and had them call the police. They arrived and brought me to the station. I was questioned and I told them everything, despite knowing how insane it sounded. They asked for my phone number and home address so they could contact me if they needed anything else. Days went by. They didn't call. They didn't visit. After a week, I went online to the Connecticut Post website. I did a search for Todd's name. Lo and behold, there he was, listed as another unfortunate and preventable suicide in the Lake Mohegan Woods. Story: the James Webb Telescope discovered something terrifying in deep space. I work for NASA as an astronomer, and there are certain things we keep hidden from the public. No, the Earth isn't flat, and aliens don't control the government. Fuck. I wish those were the case, as the truth is much, much worse. In 1993, the Hubble Space Telescope saw a star disappear. It didn't go supernova or die naturally. It simply went dark, over the span of a few minutes. This star was already too faint to see with the naked eye, and ground-based telescopes had trouble picking it out from among the surrounding stars, so the event wasn't widely known to the public. At the time, we thought the most likely explanation was that a cloud of interstellar dust had drifted between Earth and the star, occluding it from view. It was noted and mostly forgotten about. In 2007, 2 more stars vanished. Due to the circumstances of this event, this was much more concerning. The 2 stars in question were part of a binary system, orbiting each other at a fairly close distance. If a cloud of interstellar dust was the culprit again, they would have both seemed to disappear simultaneously, or very close to it. Instead, both stars faded individually over a period of minutes, separated by a span of about 8 hours. This binary system was also about 15 light-years closer to Earth than the star that had previously disappeared in 1993. After carefully reviewing millions of Hubble images, 2 more stars were identified, which had gone out in the years 1995 and 2002. These were all in the same stellar neighborhood, only a handful of light-years from each other. The only conclusion we could draw was that some unknown influence, traveling close to the speed of light, was shrouding or destroying these stars. Unfortunately, the Hubble wasn't sensitive enough to tell us any more than that. The James Webb Space Telescope first came online a few months ago. Although official channels will tell you that it's still undergoing testing, we have been actively collecting data since early February. One of the first things we did was to aim the telescope at the regions of space occupied by the vanished stars. If they were being blocked by dust clouds, a hope some of us still held onto, the increased sensitivity of the JWST may have been able to see through them and confirm that the stars were still there. Unfortunately, we had no such luck. The first 3 stars that had disappeared were still completely dark. Gravitational wave detectors, though, soon found something odd. In all cases, not only were the stellar masses still present, but the amount of mass had actually increased. More sensitive observations had also detected a type of string, or web, stretching through space connecting these now invisible stars. When we trained the telescope on the binary system that had vanished in 2007, which was the nearest point at which this phenomenon had so far been observed, there was finally enough ambient EM spectrum radiation left to try a mass spectrometer reading. If you're not aware, mass spectrometry is an incredibly useful process where by measuring the patterns of light wavelengths emitted or reflected by an object, we can learn tons of useful information, such as its temperature, speed and direction of movement, and chemical composition. The readings we got from the binary stars didn't make any sense, though. First of all, they were cold. Almost as cold as the surrounding interstellar medium. Whatever had happened to these stars had snuffed them out completely, or somehow prevented their light from escaping. What was truly puzzling, however, were the emission lines returned by the mass spectrometer. Several familiar elements, such as hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and magnesium were identified, but these were few and far between. Most of the readings didn't correspond to any known chemical elements, and even seemed to defy what we knew about the physics of light, matter, and chemistry. This massive, star-spanning structure was primarily composed of materials that we didn't even have names for, and may not even have been matter as we understand it. Speculation ran rampant. Obviously, such a thing couldn't be a natural phenomenon. Finally, we had proof of extraterrestrial life. But what was this thing we had discovered, and for what purpose was it being built? The leading hypothesis was that we were looking at a series of Dyson shells, massive solar collectors, built to completely envelop stars in order to capture 100% of their energy output. Such a concept had been envisioned in the early 20th century as a potential source of energy for an interstellar civilization. Ever since then, the idea had found its way into popular science fiction. The construction of these massive structures had actually been theorized to be one of the first signs of intelligent extraterrestrial life that we may someday detect. It seemed that day was today. The theory still didn't explain everything, though. First of all, there was the impossible speed with which the stars were covered. Constructing a Dyson shell from scratch in a matter of minutes was beyond even the wildest speculations of scientists and sci-fi writers. Then there were the mysterious filaments that connected the shells over distances of light years. No one had any idea what purpose these could serve, or how they could even be built. Everyone at NASA was fascinated by this mystery. In hindsight, we may have been better off if we had never discovered the truth. Less than a month ago, the JWST detected a series of unusual energy bursts emanating from interstellar space. These were occurring at the very edge of a star system, approximately 12 light-years from the binary system that vanished in 2007. As we focused the telescope on this system, we soon determined that these were not natural phenomena either. The energy signatures, which were still flashing intermittently, matched what would be expected from thermonuclear and antimatter, the based explosions, along with several other types of energies that we couldn't identify. These explosions, although still not visible to the naked eye on Earth from that distance, were absolutely tremendous in magnitude, easily billions of times more powerful than any nuke that humanity could conceivably build. After experimenting with the telescope settings, we were able to get a clearer picture of what was going on. The tip of one of the interstellar filaments that linked the Dyson system was passing through the Oort cloud of the distant star system, approaching its sun, and whoever lived there was fighting back. Their weapons were able to slow the thing's advance, shattering, breaking off, and vaporizing planet-sized chunks of the object. But it seemed to be rebuilding itself almost as fast as it was being destroyed. After less than a week, the explosions stopped. It seems that they had run out of ammunition. In the void between stars, we knew that these things traveled at nearly the speed of light. But as we watched it approach the inner star system, its pace slowed as it swelled in size, preparing to devour the system's star. We quickly trained the telescope's mirrors on the doomed sun. We were about to watch whatever this thing was blot out another star, but in real time. We all held our breath as we watched the projected image of the main sequence star, slightly larger than our own sun. At first, nothing seemed to be happening, but soon a small shadow appeared on the edge of the luminous orb, soon followed by another shadow, and then a third. The shadows began to converge, forming a strange, yet somehow familiar pattern as they blocked out the star's light. "What are those?" one of my colleagues gasped. "They almost look like..." She paused, as if afraid to say the next word for fear of ridicule. I, however, had no such hesitancy. "Leaves," I said, my voice monotone. The situation was far too incredible to express any emotional reaction, even that of pure shock. They looked like leaves. We watched as, over a period of minutes, a web of shadowy outlines, matching the familiar shapes of oblong leaves and thin vines, proceeded to blot out the remaining light from the distant star. By that point, everyone in the room had realized the truth. The phenomenon we had been tracking for so many years wasn't some hyper-advanced alien megastructure. Hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and magnesium, some of the few familiar elements we had detected, they were all components of chlorophyll. It was a plant. an enormous plant that spanned across light years, and, much like terrestrial plants, it sought out light to fuel itself. The filaments connecting the stars across interstellar space were stems, branches, they sensed. It would grow in the direction of the nearest stars it sensed, completely enveloping them and then moving on. Any life inhabiting planets orbiting those stars would be left to freeze to death, or perhaps even worse, it was possible that the plant would devour those planets to add to its mass as well. Everyone was silent as the telescope continued to gather data. Eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, a young astronomer spoke up from the far end of the room, addressing our supervisor. "Sir, we've begun to detect the formation of another tendril leaving the system. Its vector is..." He gulped. He didn't need to say any more, but he did anyway. "It's heading directly for our sun." "How much time do we have?" the supervisor replied grimly. "Judging by the time lag, distance, relativistic properties, and previously observed speeds of this thing, I'd estimate no more than 27 years, sir." 27 years. We had just watched this galactic weed overwhelm a civilization that was, at the very least, thousands of years ahead of us technologically, and we had less than 3 decades. I'll probably be found in silence for posting this, but I don't care. I have to tell someone. I can't keep this a secret any longer. When the sun turns black and the world begins to freeze, at least you'll have some idea of what's going on. Small comfort it may be. Mysteries are everywhere, and some may be closer than you think. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next mystery. See you in the next story. Story: The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. I'm not sure I want to live here anymore. I moved in with my boyfriend yesterday. We've been together for 5 years now, and we're old and wise enough to settle down and finally leave our parents' houses. He just turned 24 and I'm 22. He's the love of my life. His name is Jamie, and I couldn't be happier to be living with him. When we decided to make the leap, we spent 2 months looking at flats and houses we couldn't afford to buy yet, so renting was our only option. But the prices were astronomical. For our budget, we would have been lucky to get a box room and a stove. Jamie works for a local 24-hour fast food restaurant, and I'm training to be a teacher. The early stages of training don't pay much, and I owe a lot in student loans, so finances are tough. We had almost given up hope until we found our flat. It was nothing special, but to us, it was a palace. A spacious 2-bedroom apartment with views of a city park, a balcony, and local conveniences. It was in a tower block in a not-so-nice area, but neither of us had been wealthy growing up. We weren't fussy, just grateful to be together. The advert was sweetened by the deposit-free option and open-ended tenancy. The landlord was happy to sign a 5-year contract if we wanted. That sort of thing never happens in the city. We were told that along with no deposit, we would also have no inspections, but would be liable to pay for any damage when we ended the tenancy. I'd never heard of anything quite like it. We knew that for our budget and location, we weren't going to get any better. We snapped the place up fast, not even bothering to view it. It felt like our only chance. Move-in day rolled around quickly, and yesterday we got the keys to our first home together. It was such a strange feeling. The day was chaos, getting our stuff in and up in the lift. We were flat number 42, on the 7th floor. The items we couldn't get in the lift had to be taken up all the stairs by the removal men. I think they were grateful we weren't any higher, but I still wish we had been able to give them a better tip. In the evening, we settled down on our second-hand sofa, given to us by a cousin of a friend, and watched some TV. We smoked cigarettes on the balcony looking at the park and fell asleep on our mattress on the floor super early because we had no energy to put the bed together yet, and Jamie had work at a hideous time of the morning. We slept soundly last night. I felt safe and happy. I don't think that feeling is coming back anytime soon, and it's all due to the note I found this morning. I found it in the kitchen, having a coffee, hours after Jamie had left for his early shift at work. It was in one of the cupboards that were fixed to the wall. There were a bunch of useful items from the previous tenant. Spare keys to the flat, a set of tiny keys that locked and unlocked the windows, necessary for those with kids this high up, spare smoke alarm batteries, and a folded-up piece of paper. The note was handwritten with "New occupier of flat 42" in beautiful cursive on the blank side. I opened it up and sat down to read. I can't really describe it to you, so I'm going to copy it out below. Dear new occupier, firstly, welcome to your new home. I lived here before you for 35 years with my husband. Unfortunately, he had an incident at home recently that I'd rather not discuss that claimed his life. My sister has now decided I can't keep up with the demands of the property and has insisted that I move in with her and her husband. I was reluctant at first, but the stairs do kill me at my age, and without Bernie it's filled with sadness. Anyway, when you've lived somewhere for as long as I have, it feels like a person that you know. You understand its personality and what makes it tick. I thought it was probably pertinent that I impart some of that knowledge on you. It's a wonderful home. Honestly, I have lived through best and worst years, and leaving it behind is very emotional, but if you are to survive and get the best out of it, then there are some steps you need to follow. 1. The landlord will never bother you. He doesn't visit, call, or communicate in any way. But make sure to pay your rent in a timely fashion always. I have only dealt with him once in 35 years, and let's just say I never missed another rent day. Any repairs required you speak to the agent you rented the place with. 2. Do not use the communal lift between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m. Just don't do it. This step is vital if you are to have a happy life here. It really is life or death. Don't do it. This has cost me and many others in the building greatly, and I would rather not elaborate on why you shouldn't do this. Just please don't do it. I cannot stress this enough. 3. When you hear the strange animal noises coming from flat 48, don't question it. Mr. Prentice lives there, and he's a lovely chap. Don't be afraid to say hello to him in the corridor or on the stairs. He's old school, so he never risks the lift. But whatever you do, don't check on him when you hear the noises. You'll know when you hear them. 4. If you ever come across a window cleaner on the balcony, ignore him. He may seem like the nicest fellow you've ever had trying to sell you something at the door, but it really is best that you don't engage. He will go away if you ignore him, but he tries pretty hard the first few times, so you'll need some resilience. Whatever you do, don't offer him anything. No money, no hot drink. 5. Don't leave food scraps out. Bin or refrigerate them immediately. If you have small animals, it is imperative that you watch them eat and take away any leftover food immediately after they are done. This and Rule 2 go hand in hand. The things forage all day and seem to really love animal feed. You don't want them in your flat, I promise. You can leave what you want out between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m., so you may want to feed your pets then. 6. Don't communicate with any neighbors who claim to come from flats 65 to 72. These flats suffered a fire in the late 80s that devastated the whole floor. All the residents died in their homes. The building was mostly council-owned at the time, and they never bothered to renovate the flats. They've been empty ever since, but every now and again someone will knock at your door claiming to live in one of these flats and ask to borrow some sugar. They will seem entirely average, but you must shut and lock the door immediately. I installed 2 extra security bolts to avoid these fuckers. I don't like to swear at my age, but they really are fuckers. 7. Simple one for you here. Keep a weapon in each room. Sometimes you follow all these steps and something still slips through the net. Better to be safe than sorry. 8. The building has a committee that will try and get you to join. It's one of those neighbors groups about improving living conditions for all residents. It's a nice group, and the lady who runs it, Terry from Flat 26, is a fantastic neighbor. By all means get involved. But I wouldn't recommend babysitting Terry's 2 children. She'll ask you, because the poor woman needs a break. But if you accept, don't say I didn't warn you. 9. Stray hairless cats sometimes roam in the hallway. I know they're supposedly a special expensive breed, but they don't belong to anyone. They're mostly harmless, but don't pick them up. Not unless you see one of those neighbors that claims to live in 65 to 72. Then grab the cat and lock it inside with you. It'll burn your skin a little, but the cats are friendly, and I wouldn't want to see them hurt. 10. There is no way to fix the damp patch on the ceiling in the bedroom. Sometimes it will turn a deep crimson and look quite concerning. But please try not to be alarmed. It doesn't drip, it doesn't get any bigger, and it's been there longer than I have. The landlord won't budge on it, according to the agents. I flagged it many times, even called the police the first night it changed color. But it was a waste of time. and it will be for you too. It's best to ignore it. 11. You can trust the postman. His name is Ian Flanders, and he's been the postman since before I moved in. He has his own key to the main door and delivers post to the door every morning at 8:54. I can't include everything here, or it would become a novel. But if you have any questions, Ian will help you. 12. Finally, the first few weeks are the worst. You'll feel like you've made a mistake. I'm sure reading this you already do, but if you can get through the first few weeks, it really is a lovely block to live in. Every property has its quirks, and this one is a little extra special, but you can be truly happy here if you just take my advice. I wish you all the best, I really do. Yours truly, Mrs. Prudence Hemmings. I don't really know what to think after reading the note. Hopefully it was some sort of joke, but the agent had said the previous tenant was an elderly lady, and I can't see anyone named Prudence Hemmings attempting to play practical jokes on someone they'd never met. There were also parts of the note I couldn't disprove. There was indeed a large damp patch above the bed that me and Jamie had already discussed reporting. No crimson, but it definitely existed. I had also commented on a beautiful Sphinx cat roaming the halls as we were moving in. I started to get seriously freaked out. Our dream, our beautiful little home, had just become a source of fear and confusion. I checked the time, and it was 9:14. Damn it, out of time to catch Postman Ian. When I opened the door to check, sure enough, 2 letters addressed to a Mrs. Hemmings sat on the doorstep. At about 11:15, my worst fears were truly confirmed when a friendly middle-aged looking man carrying window cleaning equipment knocked on my balcony door. I ignored him. I didn't want to take the risk until I'd spoken to Jamie and showed him the note. I'd texted him already to rush home. I felt bad as the man rapped his knuckles against the door for over 10 minutes, but honestly the longer it went on, the more I was terrified. My windows were sparkling, and due to our lack of curtains, I couldn't even hide from his gaze. I felt so exposed. He stayed for a total of 30 minutes exactly, and never once did he stop looking at me or knocking. He shouted the occasional ultra-friendly line or humble request for a beverage in the heat through the door, but I did my best to avoid eye contact. When he finally left, I looked outside every window in the flat, but I couldn't see him on any of the other balconies or see any equipment suggesting he was around. He had vanished completely. Jamie still hadn't texted me back. He must have been having a rough shift. It was a Friday, and they were always busy. It wasn't often that he didn't reply. He was due home in around an hour anyway. I read the note probably hundreds of times over. I tortured myself reading it for the next hour, desperately waiting for Jamie to come through the door to tell me it was all crazy and I should relax. I hoped for that so much. But Jamie never came. His shift should have finished around midday, but by 2 p.m. he still wasn't home. I panicked, I cried, I left over 100 voice messages on his phone but got nowhere. I finally decided it had been long enough that calling his work wouldn't embarrass him, and his boss told me that he had never turned up for his shift. I thought about it, what could have happened, and then it hit me. Jamie's shift started at 4 a.m. today. He would have left the flat at 3:15 and taken the lift down the stairs. I don't know what to do. I've tried to convince myself it was all just a big joke. Jamie wrote the note and got his boss in on it. A voice in my head kept telling me that he couldn't write like that if he tried, but I had to attempt to fool myself. It's getting late and he still isn't home. What if it's all true? I think we made a big mistake. So much has happened in the last 24 hours. I'm so stressed and I've barely slept since I discovered that Jamie was missing. It's starting to make me feel a little twitchy, but I thought I'd better update you guys. I was overwhelmed by all the suggestions you gave me and have taken more than a few of them on board. I'm definitely going to be getting a huge planter full of sage for the balcony, and I did spill a little salt in my doorway. I'm sorry to disappoint, but that didn't help at all. There's nothing I'm following quite like Mrs. Hemmings' rules. I've followed them to the letter so far, and lo and behold, I'm still alive. That's not to say it hasn't been tough. It'll start from the beginning. I was going crazy. And a few hours after my last post, Jamie still hadn't returned. He had been gone for almost 24 hours. His work have called me multiple times. I don't know what to say, so I just keep ghosting the calls. I was bang in the middle of the danger time when I decided checking the lift had to be my first step, but I wasn't going to break that rule. I waited. I waited desperately for 3.34 to come, and I'm ashamed to say that when it did, I remained paralyzed to our sofa for almost half an hour before I found the nerve to leave the flat. It was 4.02 when I finally reached the lift. The lift in this building is old and rickety. It hasn't been updated in a very long time, and has likely been here as long as the building. Its big, clunky buttons stared back at me as I glared at them, hoping for some sort of answer or clue. My heart thumped and I was overcome with a feeling of dread, but nothing came of any of it. It was hopeless. I stepped inside the lift, rode it up and down a few floors, and searched the entire perimeter with a phone torch for anything I could find. I found nothing. Jamie had completely disappeared. Sobbing and exhausted, I rode back to floor 7 and turned my key in flat 42, the perfect home that felt anything but home at that point. I sat at the cheap flat-pack dining table we'd managed to put together on move-in day and cried, my hands shaking as I held my phone. I was flitting between reading all your comments and contemplating calling the police for an hour, but I decided to call my friend Georgia instead. I needed a real person here. Things were so crazy I wasn't sure the police would be able to help with what little information I had. But I knew I needed to sound it out with someone. I'll spare you the details again, but I told her everything. She promised she'd be with me in the late morning. She had to take her younger brother to school. I waited anxiously, not before arming every room exactly as advised. Before I knew it, I looked at the clock and it was 8:23. I had around half an hour until the postman was due to show up. There was no way I was missing him today. I stood by the door looking vacantly at the wood, like someone in a film who was possessed. The exhaustion was really setting in, but Jamie was all I could think of. Pure adrenaline was keeping me standing. At 8:52, I opened the door. The next 2 minutes were the longest of my life, but when I saw him, a wave of relief swept my entire body. Right on cue, 8:54, the postman, Ian Flanders, stood in front of me, a smile that barely hid his concern covering his younger-than-expected face. He didn't look old enough to have been the postman for over 35 years, but I was too distracted by the answers that I needed from him to care. "You must be the new tenant," he stated, but in a way that it sounded like a question. I struggled with my answer, so I got straight to the point. "Mrs. Hemmings left me a note. She said to speak to you if... Can I come in, dear? I think we need to chat." I ushered Ian in, my hands still shaking as I flapped them in the direction of the sofa, gesturing for him to sit down. I shoved the now slightly crumpled note into his lap and waited. "I'm glad Prue still thinks that highly of me. I will miss that old girl," he said, with a coy smile as he reached the end of the note. "Can you help me or not?" I had no time for his ego trip over a moved-on neighbor. "I can help, but I can't stop for long, so it'll have to be quick. I've walked these halls delivering the post for 40 years. I've seen it all, everything Prue's mentioned and more. What do you need to know?" he said. Ian was nothing like what I expected. The note made me feel like he was going to be a kindly, old granddad-type figure, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Postman Ian spoke with a thick city accent and wore a heavy gold chain around his tattooed neck. He had dyed his graying hair boot-polished black. His demeanor was thankfully non-threatening, but extraordinarily cocky. He was the sort of man I imagined in a betting shop, rubbing his grubby hands on notes as he bragged over a win. He didn't ask as he lit a cigarette in my living room. I didn't question it. We would usually smoke outside, but I wasn't going to argue over technicalities. I grabbed a bowl for the ash and lit one too. "Let's start with the things in the lift. My boyfriend is missing, and he took the lift at 3:15 over 24 hours ago. We hadn't got this note yet. I haven't heard from him since. I need to get him back." I barked at him as if the louder I spoke, the more I could influence his answer, but nothing prepared me for what he said. His skin turned pale, and his harsh-looking face became more sympathetic as he explained. "He's dead, love. Forget about him now. Only one person has ever come back from the lift at that time of night, and it was Prue herself. After witnessing it, those creatures ripping their victim apart. Poor Prue was traumatized. Your boy is gone. Let go and follow the rules." He was blunt, but I could tell he felt sorry for me. "There must be something I can do," I pleaded. "There are things I've heard to bring back those who are lost, but I've never seen solid proof they work. It would be irresponsible of me to tell you to do something that might get you killed too. It's nice here, honest. Just get over him and live the status quo. Sorry if I sound harsh, I don't mean to, but you seem like a decent young lady, and I don't want to see you go too soon. I asked about what Mrs. Hemmings had seen in the lift, and if they were sure it happened to all who entered it. I refused to believe that Jamie was dead. There had to be something I could do, and if I knew what I was dealing with, I could be better prepared. It was awful what happened. I wasn't there, but this is what I was told. Little Lila was such a cute kid. She used to open the door and give me a tip when I delivered the post. She was Prue's granddaughter. Lila was her son's little girl, and that night she was staying over for the first time. Prue finally felt confident that she could protect Lila from all the strange things that happen here. She was wrong. Little Lila had a problem with sleepwalking, and she took a trip into the hallway at 1:30 in the morning. Prue took a little too long to notice. The sound she had heard was the front door, and by the time she reached the lift, she saw the creatures dragging Lila's limbs away from her body. She tried to fight them, even killed one, but she couldn't save the little girl. I was hysterical, imagining Jamie's fate. "What are the creatures? Have you ever actually seen them?" I asked. "No one really knows what they are, love. There's something to do with the building and all its quirks. No one's ever seen them elsewhere. We don't know where they came from, just that they're here. I've seen them a few times over the years, usually when new neighbors have left biscuits down for their cats and dogs, or haven't disposed of food waste properly. They're curious little creatures, mostly harmless out of the hours Prue warned you about. But if they're fed, they can become quite viscous looking for more food. That's why you have to bin all your scraps, or hide them, or pack them, or whatever. Just don't leave them out, and don't use the lift at those times, and you're safe from the creatures. They're a little smaller than humans, but they're a similar shape. They come with grotesque rodent-like features, and are far larger than any rodent could be. Like rodent children, I suppose. They have 2 sharp rows of teeth per jaw, and are consistently hungry. When they eat, they crunch down in a violent and disgusting way, dripping spittle everywhere. Prue said she could hear her granddaughter's bones shatter in those jaws. He went pale at the thought of that, but continued. When they first arrived in the building, there were hundreds. It caused pandemonium amongst the residents. We lost the residents of more than 30 of the individual homes. But the residents fought back and managed to kill all but the strongest minority of them. The creatures left over were incredibly dangerous and seemingly impossible to eradicate, so the residents struck a deal. A deal that they will be left unharmed and allowed to live in the building in return for the residents' safety at all times, but if anyone wanders into the lift between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m., they are fair game. This time frame is the period the creatures are at their most frenzied, and restricting them to the lift was safer for all parties. God help anyone who encounters them during those hours. They've been here ever since, claimed lots of unsuspecting people avoiding the stairs, but nothing like when they first arrived. A few got put down for not holding up their end of the bargain, but we haven't had an incident outside the lift in years. Count yourself lucky you missed that crisis. Everything here's pretty peaceful right now. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. I really have to go, I'm late for my round. He scrawled his phone number on a bit of paper and handed it to me. Emergencies only. I don't like to be bothered. You can't go. The note said you would help me, I exclaimed. And I will, he snapped back. When there's something I can help with. I can't resurrect your boyfriend, and I don't like to be late delivering the post. I will see you soon, love. I was in shock. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I couldn't believe he was leaving me after the information overload and the small ray of hope he had lit inside me and then squashed. I'll call the police, I shouted, desperate to feel as if I was solving this somehow. You can try if you want, Ian sighed as he opened the door to leave. It just aggravates the creatures, and it isn't going to bring your boy back. Mr. Prentice hates it when police come too. If you want to get any sleep in the next week, then I'd avoid it. Wait a week, report him missing, and learn to adapt to life here, love, or you'll be dead in days. And with that, he shut the door behind him. I opened it again. I had so much more to ask, but he was gone, no sign of him anywhere in the corridor. Maybe it was me losing my mind. I might be imagining all these things, but no matter how much I willed it, the note was still there. And Jamie still wasn't. Georgia arrived not long after Ian had left. I, of course, asked if she had seen him in the corridor to try and affirm to myself that he was real, but she hadn't. She looked at me worried and held me as I sobbed and told her what the postman had said about Jamie and the creatures. I wasn't sure she believed me. Even as she read the note, she looked skeptical. If she was skeptical, I wouldn't have blamed her, but she had always been supportive. She sat with me for hours while I just sobbed, heartbroken. I was so conflicted as to what do to. It felt insane that I hadn't contacted anybody, but this note had turned out to be accurate so far, and if the postman was to be trusted, then I should wait. Georgia had been my best friend for many years. She stuck up for me when I was too scared to do it for myself, and had always been the brave one of the two of us. I felt safe around her, so after hours of crying and despairing at the way my life had changed in a matter of days, I finally decided to take a nap. It was early evening, and Georgia was watching some TV, just there for me if I needed her. Despite the deprivation, I struggled to fall asleep. I tried to imagine Jamie's arms around me, but it became a more painful reminder that they probably never will be again. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of staring at the damp patch on ceiling, I drifted off. About 3 hours ago, I woke up staring at the goddamn damp patch on the ceiling and could hear chatting in the living room. I jumped out of bed and walked towards it. Georgia was on the sofa, with a middle-aged looking woman, both nursing a cup of tea and the matching mugs that Jamie had got me as a move-in present. My blood boiled, but it wasn't their fault. I cleared my throat to get their attention. "Oh, Katie, this is Natalia. She lives upstairs. We got chatting, so I made her a cup of tea. I hope you don't mind." I looked at the dark-haired woman on the sofa, drinking tea from my cup, and nodded. Georgia was a sociable idiot with no understanding of when to not be herself. I wasn't going to lament her for it right now. It was her coping. Of course. "Hi, Natalia. What flat do you live in?" I tried my very best to be polite. I would have to discuss not bringing people into my home mid-tragedy with Georgia after she had left, but until then, I would be neighborly. "Flat 71. It's so nice to meet you. You have a lovely home," Natalia responded. Her lips curled at the corners into a smile that wasn't replicated in her eyes or the rest of her facial expression. She looked at me smugly, with full knowledge that I was aware of the implications of what she had just said. "The rules. The flat number. Every now and again, someone will knock at your door claiming to live in one of these flats and ask to borrow some sugar. They will seem entirely average, but you must shut and lock the door immediately. I installed 2 extra security bolts to avoid these fuckers. I don't like to swear at my age, but they really are fuckers." Prue's warning echoed in my mind, and I couldn't take my eyes off Natalia. Something really was off about her. I looked at Georgia, sat on the sofa next to her, and noticed her sweating. Anyone in the UK knows that it's been a hot for few days, but this was beyond just the ambient temperature. Her entire body was dripping. Suddenly, she began to pant. Natalia's eyes were locked to mine, just like the window cleaners had been. Nothing happened before with the cleaner, except this time, the rule had been broken. She was already in the flat. Georgia started to scream as her skin blistered and charred. Her hair fell from her scalp as the skin flaked and melted away from every inch of her. She was being burned alive without a flame in sight. She scratched frantically at her own melting face, digging into the exposed raw flesh. The sound a person makes when they burn alive is like no other. That will never leave me. I screamed and screamed, but no one came to my door. I tried to grab my phone to call Postman Ian, but the wooden surface I had set it down on burned my fingers to the touch and forced me to recoil. She was going to set the whole flat alight. My actions needed to be quicker than a phone call. I grabbed hold of the large knife I had set down on the side earlier when weaponizing. The handle blistered my fingers instantly, but I didn't care. I needed to get her out now and help Georgia if I could. I ran towards the dark-haired lady, sweat dripping from my brow the closer I got, and plunged the knife into Natalia's throat. She gripped it and fell to the floor. She didn't bleed like a normal human. Her insides were black. She was still moving, and I figured it probably wouldn't be long before she stood right back up and tried again. So I dragged her into the hallway, ready to bolt the door. As we reached the entrance of the corridor, one of the cats was waiting, hissing at her semi-conscious body. I caught her eyes fixate on it as I dumped her on the floor. I grabbed the cat, pulled him inside, wincing as its skin caused more burns up my lower arms, shut the door, and watched through the peephole. She got up and held her hand to the wound, cauterizing it and walking off towards the lift, as if she hadn't been injured at all. I dropped the cat by that point, but every bit of naked skin it had touched throbbed and burned for at least an hour. Georgia hadn't been as lucky as Natalia with injury recovery. I anonymously called an ambulance for her. I couldn't believe it, but she was still breathing. She was badly burned, and her life wouldn't be the same again, but she was alive, and for that I was grateful. It sounds awful, but I left her at the park across the road from the building, with no phone or ID. She's my best friend, and I want to be there, but if I own up to involvement in injuries that bad, they'll suspect me, and I lose the already slim chance that Jamie might be savable. It doesn't mean I don't care about Georgia, but she's alive. I won't believe Jamie isn't until I see it. So now I'm alone again, in the flat, conflicted about what to do. I want to leave, so badly. But this was mine and Jamie's first home together. If he's alive, and I can save him, then I want it to be here for him to come back to. And if he's dead, and the postman is right, then I don't know if I can leave his memory behind. There's only one person I think could help me right now. So tonight I'm going to do some research, hunt down an address, and tomorrow morning I'm going to visit Prudence Hemmings. I didn't get much sleep last night either. The lack of sleep is making me wonder whether all these things happening are in my mind or not. But I'm reminded every time I see that damn note that it's all real. I spent hours last night searching for anything I could about Prudence Hemmings. If she had lived in a big creepy mansion, I imagine she would have been easy to find. But us folk who live in tower blocks aren't so well documented. No one cares about our lives, no matter how extraordinary. I found an article about missing person Lila Hemmings. It suggested that she went missing under the care of her grandmother while playing in the park opposite the flats early in the morning. Interviews with her parents stated that they had both disowned Prudence. Despite the many years that had passed since Lila's disappearance, her parents appeared to have remained unforgiving of Prue. There was no mention of her on either of their social media accounts, and she appeared to have no involvement with the children they had acquired since. Searches for the Hemmings family in the local area were equally dead ends. I looked at link after link, desperate to find something, but they all started to blur into one, until finally I saw something. An obituary for Bernard Bernie Hemmings, who had fallen from the tower block in unexplained circumstances after being diagnosed with dementia months before his death. I was surprised it hadn't made bigger news. It had only been about a year. There were no details of where to find them, but his wife Prudence and her sister Bridget were listed as contacts to find out details of the funeral. It's scary what you can do with the internet these days, but just with those phone numbers I was able to put them into a reverse directory and find an address for Bridget and Tony Bishop, the sister and brother-in-law that Prudence was supposedly living with. About 4 a.m. I managed to get some sleep. Not much though. I was back up and wide awake at around 7 a.m., planning my route and working out my day. I saw a post on social media from one of her relatives that Georgia was identified and is stable. This loosened the knot in my stomach that has been present since I found the note somewhat. At 8:50, I opened the door to my flat, hoping to see Postman Ian. 4 minutes passed, and instead of the postman, an elderly gentleman made his way down the corridor. He had a walking stick and kind eyes. In his free arm, he carried a small plastic bag containing a newspaper and milk. He smiled and said good morning as he passed. I smiled back. He reminded me of my granddad. I imagined him pulling cola cubes from his pocket for his grandkids and shushing them when their parents weren't looking. A little further down the corridor, the old man stopped and turned. He looked me dead in the eyes with a sympathetic expression and spoke. "No post on a Sunday, if that's what you were waiting for." He smiled knowingly and turned to unlock a front door that, until shut, I couldn't see the number of. When I saw the door close and the number 48 boldly displayed above the peephole, I understood what Prudence had meant. Mr. Prentice did seem to be a lovely chap. I sat back in my flat and sighed, staring at the various tabs open on my laptop. At about 9:15, the knocking on the balcony door started. The window cleaner was back. I didn't feel half as terrified as I had the first time. If anything, I was just angry. It took every ounce of restraint I had in my tired body not to engage with him, if only to tell him to fuck off. His genuine seeming requests just irritated me. After about 20 minutes of being watched, the knocking started to give me a headache, so I grabbed a bag and left the flat. I decided there was no time like the present. If I was going to turn up on the bishop's doorstep looking for her sister because of the freaky flat she's left behind, then I had to get it over with. If the address was old, or the bishops weren't the people I was looking for, then I was going to look stupid whatever time of day I went. And I couldn't take the window cleaner's eyes anymore. There was something about them, they really do make you want to open that door. I looked at the lift as I entered the communal hallway and decided today I would take the stairs. I couldn't stand to be in a small box that my partner probably died very painfully in. My heart dropped into my stomach just at the sight of it. The stairs were as grotty as the lift. We'd taken them multiple times on move-in day, but I hadn't really taken it in the same way I could now. I thought about the rules and all the strange things happening in this building. I looked at the badly painted numbers on the walls as I reached each landing. Nothing in this building is simple. I looked at the numbers. 7, 6, 5, 5, 4, 3, 4, 2, G. Maybe it was the sleep deprivation, but my legs were in agreement with my mind that I had definitely just descended more than 6 flights of stairs. They'd glitched. I looked at the dusty and poorly lit stairwell from the bottom. It seemed dark despite the sun pouring in from the glass panel in the main building doors. The note never mentioned glitchy stairs. Maybe I really was losing my mind. As I turned to exit the building, a woman walked in. She was in her late 30s to early 40s and had 2 small children in tow, 1 boy and 1 girl. I guessed that they were twins. They were both incredibly blonde, with deep brown puppy dog looking eyes, and couldn't have been any older than 6 to 7. They were as close to identical as it gets in twins of different genders. I'm not a fan of kids, but they were super cute. The lady had a short bob haircut that got longer at the front. It was uniform and dyed a perfectly even auburn color. I knew it was dyed because her roots were blonde like her kids. She looked as tired as I felt, but she pulled herself together when she saw me, running fingers through part of her hair that she must have missed however early she left this morning. "Hi, are you here visiting?" Who opened with, trying to make small talk. "No, I just moved into flat 42, on the 7th floor. I was just leaving actually. Whereabouts are you?" I was desperate to go. I had feared myself up to see Prue, but I didn't want to be rude. "I'm flat 26. My name's Terry. This is Eddie and Ellie." She gestured to the 2 small children hiding shyly behind her skirt. "Welcome to the block. If you ever need anything, please feel free to give me a shout. My name is Katie, but people call me Kat too." "That's really kind of you, thank you. I will." "Hey, is there something wrong with the stairs?" I stopped myself before going into detail. "Nothing wrong. They just skip sometimes," she answered, shrugging. "Well, I'd love to stop and chat, but I actually really need to get going. It was nice to meet you, Terry." I tried to work out what was wrong with the children as I stepped forward to walk away, still baffled by the stairs. "By the way, we have a residence committee. You should come to one of our meetings. They're every Tuesday in alternating flats. This Tuesday is at Molly Jefferson's place in flat 31. Come along." "We'd love to have you," Terry suggested, waving me off. I walked out the doors after my encounter with Terry feeling sick. Every minute in this place made the note more real. Every word jumped off the page and into my life. Made it more likely that Jamie was really gone. I rode the bus from a stop not far from the flats. It felt like it took an eternity to reach the little suburban area I was looking for. A 5-minute walk away from the bus stop I got off at, and I was staring at a quaint little bungalow belonging to Bridget and Tony Bishop. I knocked on the door. The lady who opened it was unsteady on her feet. She was probably in her 70s, with wispy white hair neatly scraped back into a bun, 2 strands left hanging that just softened her wrinkled face. She wore a dusty rose-colored dress that hung just below her knees and smelled of stale cigarette smoke. "Can I help you?" she asked bluntly. "My name is Kat. I'm looking for Prudence Hemmings," I answered, stuttering slightly. Her eyes widened slightly. "Why?" she asked bizarrely. "Is she here? It's private." The lady ushered me into the house and sat me down on a sofa, Within minutes, there was a cup of tea in front of me. She didn't say anything to me for a while. We just looked at each other. Then she finally broke the silence. I wondered if you'd try and find me. It took me a long time to decide whether to leave that note or not, but I decided that you deserved a head start. That's more than I ever got. The woman was Prudence. She was nothing like I had imagined. She seemed tough and hardened, and spoke with a mostly blunt tone. She contributed before I could answer. Terry called me not long ago, told me that she had met the new tenant. She said you looked shaken up, and said that my note may not have been enough. I did say I couldn't fit everything on there. And the stairs didn't seem too important. The committee wanted to organize a meeting with you on your moving-in day, but I told them that was intrusive. The whole committee thing always seemed a bit excessive to me anyway. She spoke flippantly, like it was nothing. It may have been intrusive, but we needed a warning. We spent a night in the place before I found your note. My boyfriend had already left for work at 3:15 and taken the lift. He didn't know. I broke as I told her what had happened. Her face dropped, and so did my hope for Jamie. I'm so sorry. I really don't know what to say. I thought my note would reach you in time. She mumbled, her face to the floor, refusing to look at me as tears streamed down my face. He's gone, isn't he? I didn't want to accept it, but I spoke to the postman and your face says all it needs to. The postman said there might be a way I can have him back. I bit at her, devastated and angry. He's gone. You can't have him back. What Ian is referring to isn't what you think. There's a way to get people back from the lift, but not as themselves. Trust me. I learned the hard way. Once they're back, you can't reverse it. I'm sorry about your man, but he's gone forever. Don't dig into the other way. To be gone forever is luckier than that alternative. She still wouldn't look up from the floor. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. I said in the note that there are things I'd rather not discuss, and I need you to respect that, or I won't be speaking to you at all. Now move on and ask what you need to ask. Prudence cut me off. I decided not to push the topic further, and moved on to some other things I needed to know. What's the deal with Terry's kids? They seem sweet and normal. Those little demon creatures are anything but normal, she answered, wincing slightly at the though of them. When she went into labor, Terry never made it to a hospital. They were the first children ever to be born inside the building, and with everything that goes on, it's like something's rubbed off on them. They're average children in the daytime, but they never sleep. Ever. Poor Terry hasn't had a day's rest since they were born. They also really love to steal birds and rats they find the cats playing with and torment them. Really annoys the cats. As she finished speaking, a small hairless cat strutted out from behind an armchair across the room, meowing softly. It brushed its head up against Prue's exposed legs, leaving scorch marks where it touched. She didn't react. She reached down and stroked the top of its head, smiling as it purred. And those? I asked, eyes stuck to her now badly burned legs. She chuckled, pulled out a box and lit a cigarette, tapping the top layer of ash into a small silver dish in front of her. She offered me one and I took it gladly. They've always been my good friends. I couldn't leave the building without bringing a part of home with me. This little guy is Damon. He's seen some things. She gushed, not taking her eyes off the cat. But where did they come from? Why are they everywhere? I asked, watching in disbelief as her burns subsided. It seemed impossible, but I looked at my arms where I had picked up the cat the night before, and there was no evidence it had ever happened. They didn't even appear sunburnt. No one really knows. They started to appear after the fire, a few years after I'd moved in. It was rumored that they were the pets of the residents that burned, and that was why they had no fur. But I don't think that's true. I interrupted. I met one of those neighbors last night. She said her name was Natalia. She almost killed my best friend. You're crazy if you think your note was enough of a warning. I ranted emotionally. Look, girl, if I had made a song and dance about warning you, then you'd have thought me crazy and challenged the rules. You'd have been dead already. Be grateful you got anything. I didn't. I had to work it all out. Your generation are so spoiled. She tutted in frustration at me. I was angry, but she was probably right. An elderly lady telling me rat-like creatures would kill my boyfriend in a lift would probably have got some laughs from me a few days ago. I stayed quiet and waited for her to calm down. After a while, she sighed and started again. I think the cats are the neighbors that burned. They've never meant any harm, and they hiss and run from the imposters that roam the building. Besides, there's no way there were that many cats living on one floor. The imposter people don't even match up with the residents that died in the fire. None of them look like, or claim to have the same name as the dead. They just claim to live in their flats. I've met Natalia before. She left a bad scar on Bernie's leg from an incident we had. Nasty girl. Before the fire, there was CCTV, and there was a recording saved of about 15 people marching into the flats and up to that floor about half an hour before the fire started. It was the only evidence found. CCTV wasn't great in the 80s, so they were never identified. And the flames melted the relevant cameras, so nothing ever came of it. I think the people that entered that night are the ones that ask for sugar. I don't know any more than that, but if you avoid them, like I said, you don't need to know more. They hate the cats. I hope your friend survives, but I've seen what those people can do, so maybe she was better off dead. Prue carried on, stroking Damon. I watched the skin of her fingers melt and twist as they made contact with him. What happened to your husband? I asked the question so fast I didn't have time to consider that this was a topic she had explicitly said she didn't want to discuss in the note. But I had to know. She scowled at me. I said I didn't want to talk about that. She hissed. I just lost the love of my life. I need some answers. I begged. What happened to Bernie won't help you. I know you'd think any deaths in that building would be down to the quirks, but this wasn't. For the most part anyway. Don't forget that we had lived there for 35 years. Bernie knew the rules. We knew how to take care of ourselves and have a happy life there. It was our home. I don't doubt that's Mrs. Hemmings, I'm sorry, I interjected. Bernie had dementia. It started about 6 months before he died, and he deteriorated very rapidly. Towards the end, he started wandering. The doctor said it was common, but in our position it was incredibly dangerous. More times than I can count, I pulled him away from the lift just in time. Along with wandering, he was forgetting the rules. He let that smug, awful window cleaner in 3 times. Thank Lord for the big metal pipe I kept by the balcony door. Chased him out a treat. Not that anything stops him from coming back. I'm sure you're already acquainted. After all the dangerous situations Bernie was in, by the end he made the smallest and most fatal of errors. He left a bowl of food out for Damon at 10 a.m. I was out shopping with Terry and a few of the girls from the committee, and when I came back I found one of those awful creatures. Prudence started to cry. I put my hand on her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. After all, I truly knew how she felt. It was eating him. She sniffed and steadied herself to continue, moving my hand. I chased the creature away with the same metal pipe I had the window cleaner and pushed Bernie off the balcony. He was heavy, but I didn't want anyone to know what really killed him. Its teeth. She shivered. They made such an awful noise. It reminded me of Lila. I finished her sentence. I hadn't meant to. I was so invested in her story I couldn't help it. I gather you spoke with Ian then, she said, sounding resigned. I never meant to hurt that little girl. I loved her so much. Tears rolled down her wrinkled cheeks. Damon, who was now sat next to her on the sofa, shuffled closer as if to cuddle her. Haven't you ever been curious about getting her back? I asked, my mind turning back to the methods hinted at by both Prue and the postman. I miss Jamie so much. I'd do anything to get him back. Her face filled with a look of horror and shame. Of course I have, she answered, which is exactly why I'm telling you not to. But I couldn't let it go. Surely anything must be better than gone forever? I pestered. I wish I hadn't. Prudence, frustrated, stood up and gestured for me to follow. She led me outside to the back garden of the bungalow. At the back was a large shed, the kind people used for a man cave or a summer house. It was pretty. The sun shone down on it, lighting up the few cobwebs in the corners and making them twinkle. Mrs. Hemmings was careful to look into both neighboring gardens to ensure there was no one around before she unlocked the door to the shed. We stepped inside, and the first thing to hit me was the smell. It was putrid, like rotting meat. I looked at the floor and covered my nose with my hands. Staring back at me was a pool of blood. I followed the blood with my eyes as Prudence locked us in the shed. Then after I made it past the animal bones, I finally saw it. Just like Postman Ian had described, one of the creatures was watching me from a heavy-duty metal dog cage in the corner of the shed. It looked reinforced, but still the metal had chew marks. Their jaws had to be strong to cause that. That didn't surprise me looking at it. Its rodent-like nose and beady. Yet, somehow human-like eyes were nothing compared to the two very visible rows of jagged, sharp teeth that lined each gum. Despite its small stature, it was terrifying. Prudence opened a drawer in a dusty cupboard across the room and pulled out a can of dog food. She poured the contents into the bowl and passed the bowl through the feeding hatch. The cage had a safety feature, meaning the animal couldn't access the food until the hatch was locked from the outside. I was grateful for this. Prue turned to me and spoke. She brushed one of the two strands of hair framing her face behind her ear. Gesturing to the hideous creature, she said, "Cat, I would like to introduce you to my granddaughter, Lila." I was in complete shock, looking at her. Prudence had a facial expression filled with guilt, and now I knew the truth. I could see it. The creature was exactly how Ian had described, except with wavy ginger hair and a sadness in its beady eyes. This abomination was Lila. This was how Prudence had bought her back, and this was the only way I would ever see Jamie again, a risk I wasn't going to take. After days of disbelief, the reality finally hit me like a ton of bricks. Jamie was dead, and he wasn't coming back. "Why did you do this?" I asked, my voice shaking with horror. Prudence scowled at me, trying to mask her shame. "I didn't want this. If you think this was my aim, then you're sicker than I am. I just wanted my granddaughter back. When she died, a part of me died. My son blamed me. His wife blamed me. And although he never said it, I could see in Bernie's eyes that he did too. I'd pushed for her to stay. I wanted to spend more time with her. I got cocky about my ability to cope with the strange occurrences in the flats. I know what you must be thinking, but I swear I didn't know about the sleepwalking until it was too late. We had moved into the flat not long after my son left home to move in with his girlfriend. He's the youngest of 3 and was the last to fly the nest, so we downsized for the 2 of us. He never knew what we were facing in that flat, or the dangers that he sent his little girl into. When it happened, it was a few years after the fire and the troubles with the creatures. We'd struck the deal with the things in the lift, and the neighbors of the burned flats had become a fixture just like the other quirks. I really thought she would be safe. Prudence paused to gaze longingly at the mutated little girl in the cage. The creature just twitched. In return, it bared its 4 rows of teeth and made a gentle hiss. "But how did you do this?" I stopped her with more urgency this time, looking at Lila, in disbelief. I had to get answers out of her fast. I didn't want to spend any more time than was absolutely necessary in this shed. "The gardener helped me," she answered, her voice trembling. "Who the fuck is the gardener?" I grew more impatient with every new confusion she threw at me. The last thing I needed was something new and potentially malevolent in the mix. I didn't mention him in my note because he's been gone for over 20 years. He'll be of no concern to you, so don't worry. His damage is in the past now. Around the time Lila went missing, the council granted planning permission for the tower block next door. But before that was built, the land it sits on acted as a communal garden for ours and the neighboring tower block on the other side. It had a regular gardener named Derek, who you would often see tending the flower beds out front. Derek was one of the first people I met when I moved in. Like I said, I had to work it all out myself, and the first time the window cleaner came to the balcony, I naturally reached to let him in and offer a cup of tea. As my hand applied pressure to the handle to open the balcony door, there was a knock at the front door. I made a gesture to the cleaner to indicate that I would only be a minute and answered. There was Derek. He stopped me and told me not to let the man in, that I would be making a huge mistake. I thought he sounded crazy, and I told him so. After a while of arguing, I got up to reboil the kettle and let the man in, and Derek grabbed my hands and shouted at me to look at the man outside. When I turned to look, there was no man outside, but a monster. He was tall and impossibly thin, flesh and bones, but somehow thinner than bones with graying skin stretched over them. He had eyes that seemed to be so deep set they went on forever, like the blackest cave you can imagine. Saliva dripped from his mouth and landed on my balcony floor, some sliding down the glass panel of the door. I opened my mouth to scream, but as I did, Derek let go of my hands, and the monster was gone. In its place was that smug, friendly man begging for a drink while he cleans the windows. It took me a minute to process it, but I know what I'd seen. That was the real window cleaner. I never intentionally opened or tried to open the door for him again. That day, Derek didn't stay long. He didn't tell me what the window cleaner is or why he visits every few days. He didn't explain anything about the weird things that go on. As much as Derek was a part of the strange happenings, he was like one that had been carved from light. He said that he'd always be around when I needed him, that it was his job to look after the residents just like the flower beds. Over the years, he appeared a few times. He was instrumental in striking a deal with the creatures. When the neighbors died in the fire, he created a special display for them in the garden and made sure that nothing planted was poisonous to the cats as soon as they arrived. He also stopped an imposter from killing Bernie at our front door. He seemed like such a good thing for the residents, always there to help, offer some gentle advice or a creative solution, someone to be trusted. He changed when they granted planning permission for the other block, though. He knew his garden would be dug up to lay foundations, and his use is redundant. He became grumpy and bitter over time, but no one paid enough attention to notice, especially not when my tragedy struck. When Lila died, I was devastated. Derek appeared to me as I sat on a bench in the garden crying. He offered to help me, to use the garden to get her back. I snapped at him. I told him it was his fault, and that he should have been there when it happened to stop them. He worked so hard on the agreement with the creatures. He spent a lot of time with them. Lila broke the rule, and he had to allow them to do what had been agreed, he said. He couldn't have stopped them, but he wanted to help make things right. I understood why he hadn't intervened, but I couldn't accept it. I lashed out at him. I'm embarrassed to say I actually slapped the poor man, along with stamping on his freshly planted flower bed. I was angry and grieving. I quickly burned myself out and collapsed into a blubbering heap on the floor. Derek attempted to comfort me, but his mind was on his garden. He said he was sorry for my loss, but I shouldn't have attacked the flower bed, that he'd always been nice to me and I should be kinder in return. I snapped and told him that it didn't matter because it was all about to be bulldozed in the next few days anyway. I should have taken more note of the way he twitched as I said that. He snapped. He said that he knew I was angry, but there was no need to take it out on him. If I was that desperate to get Lila back, he knew a way. But it was dangerous. I begged. Anything, I said. I would do anything. He told me it was simple, and that all I had to do was enter the lift and offer the creatures some food, whilst repeating the phrase, Reverteter mortuus, during their frenzied hours. He said that there was no guarantee they wouldn't be crunching on my bones before I even got the first word out, but that if I succeeded, I would have Lila back. Of course, it was successful. There wasn't a creature in sight as I performed the ritual as instructed. I thought nothing happened at first. She didn't appear straight away, but a few days later I found her running round inside my house. She'd taken a chunk out of Damon's ear with her teeth. I tried to kill her at first, but just as I was about to finalize it, I saw in her eyes who she was. I tried to look for Derek, but by that point the workmen had started. Nothing was left of his garden, and nothing was left of Derek. No one's seen him since. You see, Kat, nothing in that building is totally harmless. You have to be on your guard at all times. I've kept her like this ever since. You may think I'm crazy, but I couldn't kill my own granddaughter. I'm not a monster. Prue sighed and ushered me back out of the shed. She locked the door behind us, closing the padlock on her most hideous secret. I was exhausted. It was a lot of information to take in, and as a result of the information I'd received, real grief for my boyfriend was finally settling in. Every hope I had was dashed. I know many of you tried to tell me in the comments that he was gone, but I wanted you to be wrong so bad. I couldn't bear to look at Prudence Hemmings for another moment. I made my excuses and left, morosely riding the bus back to the tower block I had once been so excited to live in. It was mid-afternoon by time I got home. The choice between the stairs and lift didn't strike much enthusiasm into me, but I opted for the stairs, and after what I'm sure ended up being 11 flights, I made it the 6 flights up the stairs to my flat. I laid on our mattress on the floor and sobbed for Jamie. I sobbed so hard my throat went dry and hurt, and my stomach cramped with each gasping breath. I sobbed myself to sleep. My body and mind must have given up fighting the need to rest and shut down. When I woke up, it was late, about 10 p.m. I wrote as much of my update as I could for you guys, hit post, and just sat at the dining table with my head in my hands. My whole life had fallen to shit and I knew it. I thought about so many things, questioned why they were happening to me. I searched social media for updates on Georgia, but there were none. Jamie wasn't super close with his family, but I knew it wasn't long before they'd start to worry. Everything I considered just snowballed in my mind. The loneliness in dealing with this situation was killing me. I decided to do something I usually wouldn't. I went downstairs and I knocked on the door of flat 26. Terry answered. Her perfectly bobbed hair was a little unkempt and out of place. She had huge bags under her eyes, and I could smell wine on her breath. "Are you okay, Kat?" She looked concerned. I found it ironic that she looked so disheveled I had forgotten it was me who came for help. "I'm not. I'm sorry. I know I don't know you. I could barely speak. Don't worry. Prue called me. She told me everything. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. It's a shame I never got to meet him." Terry stared back at me with the same expression a mother would, warm and understanding. "Would you like a cup of tea? Maybe something stronger?" "I'd love a coffee, please," I answered meekly, making way into the living room. Her sofa was comfy. It reminded me of being back home at my parents' before any of this started. Terry trotted out to the kitchen, stumbling slightly. I could see the kitchen counter from the sofa and the empty bottle of wine that accounted for her stumbling. As she boiled the kettle, there was a huge crash from somewhere inside the flat. I jumped, feeling startled. Terry coughed in a meager attempt to conceal the noise. "Excuse me for just a moment, please," she muttered apprehensively as she walked out of the living area and into the hallway containing the bedrooms. I heard another crash, giggling, and some inaudible shouting. After a while, things went quiet, and Terry came back into the living room. "Sorry about that, kids, she announced, brushing off the noises. I'd almost forgotten about Eddie and Ellie. It was late already, and by the resigned expression on Terry's face indicated that this was how all her nights began. I nodded. I couldn't muster up much more of a response. I think she could see that I just needed to sit there. She got up to finish making, and then set the cup of tea in front of me with 2 digestive biscuits. I hadn't eaten properly in days, and I really needed the sugar. It turned out me and Terry get along really well. We have similar taste in movies, music, and food despite the age gap. We spoke for about an hour about random, normal stuff. It was nice to get a break from the madness. I got used to the crashing around from the twins. I even laughed a few times. I'd forgotten what that felt like these past few days. The break didn't last long. The next noise that we heard was louder than the first. It was quickly followed by 2 small children, running into the living room, diving into their mother's arms. I was taken aback for a moment. Eddie and Ellie were dressed in pajamas, and were still the cute children that I had met in the hallway, but something was different. Their brown puppy dog eyes had become deep voids, like what I'd imagined when Prue described the window cleaner's true form, and at the ends of their fingers were long, sharp claws protruding from where nails should be. I didn't have time to recoil in terror at their new looks. Terry clutched them and asked what was wrong. They wailed and buried the voids where their eyes should be into their mother's shoulders. Despite their terrifying exterior, these were 2 very scared little kids. It had been a very long day, and I thought my nightmare was over, but it was only just beginning. Ellie mumbled into Terry's shoulder, in that high-pitched voice kids do when they're scared. "Mummy, we're sorry. We didn't mean to let them in. We were just teasing." "Shh, they're coming," hissed Eddie, in the same distressed high-pitched tone. "Whose? What have you done?" Terry asked, color drained from her face. The kids didn't get a chance to reply. Terry's face turned paler than I thought possible. I looked up, and standing in the living room doorway were about 10 people, all incredibly average looking. They were almost expressionless. They didn't look angry or pleased to see us. They were dressed in nondescriptive clothes. I imagine trying to describe them to one of those artists that draws pictures for the police, and I genuinely don't think even one of them had a distinguishing feature. That's why it took me a while to spot her in the crowd, even though she had been glaring at me the entire time. Natalia. When I first saw Natalia, all I could picture was Georgia. The way her skin melted off her face, the smell of her hair burning, and the sound that she made. I didn't have time to count, but there were more than I originally thought. I figured these must have been the 15 people Prudence talked about, entering the flats that burned before it happened. I already knew that Natalia was one of them. Eddie and Ellie clutched Terry's skirt, trembling with fear. I wanted to help protect them, but I still couldn't help but tremble a little myself every time I caught a glimpse of those hollow voids where their eyes were. "Hi, Terry. The kids said we could borrow some sugar?" she asked menacingly. Grinning at the frightened family stood next to me. After a moment or two of intense staring, Natalia finally addressed me. She appeared to be the spokesperson for the group. "How's your friend doing? It was a shame we had to end our visit. I was enjoying her company." "Don't speak about her. She's got nothing to do with you, you sick bitch," I screamed at her. I couldn't bear looking at her face again. "You don't scare me with all your freak friends. I'm not going to let you hurt this lady or her kids." Natalia chuckled. I gulped. "I may talk a good game, but I am no hero. Mere days ago, I was just a young girl excited to move in with her boyfriend, and now here I am. My boyfriend's dead. My flat is like living in my own personal horror movie, and I'm standing up challenging demonic flame neighbors to defend demonic-looking children. But when I said she didn't scare me, I meant it. Something inside me was eradicating any fear of these people. I just wanted to protect the residents. Life really does throw curveballs. I know you aren't scared. I saw it in your eyes when you stuck that big knife in my throat. That's why we're here. My brothers and sisters are not freaks. You're the freaks, thinking that your lives have meaning. We watch you people go about your day-to-day lives and your mundane routines, and nothing really changes. Your lives are pointless and disposable. That's why we set the fire all those years ago." She chuckled throughout her words. There was an animation in them like she was a psychotic cartoon character, finally catching its prey after 138 episodes of chasing. "Those people weren't disposable," Terry mumbled, barely a decibel higher than a whisper. "What was that, Terry? Did you have something to say?" Natalia went from psychotic cartoon to school bully. She made my skin crawl. "I was only a child, but those people were friends of my parents. They were good people," Terry said with slightly more confidence. None of the other people had moved. They just stood there staring. "Why would you burn people alive? What can you possibly gain?" I interjected, taking a slight step between Natalia and Terry and the kids. I could see she was getting ready to go for them, and I couldn't let it happen. "We were living with the great leader, Michael. All of us. Living in the righteous manner that he had directed us to live." She gestured to the people around her. The name Michael appeared to inspire some sort of emotion in the group. "Michael's brother Jonathan lived here, on the floor we burned. He let us hang out there sometimes, but he didn't live the righteous way that we did. He didn't like our beliefs, but he took us in when we lost the place we were staying because of the growth of the group. Him and Michael rarely saw eye to eye. They argued passionately. Our group never believed in living within the constraints of societal norms, and we were up at all hours. We came and went as we pleased, embracing freedoms and listened to music as we did introspective work." Terry shoved the kids further behind her and snapped, infuriated. "You were a group of entitled, bratty hippies following some middle-aged, mentally ill twat. Listen to yourself. The stereotypical cultish drivel coming out of your mouth right now," Terry cried. I was shocked at her outburst, although I couldn't have agreed more. It did sound like cultish drivel. It made me so angry that this was what an entire floor of people died over. As Terry ended her rant, the curtains hanging on the window behind her burst into flames. I jumped and felt my heart skip a beat. "Don't insult us. I'm sick of hearing simple-minded people call us a cult," came from the back row. An average-looking man with dark hair and jeans had piped up, smiling and watching the curtains burn. He had done that. They were all capable of what Natalia had done to Georgia, at the very least. For the first time since the people had entered Terry's flat, my nerves of steel had wavered. I realized that we were only alive because they were allowing it so far. We were in big trouble. Terry swiftly shut up, and Natalia continued her story. Michael was the true leader. Not like all the fakes you hear of in the news. The people you're talking about. He was teaching us to build a world of peace and harmony. But he didn't deny that in order to do that, you had to eradicate the non-believers. He taught us to embrace the bad in us, to harness it so that we could do extraordinary things. She smiled wickedly as her hands glowed hot coals as she spoke. It may have sounded like cultish drivel, but Michael being a total faker wouldn't explain their powers. Things went wrong when someone went to the police after Michael and Jonathan had a terrible argument one night. When the police arrived, Jonathan told us to go. The group had been planning to leave this building anyway. We'd had nothing but interruption and trouble in our time here. This place is weird. But we had nowhere immediate to go. The police already disliked us after overcrowding the last property. We didn't need any more attention. Michael was furious. We brainstormed in a field for hours who could have done it. I personally suspected the next-door neighbor, Mavis. The woman was so nosy, always knocking and asking us to keep noise down, interrupting our spiritual sessions. Michael couldn't make a certain judgment on the person who had done it. All we thought we were sure of was that they had to be on the same floor. So he instructed us to go back that night and eradicate the whole floor and every non-believer who lived there. As you know, we obliged. This incited sick laughter from the crowd. I waited, forcing myself to let her finish, buying time. We took pleasure in their screams, in watching every man, woman, and child go up in flames through their front door windows. It was the first time we'd unleashed all that energy, and we felt so powerful. But then as we left the burning hallway behind us and entered the stairwell, this building found a way to fuck us over one more time. I couldn't give you a number on the amount of times we tried to run down those stairs, leave our glorious victory behind us, and return to Michael. It didn't matter how many times we tried. We couldn't make it past that floor. The stairs wouldn't let us. It didn't take long before the fire reached the stairwell we were trapped in, burning us all, along with the non-believers. We died just in time for the fire engine to arrive. We may have been dead, but we didn't disappear. We couldn't leave the building. We were stuck just wandering it, in and out of the burned flats and hallways, but not allowed anywhere else unless we were asked. It was awful. We didn't try to cause any trouble at first. We waited for Mike Heel to come and find us, instruct us. 2 months passed and he hadn't come. Instead came confirmation. A newspaper put through the door of the building. Headline news. Tower Block resident Bernie Hemmings information. Vital to imprisonment of local cult leader on drug charges. I gasped. I couldn't believe I hadn't found that when I was researching Prue, but I suppose local news wasn't so heavily online back then. Natalia saw my shocked expression and grinned wider than before. The old bat didn't tell you that then, she asked, although it wasn't really a question. That her stupid husband is the whole reason we're here. We started to really cause issues then. Did anything within our power to fuck the whole building over, but it didn't take them long to work out that we had to be asked to come in. We only stopped when Prue worked out a way we could die a second time, and that we wound come back again. She killed 2 of our group. She was the only person that could stop us. We couldn't do shit with her around. We stopped and reached a stalemate. Then she moved out. We were going to honor that stalemate until you stabbed me. Prue's gone. It's fair game in here now. As Natalia got angrier, a member of her group started getting agitated. They all soon followed like a hive mind, working as one. The stillness became chaotic, with all of them moving and making noise. I didn't notice at first when one started walking towards Terry and the kids, but I noticed when it got near. It was a teen girl, slender and pretty, but still unsettlingly average. As she got within a meter of the family, Ellie suddenly went rigid. The claws that replaced her fingernails grew longer and sharper, with jagged edges from growing so fast. The voids deepened, if that was even possible. She opened her mouth to reveal rows of sharp teeth, blood caked where the tooth meets the gum where they had grown too quickly as well. Ellie jumped. She reached out towards the girl and slashed her face with the claws, leaving deep gouges across her eyes. She clung onto the girl using her claws as wall pegs, keeping herself at eye level. Eddie controlled the crowd. His own claws grew, and he ran towards them, sending them scattering out of the flat. Random bursts of flames erupted everywhere, lighting up the whole room. Shit had hit the fan. The 2 demon children were successfully fending off a group of 15 dead superhuman cultists. Natalia ran from them too, but kept her eyes locked on mine as she did. As she ran from the flat, she spoke to me. "This isn't over," she screamed, and I knew that it wasn't. I stayed on Terry's sofa that night. We organized all the burned items in the house and threw things out before we crashed out in the early hours. The kids' claws retracted, and they returned to their earlier state, causing mischief in the hallways. They were too young to really understand. I didn't sleep much. Nothing new. When I woke up, Terry was still asleep. I didn't want to disturb her, so I walked back to my flat, desperate to avoid anything strange on my way. The stairs must have noticed, because they didn't skip on my way up. I hadn't checked the time when I left Terry's, but I reached my door at the same time as a familiar face. Postman Ian was stood there, dropping letters on my doorstep. "Hey, love," he shouted as he noticed me. "I need to talk. Can you come inside? Just 5 minutes, please?" I practically begged him at the doorstep. I told him everything that had happened the night before, how Natalia was out for revenge and I was the object of her rage. I begged him to tell me how to kill them, but he claimed he didn't know. He said if kept my doors locked and didn't let them in, then I'd be fine. He looked shirty as I mentioned killing them, didn't even suggest asking Prudence how to do it. Something was telling me there wasn't much point. He seemed so disingenuous. I wanted to trust him. So badly I wanted to trust him. I had been so vulnerable with him over Jamie. But if Prudence Hemmings could forget to mention what Bernie had done, and conveniently never pass on the method to kill these awful people, leaving them around to terrorize her friends and neighbors, then could she be a liar too? Could I really trust Ian? When he provided no answers and no real help, something inside me told me that I needed to get him out of my flat. I needed to rethink, start working things out on my own. I made excuses to Ian and sent him on his rounds. Prudence left me these rules, but she left so much out. How do I know I wasn't always a pawn in some sick game? Her fantasy life as a puppet master, setting me up to fail. She's kept her granddaughter in a cage for years. Maybe she enjoys suffering. I wasn't going to give up easily, though. Natalia wasn't going to win. I decided then and there that I needed to attend the committee meeting today and start building an army against Natalia. I didn't need Prue's help or her methods. With enough manpower, I could do it myself. This was war. I sat all morning thinking about everything, cup after cup of coffee in front of me to keep me awake. Once the postman had left, and I was alone with my thoughts, they just continued to get louder. I thought about Natalia and the cult, about the kids and their nighttime antics, about the committee meeting, Jamie and how much I missed him, Georgia and my burning guilt, and Mr. Prentice, who was finally making those aforementioned animal noises. Most of all, I thought about the note left for me on move-in day, how it had changed everything. My whole life was different now. I was alone, and it felt like my new home was attacking from every angle. I reread the note a few times over my coffee. I worried about my rent. It was tight but manageable. School is currently out in the UK, but as a training teacher assigned to a school, I still get paid a small amount through the summer. The rent is low, and with a second summer job, I can just about make it without Jamie. It sounds strange, but it felt nice to worry about something normal for a minute, even if I should have been worrying about my survival and the many entities currently trying to kill me. I didn't get to stew for too long. I had to get ready for the committee meeting. After the events of the night before and my growing mistrust of Prudence, it was imperative that I got the neighbors on side if I was going to achieve anything like my goals of eradicating the imposter, cultist neighbors. The meeting was at noon in flat 31. There was a poster on a communal notice board by the entrance that I was glad to spot. Terry hadn't mentioned the time when we met, and all our meetings since had been a bit hectic to discuss it. The poster promised tea and cakes, and my stomach rumbled at the thought. I hadn't eaten properly in days. At 11:55, I left the flat and wandered out into the corridor. I'd never seen so many neighbors. Mr. Prentice, however, was still making that awful noise, and I watched in disbelief as every single person in the corridor walked past his door as if it was silent. I did my usual deliberation on whether to take the stairs or lift, but yet again the stairs won. I still couldn't bear being where Jamie died, and all these extra flights were keeping me fit. Flat 31 belonged to an older lady named Molly Thompson and her husband Eric. She had a blue rinsed head of curls attached to her head and had gone to the effort to make homemade Battenberg cake. Other neighbors had bought along baked goods as well. It reminded me of a school fair. The flat itself was decorated for the 70s, with plenty of china cat ornaments littered around. I sat down on a dusty plastic garden chair, one of many that Molly seemed to have acquired and laid out for the residents pouring in. I hadn't seen community spirit like this in my life. I smiled as I saw Terry, Eddie, and Ellie wander in. It was nice to see some familiar faces. I had noticed people looking at me, wondering who I was. It probably wasn't often they got new neighbors. Eddie came running up to me, swung his arms round me and sat down in the rickety garden chair next to mine. It was so sweet. Terry smiled at me and took a seat the other side of mine. Ellie sat next to her brother. The brown puppy dog eyes were back. No claws. "I'm glad you came," Terry said to me, loud enough to hear over the voices of the other neighbors. "I really want you to see the good side of the block. We don't bite, really." She laughed nervously as she realized the irony of her statement. "Terry, I need help. We need to stop those people from coming back again and from terrorizing people. The block can't go on like this." I wanted to make the purpose of my attendance clear to her. It was time for things to change. "But if you don't let them in, then they don't bother you. I've spoken to the kids. They know not to do it again, that those people are dangerous." She paused for a moment and sighed. "Although them running away didn't help, the kids think they're indestructible now. They've been telling me all morning that they're going to kill the bad guys." She looked so resigned, but it was true. They did run away from the twins. Maybe there was something in that. I knew they could die. I just had to work out how. But as the thought crossed my mind, and I looked at Eddie and Ellie, I couldn't imagine taking the risk. I could have flat out gone back and asked Prudence, but to be honest, I didn't want anything to do with her. She gave me such a bad feeling. I was doubting everything she told me. "It doesn't matter if you can keep them away. We can't all live in fear. Yours aren't the only kids in this building. I knew this from surveying the room. But I bet not all the kids here are as special as yours. What if another family burns to death because their kids were hyper one night?" I could see this struck a chord with Terry. She looked at me with glassy eyes, as if on the verge of tears. "You're right. Molly's the chairwoman, and she can be a little strict, but you can bring it up under any other business." She spoke with a lump in her throat. "Here you go, by the way." She handed me a piece of printed paper. Any other business felt a bit lackluster, but it would do, as long as it got discussed. I turned my attention. The piece of paper. It was the agenda for the meeting. For something written so formally, it appeared farcical. It seemed other flats and floors had different but equally strange issues to mine. There were only 6 items on the agenda for the meeting with AOB as the 7th. They were as follows. 1. Welcome and introductions with apologies for absence. 2. Replacing of the flickering lights on floor 11. It seems to incite vicious behavior from the pets and elderly of that floor. 3. Serving a formal residence letter of concern to the man who doesn't move from the bottom of the stairwell on floor 5. 4. Finances, budgets for general maintenance, and the annual barbecue. 5. The stairs with no grip leading up to floor 14 at the very top, and the health and safety hazards this presents. 6. Soundproofing of Mr. Prentice's flat, number 48. I was comforted to know that I wasn't alone in dealing with all these strange occurrences. I was also chilled to the core to know for certain that it was the entire building that was more than a bit odd. What really struck me as odd is that when I thought about it, I had seen that man on floor 5 when going down the stairs. But I'd never noticed that it had been every time, or that he had never moved, until this moment. The meeting begun with a loud and dissatisfying clink. By this point, the tiny, 70s-themed flat was packed. Garden chairs had all ran out and people were standing. Molly Thompson stood up from her floral-patterned armchair and bashed a teaspoon against the outside of her cup. She reminded me of a very strict, disciplinarian school teacher I had worked with during my university placement. She commanded quiet in the room. "I think we should get started, everyone," she shrilled, her voice growing louder with every word until the crowd came to a silent hum. "Right. Firstly, we are not going to skip the introductions today. Apologies have been given by Joe and Steph of Flat 2, and yet again by Mr. Prentice. We have a new face in the room, as I'm sure many of you have noticed." She gestured to me and looked in my direction, but didn't really make any eye contact. She was just talking about me as I sat in the room. Eventually, she addressed me directly. "Stand up, dear. Introduce yourself. We're pleased to have you here." I was deeply uncomfortable. I could feel some sort of panic coming on. I never liked standing in crowds very much, but I stood up anyway. Hi. My name is Kat. I live in flat number 42. I moved in with my boyfriend Jamie, but he was killed in the lift by the weird rat creatures you people have living here. The people that claim to live in the burned-out flats won't leave me alone, and one in particular seems to want me dead. Oh, and that window cleaner outside my flat makes me want to scoop my own eyes out with a spoon every time he knocks on the door. Nice to meet you all. The crowd had gasped a little. I sat down, instantly mortified. I don't know what happened. The normality and structure of the meeting overwhelmed me. There's something about a sense of order and normality amongst chaos. It does something to your brain. And for me, for the first time in this whole journey, it sent me into a meltdown. I sobbed as I hit the chair, both in pure mental exhaustion and disappointment that I had blown my chance at building any sort of army against Natalia. Terry rubbed my shoulder. Molly broke the awkward silence that had blanketed the room. Nice to meet you, Catherine. I understand life in this building can be a little overwhelming. We did ask the previous occupant to let us intervene when you moved in, but she was insistent. In hindsight, we may need to review our policies on new tenants. I am so very sorry for the loss of your partner. The lift is a most unfortunate situation. She had been in positions of power in her life for certain. She responded professionally but coldly. There was no feeling in her condolences. She came off like a corrupt politician digging themselves out of a hole. She did decide to skip the introductions after my outburst. I also hate it when I'm called Catherine. My parents named me Katie and I shorten it to Cat. Her presuming it was Catherine added to her schoolteacher demeanor. She carried on with the proceedings pretty swiftly, and interesting characters present at the meeting started to emerge. My favorite was a large, middle-aged Caribbean woman named Precious St. Fleur, who would not accept Molly's claims that there was not enough in the budget to replace the lighting on floor 11. She got up and lifted her shirt to reveal a large, deep bite mark across her stomach, caused by her dog, after a long episode of the lights flickering. When that didn't change Molly's answer, she lifted her trouser leg to reveal a smaller, but still noteworthy bite mark on her leg, from her elderly mother who lives with her. Molly didn't budge. It took what felt like an eternity to get to any other business. If I weren't so focused on my goal, I would have enjoyed hearing about the quirks of the other floors, maybe tried to engage a little, but I just couldn't concentrate. When the chairwoman asked if anyone had any other business, she scanned the room quickly. I stood up from my chair and she locked in on me with her eyes. My hands were shaking, and I could feel a cold sweat forming all over my body. "Catherine, what can we help you with, dear?" she asked in a patronizing tone. "I want help in getting rid of the people pretending to be from the burned-out flats. I can't be the only person that doesn't like living in fear," I stated boldly, trying not to break down again. "Dear, we have had this discussion multiple times, and it's been taken off the agenda. I am aware you're new here, but there is nothing we can do about certain problems within this building, and for this particular issue, we would appreciate you not letting them into your home and ignoring them like the rest of us." She snapped back. "But that's not good enough. Terry's kids answered the door last night. They're children. It's easily done. What if someone else's child does it and aren't so lucky to survive? One burned my friend so bad a few nights ago that she's still unconscious in hospital. This I knew from social media. A few people called out in agreement with me from the crowd. The only one who has ever been able to deal with them is Prudence, and that difficult woman never revealed her methods. Don't think we didn't try. You're suggesting a suicide mission. You do well to remember you are new here," Molly hissed through her teeth. Did she have to mention I was new so many times? It was grating on me. "Well, I'm willing," shouted Precious. She seemed stronger than the rest in her earlier rant. I was glad to have her on side. Where she came forward, a few others followed. Soon I had 5 people, plus myself, willing to form a subcommittee to get rid of the cultists. Molly didn't like it, but she agreed to let us do it. There was me, Precious and Terry, along with a lady named Shanti who lived a few doors from me. A man named Anton and his friend Leo from floor 8 made up the group. To be honest, they just seemed keen to get involved with any kind of battle. Leo was the loud one. Anton was mostly silent. I invited them to my flat after Molly swiftly adjourned the meeting. Inviting anyone into my home made me anxious now. I found myself studying each of their faces to ensure they weren't too average and I hadn't invited the wrong people in. I was fairly certain I hadn't. Eddie and Ellie settled in front of my TV in the bedroom, so they didn't hear our conversation. They may only be kids, but I felt safer with them there. We discussed for hours how we could bring the imposter people into one place and kill them all. Leo was particularly creative. He came up with weird and wacky ways to end them, from locking them in a room and blasting with fire extinguishers until they freeze, to herding them into the lift between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m. The whole time, I waited nervously for a knock on the door, for them to come for us, but they didn't. We got time to plan, but despite the time it never really took off, no idea seemed feasible. I shared everything I knew. My conversation with Prue, the night before, in Terry's flat, everything. Precious listened to my tales intently before speaking. Derek would have helped us. He was a great man. He used to turn up at my door in the dead of the night just as those lights started and take my dog for a walk. She spoke of the gardener with a fondness. Prudence told me about Derek. She said he's been gone since the garden was demolished. I replied flatly. It was awful when he left. That woman that used to live here was nasty to him. I watched out my window as she tore up the garden. I know she was grieving for that little girl, but I know Derek only ever wanted to help. Shanti spoke up from the corner. She had been pretty quiet the whole time. He was the whole reason we don't have those awful creatures from the lift all over our homes anymore. My brother was killed by one before the agreement. He was 4 years old. I twitched as she told her story. Shanti has such sad eyes, and speaking about her brother only filled them further with sadness. This is another thing I don't understand. Why have any agreement? If you managed to kill most of them, why not all? I asked, feeling anger over Jamie burn through my throat as I spoke. Precious laughed. Terry shot her a look from across the room. No one's told you the whole story, have they? Shanti asked, a single tear running down her face. What do you mean? This was driving me insane. Nothing was simple. How could I trust anyone? When Prudence and some of the others killed the creatures, they killed a large group of them in one hit. They had started to work out that food scraps and pet food were attracting them, and they gathered all the pet food in the tower block into one empty flat on the floor. The fire had happened. They creatures came in droves just like expected, and they set the flat alight. Again, the flat was burned to ash on top of pre-existing ash. Nothing could survive that. Shanti was interrupted after this by Leo. And then 3 giant rat motherfuckers literally rose from the ashes, triple as smart and strong and fucked shit up, he said, a look of excitement on his face. Shanti rolled her eyes and continued. So all Prudence did was cause a quite literally bigger problem. She didn't kill them, all she did was help them evolve. There was only 3 of them, but they learned to sneak attack. More people died than during the original infestation. They were more intelligent, but not in the way it comes across when the agreement's spoken about. We couldn't speak to or reason with them. Terry was looking at the floor. Only Derek was able to do that. He spoke to them like he spoke to the garden. He made it safe for everyone again. I wasn't there. I was too young, but there we were told he didn't even have to use words. They understood just a series of movements and eye contact. Derek explained the rule with the lift. He told us it was a gesture of goodwill. The creatures needed a home and seemed attracted to the building, and we would let them live there and stop killing their kind if they would stop killing ours. But to show them some respect, we would allow them a small time frame where unleash their instinctual nature. But only if someone came to them. There are only 2 left now. Prudence killed the other during what happened with her granddaughter, but that only made them 2 stronger, like they absorbed the 3rd. I tried to take in all the information I was receiving, but I couldn't. It was too much. Derek isn't coming back. It's been years. This is pointless, Terry finally erupted. Precious laughed again. How do you know? You speak to dear old Prue all the time. Know something we don't? Precious spoke sarcastically, but I think she meant what she said. It was becoming clear that Prudence Hemmings wasn't too popular in this building. I don't speak to her all the time. We just keep in contact. She was always nice to me. Terry tried weakly to defend herself. That's because you're naive and a pushover. She used you because no one else would give her the time of day. Precious was about to launch into a full rant on Terry. I was glad Eddie and Ellie were in the other room and couldn't hear. I wondered if she'd seen them at night. I decided to stop the rant. This was becoming counterproductive, and we were getting nowhere with our plans. I interjected and told them all I needed them to leave so that I could sleep. Partly true, although I knew I couldn't sleep. I had other things to do. They all filed out of my flat. Terry and the kids were the last to leave. She gave me a hug as she left and told me to get a proper night's rest, telling me she was always there for a cuppa and a chat. It was sweet. I felt sorry for Terry. The kids hugged me too as they left. I know she spoke to Prue, but I was certain that it really was entirely innocent. I sat in the empty flat, disheartened that my assembling of an army had turned into a bickering shit show with no real suggestions on how to kill the imposter neighbors. I felt totally alone. I couldn't trust Prue or Ian or pretty much anything I thought I knew. Maybe Prue didn't even kill those neighbors. They only told me half-truths about the creatures after all. I was left alone with my thoughts again, and after a few hours, a good one finally struck me, but I needed supplies. I left the building and went to the nearest shop to gather the items I needed. For what I needed and the time of night, I had to travel to a 24-hour supermarket. It took half-hour each way on the bus. But I stayed focused. My bags were heavy and awkward on the way back to the block. But if it paid off, this was going to be worth it. I trudged up the stairs. It took me 2 trips and 24 flights of stairs instead of 14 to get everything in my flat and organize myself. It only took 16 and a large gym bag that was much easier to carry on the way back down, thankfully. I passed the man on floor 5 twice. Now I'd noticed him. He made my skin crawl a little. I walked through the downstairs corridor, diverting away from the main entrance and passing all the ground floor flats to the door at the back of the building. The door at the back led to a small concrete area with a grass strip along the side and a bench decorated with a memorial plaque. This was the block's outside space. As is typical in the city, the whole bench was covered in graffiti. The memorial was unreadable. I got to work. I dug the strip of grass, turning soil with my new equipment. I had never been green-fingered, and to be honest, the shrubs I had bought had been so heavy, I had grown to resent them a little. I worked for an hour and a half. I was sweating and night had come, it was pitch black, and I was using my phone torch to see. I had almost given up until I got up from my crouching position to stretch my knees. I reached my arms out, put down my shovel, and took a seat on the bench. I hadn't seen him arrive, but the man was already sat there. He wore a flat cap and a jacket, despite it being the middle of summer and a beautiful night. He just smiled warmly at the shrubs for a moment without a word. Eventually he spoke. "I've missed this place, name's Derek." I sat silent for a moment in shock that my plan had even worked. It seemed almost too simple, too easy. But here he was. Derek had a kindly face. Wrinkles around his eyes and cheeks only added to the softness of his expression. His white hair poking out from beneath his flat cap stood out in the dark night. "That's a lovely little patch you've planted. I can look after it if you like. I used to maintain the last garden here," he said, breaking the silence that had followed since his initial words. "I know who you are. We need you," was all I could manage. The mental exhaustion and fatigue from the whole experience had built up, but his arrival was like finishing a bad day working at school. I felt like I could relax again, even if only a little. "What's your name, darling?" he asked. "It's Kat. I live in flat 42 now." His face lit up as I confirmed my flat number. "Prudence has gone?" he asked. "She's gone. But the whole place is a mess. So many things are happening, and the residents are suffering," I answered. We chatted for what felt like hours, outside with nothing but moonlight. He told me how he used to consider the building part of the garden, a place for him to maintain, the residents just like the plants he looks after. I explained my whole experience since moving in. I told him about Jamie, and I sobbed. Derek held me as I cried and made me feel safe, something I had forgotten the feeling of since receiving Prue's note. He didn't interrupt, he just listened. I told him about Natalia and the cultists, the problems they had been causing. He was particularly heartbroken when he heard that they had used Eddie and Ellie for entry. He had gone before they were born, but remembered Terry as a child and how sweet she was. He was pleased when I told her what a sweet adult she had become. My claims that Prudence was the only person who knew how to kill the imposter neighbors were met with a skeptical expression, which gave me some hope. Derek listened to my entire tale with barely a word. When I finished, he stood up and asked me to follow him. I was confused. but I did as I was told. He walked me to the entrance of the lift. I lifted my arm to check the time on my watch. We had been outside for quite some time, and the idea of the creatures being inside made my heart pound and my stomach turn. "You are safe. It's 12:32 a.m. There's no need to worry or to check your watch." And with that, he pressed the call lift button. Despite his insistence that I was safe, my stomach continued to do gymnastics. It felt like forever before the lift finally made the clunking sound that meant it had reached the bottom. I felt my whole body shaking violently as the doors opened. I don't know what I expected to see. We were in the safe time zone, but every time I looked at the life, I pictured Jamie's dead, crunched up body. "Step inside," he said. "I can't. Please don't make me," I begged. "I won't let anything happen to you, but you need to see something." There was such sincerity in his eyes as he spoke. I had never trusted someone so completely, so quickly, but every fiber of my being told me this man was entirely good. I stepped inside the lift. Derek stepped in behind me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder as I hyperventilated. He gently turned me to face the panel of buttons that control where the lift stops. "What is wrong with this panel? Do you see it?" he asked cryptically. I studied the panel, read all the numbers, counting them. I couldn't see anything wrong. I tried. I really tried, but nothing seemed out of place at all. Everything you expected to find was there, and nothing more. I shook my head, barely regaining my composure. "Can you take us to floor 9, please?" He smiled slightly as he made the request. I looked back to the panel to press the button, but floor 9 didn't exist. I was so confused. I had counted the numbers. I was sure of it. Derek must have made it disappear. But the panel didn't look any different to before. I can't explain it. Looking at it, I would have sworn blind nothing was wrong with it even once I knew. But floor 9 didn't exist. Derek could see my frustration. It was like the building was now playing tricks on me. He walked me out of the lift and sat me down on the bottom of the stairs before he finally began to speak. "The building is like a living organism. It can seal off parts of the world, and it can open up others you never could have imagined. When those awful people burned that whole floor of residence, I was devastated. Some wonderful people lived in those flats, both of the usual and unusual variety. But those people had no limit to their cruelty. Whole families burned alive. It was a tragedy that made me so angry. I felt so guilty when it happened. I can predict what some of our more tricky residents are going to do and make sure I'm there to help. But those people were nothing to do with this place. I couldn't see what they were planning, so I couldn't stop it." At this point, I noticed one of the hairless cats had sat between us. Derek looked at it with tears brimming in his eyes. He stroked it, and it moved on to his lap. Derek's fingers didn't burn at all. He continued. "When it happened, the building used its defense mechanisms and sealed off the entirety of the floor. It stopped the fire from spreading and kept the perpetrators there to die by their own hands. The building only allowed the floor to be unsealed once they were dead. It took about a week before those awful people turned up again, asking for sugar at people's doors. The first few let them in. It was so difficult, so many residents burned alive, that I was having to use their remains for my garden just to hide the dead. The entire community were terrified and grieving for those that died. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't predict them or see them. So I took Prudence, who at the time seemed a perfectly reasonable woman, to the burned out floor. Floor 9, however, had been sealed again. There was no button in the lift, and it always skipped on the stairs. Only no one had noticed. This building really is a magnificent creature. I stared at him in amazement through the whole story. I was exhausted, but my brain was working in overdrive to process what he was telling me. I had started to stroke the cat too. My fingers did burn, but I didn't flinch. I found its company comforting. He carried on. I went back later that night and took the stairs again, alone this time. I think my intentions were clear, and the stairs allowed me access to floor 9 for the first time since just after the fire. I brought Prudence to the floor within the hour. The stairs had stopped skipping floor 9 for me, although I later learned that when Prudence had tried alone, she was not allowed access. We explored the floor, walking amongst the remnants of our dead friends' belongings. Eventually, we came across one of the soulless arsonists roaming the halls. It appears that's where they spend their time when they aren't out terrorizing the residents trying to claim more victims. He was disturbed and disoriented to see anyone not like them on that floor. He twitched a little and spat out the sugar line as if it was an automatic response. I almost felt sorry for him. He claimed to come from flat 66. More were approaching behind him. Prudence was terrified. She was starting to sweat profusely and back away from the man, but it didn't cool her down. He was burning her slowly. I felt nothing. See, the stranger things in life just don't seem to affect me. I've never known why. Sometimes I even just know how to deal with them, like it's programmed into me. On this new playing field, in their domain, I knew what to do. I grabbed the man and ran him down to flat 66, 4 doors from where we were standing. I threw him into the flat and waited. The other arsonists were approaching. The man tried to exit the flat, that was doorless after the wooden doors all burned to cinders in the fire. But as he reached the door, something stopped him. He couldn't leave, no matter how hard he tried or how much he screamed. Prudence lit up. She grabbed hold of one that had tried to kill her friend, Molly. She remembered the flat number she had claimed to be from and repeated my actions, with a lot more sweating and some winces of pain. It worked again. Prudence wanted to go after the rest, but as they got closer, I could see the blisters forming on parts of her body. I dragged her out of the hallway and back into the stairwell. We ran. She begged me to take her back, kept telling me that the stairs wouldn't let her, that it was too dangerous. The residents had started to learn not to let them in, and we had no casualties at all after we trapped the first 2. Don't get me wrong, it's a problem I was intending to deal with, but it was around that time that we first learned the council would be building that monstrosity over the top of my garden. He gestured to the window that just showed some of the neighboring tower block. This left me not at my best. My intuition was failing me, when a few months after that, I allowed Prudence and Molly to herd the creatures from the lift to floor 9. It's one of my biggest regrets. I should never have walked them up there, but I didn't know she was going to burn them all. She didn't give me a chance to reason. I became mistrusting of everyone and distracted. Not long after, I went away for a long while. So I guess the arsonists remained, and now they're threatening you. Tomorrow I will go. I will fix the mess I left behind. I am so sorry it's affected you so badly. I'd love to meet these twins. They sound incredibly brave. They are, I finally interrupted, and I want to be there tomorrow. I want to lock Natalia away for good. I can't allow it. You'll be attacked. He cut me off entirely. I let it drop instantly, but in the back of my mind, I knew I would be there, no matter what. I went to sleep that night with my mind reeling. I wondered where Derek slept, and if he even needed to. The next morning, I left my flat early, passed the man on floor 5, and waited on the steps at floor 8. I tested it, of course, and just like anticipated, ascending any higher took me straight to floor 10. Or 11, depending on if you hit a skip. So I returned to floor 8, and I waited. Derek hadn't indicated what time he was coming, but I was ready. I would wait all day and night if I had to, but luckily I didn't. Derek was climbing the stairs at around 11 a.m. I had already been there for 3 hours, but it had been worth it. He looked particularly unimpressed to see me. His face still looked kind though, even with the sour expression. "I can't stop you, can I?" He sighed, sounding resigned in his tone. "Not for anything. You have to promise to stay back. If you get your girl approaches, you can do what you need to do, but you have to stay back," he pleaded. I nodded and stood up. We ascended the stairs, and for the very first time in my new life here, I saw the big plastic sign saying 9, the floor that didn't exist. As we pushed through the door, it was like entering an entirely new world. Everything was black, burned to carbon. You could smell nothing but charcoal. Literally nothing but empty shells of homes and flakes of what used to be sentimental objects remained. It was devastating to witness. If you've ever visited a mass gravesite, you'll understand partly how I was feeling. It was sickening to think of all the lives needlessly lost, but I didn't get time to think. Natalia walked towards me, flying down the hallway. "How the fuck did you get here?" she screamed. Her eyes were wide and angry. I started to feel hotter already. Derek grabbed my arm and pulled me next to him, making sure to keep a tight hold of my arm. "Where do you live?" Derek asked her. I started to back away as the sweat dropped from my brow. I desperately wanted to shout out the number, but I couldn't. I was so hot, I wasn't functioning properly. Everything became so overwhelming. I couldn't remember what Georgia had said, what flat Natalia had claimed to come from. I'm not that stupid. I saw what happened to them. She gestured over her shoulder to what must have been flat number 66, where a man laid on the floor, breathing but looking broken. Just existing in that room. Prudence had been creative with the truth yet again. She didn't kill them. You can't kill them. What had Georgia said? I racked my brains as I felt the skin on my face start to sting. I imagined her melting away. It was happening to me. I was next. And then, as my hair started to singe at the ends, it came to me. 71! I screamed as loud as I could. I could barely see as Derek grabbed her and ran towards me with her. She was clawing at his eyes and face, screaming at him to let go. But he didn't burn. He just kept hold of her. When he approached flat 71, he beckoned me over. You do it, then get off of this floor. He was blunt, but reasonable. I complied. I pushed hard. There was nothing but anger in her eyes. She pushed my face hard with her hand as I got her to cross the boundary into flat 71. I felt my skin sizzle and blister. My whole face was in agony, but I didn't stop pushing. Watching Natalia try to fight her way out of a door that didn't exist was both satisfying and humorous. The others had started to approach at the sound of the commotion. I lingered, hoping to watch her suffer, but Derek shot me one look and I knew. It was time to go. I ran out the corridor and back into the stairwell. I stopped for longer than I probably should have, but I knew I might not get to see that 9 again, and it would be worth it. I waited for Derek on floor 9's stairwell. I couldn't help but imagine the cultist burning to death the first time around. I could hear angry screams faintly from inside the corridor. They made me worry about Derek, but I knew that really I didn't need to. It took a while, but he eventually left the corridor and joined me in the stairwell. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me and the third-degree burns across my face. He didn't need to speak. I knew he'd fix the problem. We walked silently back down the stairs towards my flat. I looked back up at floor 9, knowing the building would seal it off for good. It took a few floors to reach floor 7, and I invited Derek in for a cup of tea. He rejected it, saying he wanted to go visit some old friends. Despite my injuries, I couldn't help but smile. Something I'd done was going to help these residents. I stood at my door and watched Derek walk away, pleased that there was some true good in this building. After a few steps down the hallway, Derek started to fade, almost like a CGI ghost in a movie. Every step he became more transparent. I felt my stomach turn again, like it had outside the lift. I ran out to follow him. I called after him, but by the time I had reached where he'd been, he was gone. I walked the entire corridor to the window at the back. I looked out the window into the small, concrete-heavy garden and hoped to see him sat on the memorial bench. I didn't see him. Instead, I saw Prudence, hacking at my tiny planted patch with shears. When I saw her out the window, garden shears being gripped by both hands and a maniacal expression on her face, I just stood still. I was frozen to the spot in shock. I felt no pain at all from the burn on my face. Everything was numb. The relief of eradicating the imposter neighbors and the joy at finding a friend in Derek was hacked away in an instant. Just like every leaf from my shrubs. Why would she do this? What had I ever done to her? Every question possible crossed my mind. I could feel the frustration bubbling inside me. Everything about this place just threw up question after question, and for every answer I got, there were 10 new questions waiting to be asked. At that moment in time, though, only one was truly important. How did Prudence know? I thought about Terry and her telephone conversations. I didn't want to think that the sweet lady I thought Terry had turned out to be would do that, but it did cross my mind. I thought of Ian the postman. I'd had bad vibes from him for a while. Maybe he'd seen Derek coming up the stairs while on his rounds that morning. I stood there frozen, pondering all these things until I saw Prudence collapse onto the memorial bench, sobbing, head in her hands. She was surrounded by the remains of my attempt at a garden, with the shears laid out on the floor. The stairs were kind to me on the way down. It took 4 flights to make it to the bottom. I ran down the corridor and out the back entrance of the block, no idea what I was going to say. Prudence was all I could manage. Nice one, cat. She sat bolt upright before turning and standing quicker than I thought it possible for an old lady. "You evil, stupid little girl. Do you have any idea what you've done?" She screamed, so much animation in her face that the spaces between her wrinkles pulsated like veins on an angry weightlifter. "Me? You think I'm evil? You left that shitty note hidden, missing everything I need to know, and got my boyfriend killed. And what you're doing to your own," I screamed, tears beginning to roll, before she interrupted me. "Don't you dare talk about her." Her voice cracked, and she broke down again, this time falling to her knees, twigs and leaves sticking to the bottom of her dress. I didn't know what else to do, so I sat down on the floor. I knew that it was probably a bad idea. This woman couldn't be trusted, and I hadn't forgotten that, but seeing an old lady crying on the cement floor still made me feel awful. "How did you know about the garden?" I asked her calmly, trying to change my approach. She shoved a crumpled up piece of paper into my hand. She didn't look at me. Her eyes remained on the floor. "Dear Prudence, I couldn't exist knowing what I'd done. I should never have told you about it. The last two won't grow stronger. She was never theirs to begin with. But I have to end her suffering. I'm sorry. Derek." I knew what he had done as soon as I finished the note. Lila, or what was left of her, was gone for good. Of all the creatures, only Jamie's killers from the lift remained. That's how Derek had spent the few hours I'd slept between our encounters. "This is all your fault," she sniffed. "My whole family are gone because of you." That hurt a lot. I trembled as I tried to speak, but I always really hated confrontation, and I could feel myself starting to glitch. How can you say that? I saw her, and she was trapped in a tiny cage eating dog food and small animals. Your family died in that lift. Just like my Jamie. I may have struggled to get my words out, but I wasn't about to let Prudence Hemmings blame me for her decisions. Lila was better off dead than what she was, however awful that may sound. "What happened to your face?" Prudence growled at me. "Take you to visit floor number 9? He did this to her in the first place, not me. And now he's disfigured you." She was spinning things. I could feel throbbing as she mentioned my face. I really should have had medical attention. "This isn't his fault. You messed him up, and he did that to her because of you. You told me that yourself." I tried ferociously to defend Derek, but something inside me still felt uncomfortable about what he had done. I couldn't help it. Lila was an innocent little girl who shouldn't have been punished for Prue's mistakes. This whole thing was such a mess. I was grieving. And then I had her back for all those years, and then I lost Bernie, and then my home, and now I have to grieve for her all over again. Prudence continued to cry, but softer. I looked around at the chaos she created, and up at the block my boyfriend had died in, and rolled my eyes in disbelief that she could be so selfish. She continued, "Let me tell you about Lila. She was a beautiful little girl. As I mentioned before, I have 2 other older children. They've had many other grandchildren. However, I hadn't spoken to my eldest 2 in years, even before what happened with Lila. Lila was my first opportunity to get to know one of my grandchildren. Bernie adored her too, always reading her stories and sneaking her sweets. I begged my son to allow her to stay. My children were all incredibly ungrateful. They had it easy growing up and still resented me. I gave them a good, strict upbringing, but they didn't appreciate it. They said I was a cruel mother. Lila's dad was the only one I spoke to, but our relationship still wasn't that of a typical loving mother and son, but she was a second chance. It was a miracle when he agreed. I was more shocked he had convinced his wife to allow it. That awful harlot of a woman never liked me, although I didn't like her either. They refused to speak to me after everything. I haven't heard from them since. They had more grandchildren I'll never meet. I knew at the time my relationships with any of my children were over for good. So when Derek gave me a solution, I took it. I wasn't entirely truthful when we first spoke. I said I hadn't wanted this, but I was desperate. There was never a way to bring her back safely. Derek explained what she would become to me. He was initially trying to put me off, even trying to get her back. I knew exactly what I was getting myself into. But I couldn't pass up the idea of my beautiful little Lila needing her grandma forever. I suppose I was too ashamed to admit it before. But why should I be ashamed? My altercation with Derek happened after she was back, when he tried to kill her the first time. Spouting the same things on that note. What kind of monster wants to kill a little girl? That's why I trashed the garden. He said he wasn't coping with the news of the new block when he suggested it, that he shouldn't have told me it was even possible and she had to die. I hid her until the bulldozers came in. When he disappeared, I thought I was safe to spend the rest of my life with her. Bernie hated me. Spending time with Lila was all I lived for. I grew to love her how she was. I felt sick. Listening to Prudence talk brought up so many repressed feelings about Jamie. I hadn't had time to grieve or process anything. I missed him terribly. My old life and my old future felt a million miles away. I was relieved to know that Derek hadn't tricked Prudence, or even intended to create Rat Lila. He was truly good. But she didn't get to have a life. You lived for her, but she wasn't really living. How could a sane person do that to their own flesh and blood? I retorted. You have no idea. This place can make you do irrational things, but she had a life. She had me. It's all she needed. She was certainly right about the building and irrational actions. The pain intensifying on my face throbbed in agreement. But I was still convinced she had lost it, Dr. Frankenstein style, where Rat Lila was concerned. She had stopped crying. Her rage levels were rising again. I tried to tell her that it wasn't really the child she'd known, but she seemed to have grown an entirely new attachment to the creature that replaced what she lost. Every rational argument I gave was met with increasing levels of screaming. She got less coherent as she went on. The argument was going nowhere. We went back and forth for what felt like forever. After a while, she started to get closer to me. We had both stood up by this point, and despite her haggard and frail appearance, Prudence was truly frightening. She looked unhinged. Her words were no longer going in. I was overwhelmed and had too many thoughts rushing through my mind to process her ranting. I took a few steps back, clearing a small distance between us. By this point, out of the corner of my eye, I could see neighbors in windows of the block, watching the altercation outside. Prue's screaming had brought a lot of attention. It was bright, and I couldn't see well, but I turned to scan the windows and did recognize Eddie and Ellie watching from their bedroom, trying to wave at me. They frantically waved and pointed. I tried waving back and gesturing to them, but they kept pointing at me. Why were they pointing? Then I heard it, the garden shears scraping against the ground as Prudence picked them up and charged towards me. You ignorant little bitch. You aren't even listening. You don't deserve my home. You killed her. The twins had been telling me to turn around. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off her. Luckily, unlike my earlier shock when I had first seen her, I didn't freeze. My fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, and I ran faster than I ever have before. I burst back into the building and heard neighbors on the bottom floor lock their doors in a symphony of bolts clicking. I couldn't blame them. Prudence wasn't far behind me, and I wouldn't want to take her on in her current state if given a choice. But it didn't stop me pounding on their doors begging someone to call the police, although something told me that in this building that wasn't going to happen. I ran up the stairs, still being followed by her. By the second floor, most were still locked, but a few had come out of their homes, armed with a variety of heavy objects. Even in a crisis, I couldn't fault the community spirit here. I ran another flight of stairs that became 2 but still lead me to floor 3 and then to the back of the corridor. I pounded on Terry's door. My heart was racing, but when I turned, Prue was nowhere to be seen. I was hoping the people who came out on floor 2 had stopped her, but something was odd. I hadn't heard any commotion. This wasn't the end of it. Eddie and Ellie hugged me tight as Terry let me in and bolted the door shut quickly behind me. I told her about what had happened. She couldn't believe what Prue had done. It turned out no one knew about Lila. I was edgy for the first hour, but Prue had disappeared. Terry helped to clean up my burn and put some cold compress on it. She offered to take me to the hospital, but I couldn't. I was too shaken up from what had just happened. I couldn't face trying to explain how I'd sustained my injuries, and I still hadn't reported Jamie missing. He still hadn't had any messages from his family, and work had given up calling, but his friends had started. They were harassing me non-stop, but I had been too distracted to come up with a decent lie. It had been a week since I moved in, and it wouldn't be long until people realized something was seriously wrong. My conversations with my family had been short, with me insisting they didn't visit until we were unpacked and set up. On top of a murderous old lady, and an untold amount of abnormal issues. The real-world problems were starting to creep up on me. I sat with Terry for hours, drinking tea and chatting to her. It started to get dark, and Eddie and Ellie came into the living room after playing in their room for a while. The voids replaced the big brown puppy dog eyes again, and their claws looked especially sharp, but to me they were still adorable. Their transformation prompted me to head back to my flat. It was late. I needed to work out what to do next, and how to dig myself out of this giant hole. I couldn't just keep planting gardens. I needed to do this myself. I wandered up the stairs. They went on for a while, but nothing too horrific. I passed the man on floor 5, nodding politely and continuing my ascent. I wondered if he'd received the letter of concern yet. He was a little unsettling. When I got to my floor, Mr. Prentice was making his animal noises again. I smiled, which hurt my face. After all the madness, I was starting to find the seemingly benign horrors of this building oddly comforting. I reached my flat and turned the key in the door before bolting myself in like Terry had. I could feel something wasn't right the moment I entered. The flat was in chaos, which was nothing new because we had only moved in a week ago and I had been too preoccupied to unpack. But things were out of place. The organized chaos wasn't how I'd left it. Then she strolled out of my kitchen. Prudence Hemmings. She was carrying a large carving knife in her left hand this time. She had prepared for her attack. She smiled at me and lifted her right hand, jingling a set of keys that she had entered with. I turned to unbolt the door, but she grabbed me from behind before I could turn the handle to open it and held the knife to my throat. "I will kill you for what you've done," she whispered into my ear. Without a second thought, I leaned forward just a tad and swung my head back as hard as I could. I couldn't believe that it worked, but I must have broken her nose. Prudence dropped the knife and clutched her face, blood streaming between her fingers. I went to grab the knife, but she was closer and doing the same thing. I had no other option but to run again. I grabbed the door handle and turned it to exit the flat as she tried to stab me. I was mostly out the door, but her arm was close enough to reach my side, and I felt the knife pierce the side of my torso. I was in searing pain, but I didn't stop running. As I stepped outside my flat, I could still hear Mr. Prentice's noises flooding the entire hallway. It gave me an idea. I ran towards his door, Prudence stabbing at me frantically with blood gushing from her nose. A few got me as I stopped outside flat 48. The pain was awful, and I could feel myself starting to drift out of consciousness. I was losing a lot of blood. I would give my last breath to end Prue. So running on nothing but adrenaline, I knocked hard on flat 48 and shouted, "Mr. Prentice, can you help me?" It was a shot in the dark. I didn't know what would happen, but I had to try something. She had stopped stabbing at me. She was enjoying watching me bleed out slowly from the wounds she had already inflicted. I was incredibly weak, and I lost consciousness not long after that. But before I did, I heard heavy clunking from the inside of flat 48. Chain locks being released and bolts being undone. I watched with blurry vision as a large creature that I can only describe as a cross between a bull and a wolf charged out of the flat and trampled the old witch to death. I heard heel bones crunch just as slipped away. I woke up in the hospital a day later. My parents were there, as were the police. Apparently I had been found just outside the tower block with my handbag missing by a neighbor who had been watching from a window as it happened. The police told me that the person had seen the mugging out of their window. They had seen two men approach me, and Jamie, splash something in my face, attack us, and when he tried to fight back, they bundled my boyfriend into a car, which the police had been searching for to no avail. He was officially missing. I was baffled, but grateful that Jamie's disappearance wouldn't be blamed on me. I went along with it and made out that he had ghosted work to enjoy our first week living together. I had been stabbed 4 times, but thankfully in all the right places, if there is such a thing as the right place to be stabbed. I lost a lot of blood, but I was going to be fine. They were all shallow. They assumed my burns were chemical and happened during the mugging too. The police promised to keep us updated, but they still can't find the car. They never will. I wish the story the police had been told were true. It left some hope for Jamie. My parents weren't keen on me returning to the flat after what happened. They said the area was too rough, and that I was living proof it wasn't safe. They offered to collect my stuff for me. I insisted though, told them that I wanted to see how I felt, and they couldn't force me not to. I was released from the hospital 2 days after I woke up in there. When I arrived at the flats, it was strange. It felt like home. Despite everything, something about this place drew me to it. I took the lift for the first time since Jamie had died. I had to. I wasn't recovered enough to conquer too many stairs just yet, and I couldn't guarantee they'd be kind to me. I smiled at the lack of a button 9 and winced at the thought of the creatures. As I reached my corridor, I saw Mr. Prentice walking along with his newspaper and milk in a bag. He turned to me and smiled. "I wasn't sure you'd come back. It's nice to see you're up and walking." He made small talk as if I hadn't seen him literally trample a woman to death a couple of days prior. The whole experience had been so disorienting that I started to wonder if I really had been mugged and had dreamed the note and everything that's happened since. Then he said something that confirmed everything was real. "I never liked that woman, but you've got a real friend in the lady downstairs." He winked at me and turned the key in his door. I got into mine and sat down on the second-hand sofa. I felt empty but relieved. With Prue and the imposter Q neighbors all gone, the only threat left were the creatures in the lift, who were only a threat between 1.11 and 3.33. Maybe I could start to live a semi-peaceful life in this place. Terry knocked on the door, my handbag, that I had left at hers before Prue attacked in my flat, on her arm. Mr. Prentice was right. She was a good friend. I thanked her for what she'd done and for what she'd told the police. She said it was pure luck that she found me. She had been walking up to return the bag and found me, and Prue sprawled out on the floor. I asked what happened to Prue's body, and she just pointed in the direction of flat 48. "He was eating it," she said. "It's been a few days now, and I've decided to stay. I can't imagine going back to complete normality after everything I've been through, and I've grown quite attached to some of the building's quirks. I tried replanting the garden with the help of the twins. I ripped a few stitches doing it, and Derek never came. I think he's gone for good. I'm ready to fully embrace life here. The last few days have been hard, but there's some time to breathe. Along with the time to breathe came the time to grieve, and I've been grieving badly for Jamie. This leads me to the last thing I have to tell you. Last night I laid in bed, plagued with thoughts of Prue and everything that had happened, but what I couldn't get to leave my mind was how much happiness it brought her to have Lila back. It infected every part of my thoughts. I know you all warned me not to, but I did it. I repeated the ritual. I haven't caught him yet, but I've heard the scratching. Jamie's back. Story. I'm a criminal profiler, but not even I can explain the gruesome events taking place at Fever Cabin. The silence in the car was stifling, a tight, constricting rope of a marriage in shambles. As we drove to my late uncle's cabin with a trunk full of food, it was hard to believe that mere weeks ago, things between Camilla and me had been fine. Only one thing seemed certain now, and that was the fact that this damn lockdown was the worst thing to happen to our relationship in over 9 years of marriage. We had spent 3 weeks quarantined together in our apartment. I stared at walls while dealing with the sort of paperwork I usually handed off to subordinates, and Camilla tried to paint with me, inadvertently hovering. The confinement was driving us insane, causing us to lash out at each other in ways we'd never done before. When I could no longer stand all the insults and eye rolls aimed at my general direction, I suggested a change of scenery. What better cure for cabin fever than a stay at an actual cabin out in the woods? The ultimate social distancing. Nature would give us some space from each other, as well as the freedom to roam and stay active. "Can you look at the fucking road, Paul?" My wife waved an arm over the dashboard. "Feels like you've caught every pothole on the way over here." "Sorry, dear," I said, mentally counting the crimes of passion that had crossed my desk over the years. 9/10 times the victim knew the perpetrator. 8/10 an ex, a boyfriend, or a husband had lost control of their rage. It didn't take as much as you'd think. Did she know that? No, they never did. My job as a criminal profiler took up 80% of my life. With never-ending business trips, overtime, and lecturing gigs, I was almost never home. It hadn't been a problem in the past, because we chose not to have kids, and Camilla had her paintings and art shows to keep her busy. We enjoyed the odd evenings and weekends we got to spend together, but our careers always came first. Initially, This common ground had made us a true power couple. Now, however, this was a fucking stupid idea. Camilla threw herself against the seat, folding her arms and pouting at the road in front of us. She always looked like a little girl when she did this. A prissy doll with light wavy hair and large blue eyes. Her temper tantrums were one of the many things that had been endearing at first, but now drove me up the wall. That and the swearing. I had enough of it at my job. I didn't need to hear fuck this and fucking that every other word at home. The GPS had cut out a good 20 minutes back, but luckily Camilla hadn't noticed. I was hoping we were heading down the right dirt road. I'd been up to my uncle's place every summer as a kid, and I thought I knew the way well. Everything seemed familiar enough, even the heavy fog from the nearby lake that gave the woods that signature dark, ominous vibe. "Paul, what the fuck is that?" Camilla bolted upright, staring out her side window. "Shit, lock the doors. Lock the fucking doors and don't slow down," she cried. "What is it?" I demanded, driving steady and jerking my head to the right to see what she was shouting about. We were driving through a particularly sandy patch of road, and the wheels on the pickup struggled with some of the dirt piles and pits. A man stumbled out in front of the car, throwing two hands onto the hood. I hit the brakes, even though we were hardly moving at that point, and stared at the stranger. The man looked a mess, covered in filth, grime, and what looked like blood. His clothes were torn as though he'd just been mauled by a bear. There was true terror in those red-brimmed, bruised eyes as he began beating his hands on the hood of our pickup. A low, guttural moan filled the car as the man opened his mouth. It sounded more like a large machine grinding gears than a human voice. "Jesus," I gasped, watching streaks of blood streaming down the man's chin as he continued wailing. His mouth was a gaping hole filled with mucus and blood, but no tongue. "Fucking drive," my wife screamed, grabbing at the wheel as I batted her away. "Can you stop?" I shouted back. "I am not about to drive over this guy." I needn't have worried, since the wounded stranger was already on the move, leaving a puddle of blood on the hood. He stumbled past my side window, twisting his neck to look back at the other side of the road. His wails grew louder as he lunged himself with each step, hurrying to get away. I wanted to call out to the man, tell him to stay so that we could call him an ambulance, but Camilla was completely out of control in the seat beside me, screaming at me to drive, trying to push my leg down on the gas pedal. So I pedaled it, and after a couple of false starts, we sped the rest of the way to the cabin. I had no time to think about directions as adrenaline coursed through my body and muscle memory took over. We arrived half an hour earlier than expected. I ushered a distraught Camilla inside and brought in our bags before heading out back to the one spot of land that always got at least 3 bars of cell reception. I called 911 and told the dispatcher about the man we had seen, the approximate location of the sighting, as well as the coordinates of my uncle's cabin. The operator let me know that a local officer might stop by later in the evening to question us. I took my time walking the perimeter before returning to the cabin. The initial shock and fear had worn off, and a professional curiosity had started to blossom. I ran back through the scene in my mind, combing over all the details my visual receptors had passively documented. There is a lot our brains process on a subconscious level that we don't know about, and it takes a considerable amount of effort to piece it all together after a traumatic event. What was the victim wearing? It was hard to see under all the dirt, but the clothes had seemed ordinary enough, loose-fitting pants and a jacket. Dark colors. What was the extent of the man's injuries? Again, hard to say. He was definitely stumbling a lot when on the move, but that could have been caused by exhaustion, not a limp. The only visible wound was the bloody mouth with the missing tongue. Why hadn't I helped him? It was all too easy to blame my wife's reaction, but the truth was that I had panicked too. I was meticulous in my analytical work but had minimal field training. That injured man was out in the middle of nowhere with night approaching, and it would be entirely my fault if anything happened to him before emergency services found him. I heard the cabin door open and close as I walked around to the front to see Camilla standing on the old wooden porch, staring at the pink sky as though searching for answers in the crinkled sunset. "Did you get through on the phone?" she asked, her voice raspy and tired. "Yes, they might send someone over to talk to us about what we saw." I walked up to her, attempting an embrace, but she shrank away from me, her tired eyes narrowing. "We shouldn't have fucking come here. Her lips trembled as her voice grew accusatory. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Fuck, Paul. We are how far from the place we saw that man? Maybe 20 minus 30 miles? How screwed are we if whoever did that to him comes for us too? Camilla, you need to calm down, I said, already knowing it was the wrong thing to say before the words were out of my mouth. No, we need to get the fuck out of here, she snarled, and we both winced at the malice in her voice. This wasn't us. How did we become the stereotypical bickering couple we swore we'd never be? All right, I snapped back. Do you want to get in the car and drive through that same jacked up road only in the dark? We can go right now if that's what you want. Camilla hesitated, hugging her body defensively before giving me a resigned shake of the head. Most likely, the man that we saw was involved in some freak accident. Less likely, but also possible, he had an unfortunate encounter with a wild animal. Least likely of all, he was running from another human being. I didn't see any ligature marks on his wrists, and it's pretty damn near impossible to mutilate a live victim without restraints. If you really can't get over this, we can head home around midday tomorrow. That's when the fog settles. But I swear, Camilla, if we're going back to the city, one of us needs to check into a hotel room or something, because I cannot spend another day fighting like this. I was hyperventilating by the end of my speech, but it felt good to finally bring up the topic of separation, however temporary. Camilla opened her mouth in stunned silence, with pure hurt written on her face. I'd never spoken to her so harshly before. Hi there, folks. A deep voice interrupted us. I turned to see a tall, uniformed police officer strolling down the road to the cabin. The man looked to be in his early 40s, with gray flakes speckling his trimmed beard and dark sideburns poking out from his police cap. He wore aviators, even though it was nearly dark and had not been sunny earlier in the day. There was a polite, duty-like smile plastered on his face, the type you might expect from a cashier informing you that your credit card had just been declined. My right hand instinctively went to my side, grazing the concealed semi-automatic through my jacket. "Hello, officer," I replied. "My name is Paul Fever, and this is my wife, Camilla. We weren't expecting you this soon." "I'm sure you weren't," the man replied in a manner so artificially cheerful that I shuddered. "My name is Officer Harry Bullock, and I'm here to take your statement about the man you saw on the road today." "Sure thing, officer," Camilla piped up, extending an arm to the cabin door. "Perhaps you'd like to come in to discuss things further?" Officer Bullock's false smile widened, exposing a thin line of yellowed, crooked teeth. He raised a hand up to his sunglasses and slid them down his nose, revealing two expressionless, black eyes that ran down my wife's body. "Why, thank you, ma'am," he said, taking a step forward toward the cabin. "Wait, stop," I cut him off. "Could we please see your badge and ID, officer? I don't mean to be rude, but an officer showing up to a secluded cabin on foot is a little odd. I know for a fact the nearest police station is about 30 miles up north. I went up there to consult on a case not too long ago." The man claiming to be an officer took a step back, readjusting his aviators and losing the false smile. "I parked my patrol car further up the road because I didn't want to get stuck in the sand," he said, turning to walk back. "If you follow me, Mr. Fever, I can show you all my credentials." "No, I think we'll wait here for you to go fetch them," I called after the man, who was already halfway up the path. "You just knock on the door when you get back, officer." Turning to Camilla, I quietly said, "Let's get back inside the cabin and check the locks on the windows and doors. I don't think that man was a cop." My wife's eyes grew wide with fear as she looked from me to the retreating figure, then back at me again. "Fuck, Paul, what are we going to do?" "Don't panic," I said, guiding her inside and securing the deadbolt behind us. "Old Johnny Fever built this place to be safe against just about any threat you could imagine. We'll ride out the night and head back as soon as the fog clears tomorrow. There's too much odd stuff going on." Camilla nodded, and I couldn't help thinking how beautiful she looked just then. The years had not taken away much. Her skin was still clear and smooth, her blue eyes playful and bright. Wavy strands of hair partially covered the side of her face, and I instinctively moved to tuck them back behind her ear. She didn't pull away this time, allowing me to take her into my arms and hold her for several minutes. "Do you think that man will come back?" she mumbled into my shoulder. "I don't know," I admitted. "I don't think so. Not in disguise anyway," I thought to myself, not wanting to scare her. We set about unpacking the food, clothes, and other stuff we'd brought with us. There was a lot of it since we had intended to stay until the lockdown was called off. We were both very quiet during this time, probably straining our ears to hear any knocks on the door. Part of me hoped I'd been wrong about Officer Bullock, but after he'd not come back for over an hour, I was forced to accept that my suspicions were right. Something very strange was going on. I stared out the small kitchen window after finishing up the dinner dishes, my mind heavy with the implications of that day. "Paul, are you finished with those?" Camilla stood in the doorway, wearing a negligee, or the negligee, I should say. The light beige one that had practically hardwired my body to respond in anticipation. "Yes," I replied. "Why don't you come to bed?" she said, her voice a soft croon of tones so tender and seductive that I unwillingly felt my urgent fears slipping away. They came back when we had finished making love, and Camilla dozed off in my arms. It was a good feeling, knowing the cover of my body was making her feel safe enough to relax. Having spent most of my adult life diving into the minds of the country's most sadistic killers, however, I knew just how flimsy of a shield limbs could be. I wanted to protect her, us, but the weight of our predicament lay heavy on my shoulders. We were miles away from help with only aged wooden walls between us and whatever was going on in the woods outside. I still had my Glock 19 semi-automatic, but that wasn't all that reassuring. Truth be told, I didn't feel all that confident in combat. I'd done all the training, sure, but everyone knew us behavioral science guys were hired for brain work, not muscle. I tried to stay awake, but it was difficult. My muscles were already relaxed, and the smell of Camilla's hair had me drifting in and out of sleep. That's when the dream started, a hazy mix of the day's events, but amplified. The man on the road was there again, only this time with a long, black tongue and no eyes or fingers. He tapped all 10 bloody finger stumps on the hood of our car, grinning. I expected Dream Camilla to scream in the seat beside me, but when I turned to look, my wife was missing her head. Officer Bullock was in one of the dreams too, standing just outside the second-story bedroom window, tapping on the glass and smiling at my sleeping wife. I awoke at dawn, covered in a cold, sticky sweat that made me desperately crave a shower. Camilla slept soundly at my side, unfazed by the drenched bedsheets. Slipping out of bed, I quickly rinsed off in the bathroom and dressed before heading downstairs to the kitchen. I really needed some comfort food after my night of feverish dreams. I lit up the gas stove and popped on the coffee pot before scavenging for sandwich supplies. A wave of nausea hit me as soon as I opened the fridge. There it was, right in the middle of the top shelf, tastefully staged in front of the ham, cheese, and pickle jar, a freshly severed human tongue on a tea saucer. Suppressing a dry heave, I grabbed a napkin and carefully moved the saucer to one of the bottom shelves, obscuring it behind a stack of butter sticks. I knew I shouldn't be tampering with evidence, but I didn't want Camilla seeing the gruesome scene and freaking out. As soon as I'd hidden the nasty thing, I turned off the stove and went out back to call for help. There was no time to bother with 911. I still had the number of the chief of police for the nearest department and called him directly. "Who's this?" Chief Crawford's groggy voice barked into my ear. "Sorry to bother you, Earl, but this is an emergency. It's Paul Fever. We worked together on that machete killer case a couple of years back." I heard some shuffling, then more coherently, "Yes, of course, Agent Fever. What can I do to help the FBI?" "Did you happen to work late last night and get the report about the man with the missing tongue?" I asked. "You mean the call from the other day? I was just leaving when I heard one of the officers on duty calling in to say it was a false report." "False report?" I asked, bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" "Well, the caller gave very vague directions to the spot the supposed victim was seen," Chief Crawford replied, attempting to muffle a yawn. "So why didn't anyone go out to interview the witness?" I demanded, angered by the evident incompetency of the local police. There would be a big fuss once they realized they had screwed over an agent. "Hey now," Crawford's voice was defensive. "My guys went out to the specific coordinates the witness left with the dispatcher. They found the cabin, but it was abandoned, boarded up shut. They tried to call the guy back, but his phone was disconnected." "What the hell are you talking about, Earl?" I had begun pacing the perimeter again, staring into the depths of the forest as I tried to wrap my mind around the chief's blatant lies. "I'm the one who called in the report. and I'm currently at the cabin with my wife. Some guy claiming to be an officer showed up yesterday, but he didn't have a badge and left. This morning I woke up to find a goddamn human tongue in my fridge, and you're telling me your people really came up here to check things out? There was no reply on the other end, only static. I pulled the phone away from my ear and looked at the screen to see that it had begun flickering. I shook the phone in exasperation, not really thinking it would help, but desperately hoping it might. After a few more flickers, screen went black. I cursed the stupid device and headed back to the cabin, trying to wrap my mind around what I had just heard. Something made me slow my stride. It was the feeling of being watched, that familiar tickle at the back of my neck that, given my current predicament, made all the hairs on my body stand on end. I jerked my head left and right, straining to see into the thick, dark forest beyond my uncle's old vegetable beds. No, nothing there as far as the eye could see. The feeling wouldn't give though, so I turned back to look at the house and felt my lungs and heart simultaneously freeze in my chest. Someone was watching me from the upstairs bedroom, where I'd left my beautiful wife asleep by herself. Officer Harry Bullock looked down at me, just as I'd seen him in my dreams, only on the other side of the window. For once, his smile was genuine as he lifted his right arm and waved to me. I sprinted up the rickety cabin stairs and barged into the bedroom, frantically searching for my wife. To my deep dismay, she was no longer dozing peacefully in bed. The uniformed man claiming to be Officer Harry Bullock stood at the window, peering out into the woods. "Camilla!" I cried out, my voice bouncing off the wooden walls of the otherwise silent cabin. "She's not here," the fake officer said, turning to face me. He had not changed his clothes since the previous evening, and still wore the aviator sunglasses and police cap that obscured so much of his face. "Where is she?" I roared at the man. "She was just here half an hour ago. What did you do to her?" "Was it really half an hour, Paul?" That crooked leer again. "That would be understandable, wouldn't it? Stepping out quickly, leaving your wife alone for a few minutes while you called for help. What in the hell are you talking about?" I spat back, clenching my sweaty palms into fists. I knew I had to calm down and act rationally. Bullock's gun was visible in a holster comfortably perched on his hip, and I would be of little use to Camilla if this turned into a bloodbath. "Time works a little differently round these parts, Paul," Bullock said, turning back to the window. "It's a lonely sort of place sometimes. I'm glad to see a familiar face. Your face of all people. Imagine my surprise." "We've met before then," I said, knowing that even if we had, the disguise would prevent me from recognizing him. "Only once," the man grimaced. "Not nearly enough time to get to know someone well, is it? What do you want?" "Why, nothing much, Paul. I'd only stop by to check in on the missus. Gorgeous one she is. You're a lucky man." "What did you do to my wife?" I spoke, gritting my teeth as I tried to keep my cool. "Oh, I was nowhere near quick enough, Paul. We all have scores to settle in this place. She's out dancing with the skeletons in a closet of her own." With that, Bullock walked past me and out the bedroom door. I followed him downstairs, trying to think of something to say. Without so much as a nod in my direction, the intruding fake cop undid the deadbolt on the front door and walked out of the cabin. I stood at the kitchen window, watching him walk up the dirt road and out of sight. I could have followed him, screamed and shot at him, demanded to know where he had taken Camilla. For better or worse, that wasn't how I operated under pressure. I had made a living, thinking, processing, and systematizing before taking action. The best thing I could do was stay put for a bit and gather my thoughts to assess the situation. I looked at the refrigerator, remembering the bloody tongue inside, and wondered if this was the cause of my lack of hunger or thirst, or what? Something else. I hadn't eaten since lunch the previous day, and it was now, late morning? Noon? I wasn't sure. I sat down at the old kitchen table and stared at my clasped knuckles, trying to tally up the facts. I had no phone, but I still had my handgun and car. My wife was missing, but it was unlikely that she was taken by the stranger who seemed to come and go as he pleased. A gruesome thought crossed my mind, sending waves of panic through my body. What if Camilla was missing, but her body was still somewhere in the cabin? It was an awful thought, but I couldn't push it away. I had to investigate. I went back upstairs, processing my surroundings the way I would a crime scene. I checked behind the old furniture my Uncle Johnny had crafted, dropped to the floor to check under the bed, scrutinized the portable shower and sink for any signs of blood spatter, sniffed the air for bleach. Logically, I knew that I had not been gone long enough for someone to kill my wife, dispose of her body, and cover up the evidence. But logic was no longer the cornerstone of my thought process. Finally, I rummaged through Camilla's things, hoping to find her phone, but it wasn't there. Giving up, I went downstairs to the only other bedroom, my old room. While the rest of Fever Cabin had only been abandoned for a couple of months since Uncle Johnny's death, the thick layer of dust that coated my childhood belongings indicated that no one had used the guest bedroom in years. I stood in the doorway, indulging in the fleeting pang of nostalgia that my old Superman bedspread and paperback detective novels evoked. Even in my current state of anxiety, flashbacks from my childhood summer days filled my mind with happy, tender thoughts. I realized I'd been standing there a while, grinning at my old bed like a fool, when what I really needed was to learn how Camilla had disappeared. Snapping out of it, I repeated the diligent process of searching the room for traces of my wife. Nothing. Anxiety crawled its way back up my spine as I threw one last appraising glance at my old summer dwelling. Alarm bells went off as I finally registered the slight discrepancies I had failed to pick up on while reminiscing. I had loved Superman as a boy, but now distinctly remembered that my uncle had actually bought me Captain America sheets. Well, these were on sale, Polly, Uncle Johnny had explained. It's practically the same thing. It wasn't, and I remember my 9-year-old self feeling slightly disappointed, even though I appreciated my uncle trying to get something he thought I would like. I had never owned the Superman sheets that were now on the bed. Walking over to the desk, I picked up the pile of detective paperbacks. I had loved crime stories as a kid, probably one of the reasons I ended up pursuing a degree in criminal justice, but most of the titles didn't ring any bells. These weren't my old books. It was like some AI computer program had downloaded my childhood memories, crunched the numbers, and produced this near carbon copy of a room, with a few of the blanks filled in wrong. I went back to the kitchen, scrutinizing every last detail. Had the table been square or round? Hadn't Uncle Johnny and I painted those stools white when they started to splinter? Was the mat at the foot of the stairs supposed to be red or green? I could have driven myself insane, running around the cabin playing a mentally ill version of Spot the Difference until I ended up banging my head on the wooden panels, muttering something about fake walls. That may have been the case if the screams from outside didn't snap me out of my impending psychosis. I ran out the back door, straining my ears to hear better. "Paul!" A distant cry. "Paul, come get me." "Camilla." "Paul." Followed by hysterical sobs, growing faint in the distance. I blindly followed the noise, stumbling into the forest, the tall grass pinching my ankles as I tripped over hidden branches and rocks. My surroundings grew dark as the trees thickened, closing in around me. All the while, Camilla's distressed voice grew quieter and quieter, until all I heard were the sounds of my own footsteps and frantic, panting breath. I stopped for a moment, realizing how stupid it was to run blindly into a forest without a compass or supplies. Even if I had caught up to whoever had taken Camilla away, what would I do to them? I had my gun, but what if they did too? If someone even took her, that is, of course someone had. My wife wouldn't just wander off into the forest on her own, crying for me to come save her as part of some elaborate scheme. Or would she? This train of suspicious thought made me turn around and slowly start making my way back. I could no longer hear Camilla's cries, and I was going to get lost if I kept up my foolish journey into the thick of the woods. The tiny patches of sky above me were fading to purple. Could it be night already? No, must be clouds or something. I hadn't been running for more than 20 minutes, I was sure of it. I found the way out of the woods to be much more challenging than my way in. Though I followed my footprints carefully, there was less and less room to walk between the trees. I was at the point of squeezing through a triangle of birches when my nose nearly brushed a black leech on the tree bark in front of me. I shuddered, jerking my head back, hitting it on the trunk of the tree directly behind me. I cursed, reaching to rub the back of my skull in hopes of soothing the sharp collision pain. To my horror, something that was definitely not my hair grazed my fingers, something cold and slippery, squishy. A fucking leech. Panicking, I gripped the vile thing with my fingers. desperately trying to claw it off the back of my head, but it wouldn't budge. I hopped around in a manner befitting a tribal dancer, wincing and moaning as hysteria rose in my throat. The parasite wouldn't dislodge its tiny teeth, and the spot where it had latched on was beginning to ache. In the end, I resolved to just get out of the damn forest and deal with the creature back at the cabin, where I could light a match and set fire to the thirsty sucker's head. When I snapped out of my anxious leech haze, I realized that the woods had grown significantly darker. If I didn't get out of there soon, I'd be stuck outside in the merciless pitch black of night. I squinted at the ground, hoping to retrace my footsteps. What I saw made my heart turn to stone before dropping to the bottom of my already churning stomach. Thousands of small black shapes were slowly making their way toward my feet. Fat, slithery, hungry mouths, ravenously seeking out a patch of free skin to latch onto. The closest leeches were already at my boots. I staggered back, the ground beneath me no longer a crunchy patch of grass, but a nauseating cacophony of squish. Then, it started raining leeches. The slimy bodies hailed down on me from the branches above, latching onto my head, face, and neck. At the same time, the forest floor swirled in black as the tiny predators came for my shoes and legs. I reached for my weapon as a last-ditch effort, hoping the noise of gunfire might scare the army away, but it barely managed to pull back the slider when a particularly thick leech bit down on the skin between my fingers, causing me to drop my semi-automatic. The swarm of leeches had me covered head to toe, and I was entirely powerless to stop them. The ones on my head busied themselves with sucking on my closed eyelids, crawling inside my ears, up my nose, and filling my screaming mouth. I let out muffled cries, flailing around blindly, trying to rid my throat and eyes of their sharp, jelly-like bodies. It was getting harder to breathe. My mind flashed back to all the times I'd sat at my desk, poring over strangulation cases in a calm, orderly fashion. Now that I was one with those victims, I felt the helplessness, all-encompassing pain, and pure terror of a human body struggling for air. Just when I was on the brink of losing consciousness, the bloodthirsty bugs began screeching. It was the strangest sound I'd ever heard, a choir of tiny vocal cords vibrating in shrill unison. I took another shot at batting away the leeches on my eyes, surprised to find they fell away with ease. I opened my aching, swollen eyes and saw a purple light filling the dark forest around me. The glow grew brighter as the screams of the leeches bombarded my eardrums. My vision cleared enough for me to see that I'd been enveloped in a painless fire that seared the remaining bugs on my body to ashes, silencing them forever. The purple blaze didn't burn me or my clothes. Instead, the longer I stood in the fire, the better I could see, the less pain I could feel. I stretched my bloody arms and torn sleeves out in front of me, watching the wounds on my skin healing beneath the warm, flickering flames. Once the lacerations had scabbed over, the flames dimmed to a soft purple glow that radiated from my skin and illuminated the woods around me. "Paulie, what did I tell you about wandering into the woods on your own, boy?" I would recognize that voice anywhere, but it couldn't actually be. Could it? "Uncle Johnny?" I uttered, my voice bewildered, but also hopeful, childlike. There he was, casually leaning against a nearby tree trunk. Johnny Fever, not the iconic television show DJ, but a definite fan of his, only younger than I had ever known him to be. This must have been what he had looked like in his 30s. This younger version of the uncle I had known and loved wore a red plaid shirt, a pair of Levi's, and a polished set of brown cowboy boots. He was lean and muscular, with a sharp face, clean shave, and a mischievous glint in his eye. I could finally see the family resemblance my aunts had always fussed over. Uncle Johnny and I looked like we could be brothers. "Paulie, don't expect me to come bailing your behind every time you get into trouble," he chuckled, spitting chewed tobacco on the forest floor. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. "Am I dreaming?" I asked. "I wish you were, Sonny. I wish you were. What is this place, and you?" I hesitated. "You are dead?" "Some sort of dead, buddy," he grinned. "Paulie, look. I'd love to stay and chat and all, but it's not easy for us to just show up for the living like this. I always had a soft spot for you, kid, so I couldn't let you perish without a chance to fight, you know? But I can't stay much longer." Uncle Johnny stood up straight and turned his back to me. "I'll show you the way out of the woods, but you're on your own after that, champ. Ask me what you need to know while we walk, and I'll do my best to help you understand." "Wait," I exclaimed, searching the tall grass for my issued weapon. "I need to find my gun." "It's not here anymore. Whichever bastard you pissed off made sure of that," my uncle said, already walking away from me. With the purple glow lighting our path, my uncle and I started making our way out of the murderous woods. We walked in silence for a while as I gathered my thoughts into semi-coherent questions. "What is this place?" I finally asked. "Polly, I can't pretend to know something like that," Uncle Johnny sighed. "But if I had to guess, it's a place where the walls between the world of the living and the world of the dead are paper thin. And the cabin?" I had to know. "It's not really ours, is it? Is that what you see?" Uncle Johnny turned to me, smiling ear to ear. "Whenever a mortal stumbles into a place like this, they have some sort of anchor, a safe spot that keeps them rooted to the world of the living. The closer you are to that anchor, Polly, the less power they have against you." "Who do you mean?" I asked, as the trees started to clear, and I caught a glimpse of the cabin in the distance. "Spirits, Polly. Restless, cruel, vile souls. And you've gathered the whole lot, haven't you? I can't pretend to know everything, but I sense they'll do anything to get you back inside these woods. Just ta-tir ya lim ta-lim. They have Camilla." I felt my stomach knot up. If the cabin is a safe spot, how did they take her from there? "The cabin is your safe spot, Polly," Uncle Johnny replied. "She has to find her own anchor to the living world, if she has one. You have to understand something. Everyone experiences this place differently. This isn't the gate to heaven or hell, but it's a path somewhere in between. Mortals are not usually welcome, but sometimes they're not given much choice." We were out of the woods now. I continued walking, but Uncle Johnny didn't follow. When I turned to ask him if this was as far as he could go, he was already gone. I still had so many questions. I walked back to the cabin, mulling over the events of the day. The fake officer, Camilla's disappearance, the leeches, Uncle Johnny. Oh, and let's not forget the damn tongue in the fridge. If logic was to help me navigate my way out of this place, it would have to be a different kind, one that accepted the impossible as reality. The first thing I did when I got to the cabin was march upstairs and find my laptop. I was afraid it had stopped working like my phone had, but it seemed to be functional. Perhaps trying to connect to the outside world was what had fried my phone in the morning, so I quickly ejected my 4G modem from the laptop. I might need it more later on. I brought up my work files and located the folder for the machete killer I had profiled when working with Chief Earl Crawford's local police department. How could I have not pieced it together sooner? Women had started disappearing from their tents at campsites not far from these very woods. The victims all fit a certain type, petite, light-haired women with blue eyes. Just like Camilla, I thought, feeling my insides churn. Their bodies would show up weeks after the disappearances. The killer would stage the bodies near campsites, using handcuffs to hang the victims from trees. The corpses were always found to be long dead and heavily mutilated. My team had come up with a profile that helped law enforcement bring 3 men in for questioning. Chief Crawford had called in a personal favor, asking me to interview all 3 men to see who best fit the profile. It had taken me approximately half an hour to say with almost complete certainty that Henry Briarwood fit the profile to a T. A 47-year-old delivery man who lived with an overbearing mother who had 2 prior charges for impersonating a police officer and attempted rape. Henry Briarwood, who had been seen lurking around the crime scene campsites. Henry Briarwood, who had hung himself in prison the day after the jury ruled him guilty on 5 counts of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. I now knew, without a shadow of a doubt, the true identity of the mysterious officer Harry Bullock. It was growing light outside the cabin. I hadn't slept, and I didn't need to. No hunger, no need to use the bathroom. I stared at the time on my laptop, realizing it was stuck on 5 p.m. of the day my wife and I arrived at the cabin. If I was to guess, that was around the same time we saw the man without a tongue. I shut the laptop and put it away. I was now armed with information, but little else. My mind hummed with the realization that fake Officer Bullock was actually the spirit of Henry Briarwood. a very dangerous man I helped put behind bars. The fact that he was just one of hundreds I had testified against chilled me to the bone. How many had ended their lives in jail cells or died in prison fights? Were there nefarious manifestations also dwelling in the woods outside Fever Cabin, just waiting for me to come out? Both of Briarwood's disguised appearances made sense now. On the first day, he had tried to lead me away to a non-existent patrol car, and on the second, he had hoped I would chase him out of the cabin, demanding to know where he had taken Camilla. He definitely wanted me out in those woods. I wasn't sure if it was really Camilla I had heard screaming in the woods, or yet another ploy. In any case, I didn't have time for theories. I needed to find my wife, and to do this I had to leave the safety of the cabin and face whoever, or whatever, was waiting for me in those woods. I did something then that I can't quite explain. A purely intuitive action performed with no real thought behind it. I went over to Uncle Johnny's old closet, which Camilla had not yet utilized, and began sorting through my dead uncle's clothes. His 80-year-old self was a much heavier man with a simpler sense of fashion than the cerebral Uncle Johnny from the woods. It took me a while to find some of his older things. Finally, I found it. The worn, patchy denim jacket my uncle had worn during the summers I had come to stay with him. He always put it on when going out into the woods, even on the hottest days. The denim had grown soft over the years, and I was careful to put the jacket on without ripping it. I walked over to the mirror and noticed a faint purple glow radiating from the fabric. Somehow, that made sense in this bizarre other world. I couldn't stay in my safe spot, but I could bring a totem with me when I went looking for Camilla. I scavenged the cabin for more useful supplies or weapons, finding one of my uncle's rusty old folding knives and a wind-up flashlight. I was really hoping to find a compass, but there weren't any in sight. Perhaps things like time and direction just didn't matter here. Maybe if you just walked long and far enough, you'd get where you needed to go. With these thoughts in mind, I stepped outside into the bright daylight. I worked on winding the flashlight as I walked toward the woods. If time kept hopping around the way it had before, nightfall would come sooner than later. I held my breath upon crossing the threshold of the forest, half expecting to see something or someone lurking about. Maybe more of my childhood phobias would pop up, I thought, shuddering at the thought of a murderous clown stalking me through the woods. Nothing of the sort happened. The woods were as I'd always known them as a boy, tall, dark, and mysterious. The sounds of fluttering leaves and birds chirping lulled my anxieties, but only a little. As I walked on, my thoughts were on the Briarwood case from 2 years ago. I would never forget the violent jolt of sitting down at my desk and seeing Camilla's face staring back at me from the fat case file on my desk. That raw stab of fear still burns in my memory, the terrifying flutter of what if. The girl in the photo had not been my wife, but a local student by the name of Katie Reeder. A beautiful, talented young woman who was finishing up a degree in wildlife conservation when she first went missing from a campsite not far from these woods. Local news had lapped up the story, and I felt uneasy seeing Katie's pictures on my newsfeed during those first couple of weeks she went missing. The resemblance was uncanny. The same light, wavy hair as Camilla's, those blue eyes, always slightly doe-eyed with wonder, faint crow's feet hinting at a life spent smiling and laughing. It made me sick when they discovered Katie's nude, mutilated body hoisted up in a tree with cheap handcuffs, a blood-stained machete wedged into a patch of trunk below her dangling feet. Katie was the second victim to be disposed of in this signature manner, and the behavioral science guys were brought in to draft a profile of the unsub. As always, there were so many creeps that fit the bill. The police felt overwhelmed trying to figure out exactly which prior sex offender, stalker, or jealous ex actually committed the crime. They had narrowed it down to 3 guys, and Henry Briarwood was the last of the interviews. I was positive he could be the perpetrator the moment I saw him. The other 2 men had been timid, fidgety, and ultimately ashamed of the prior convictions that landed them on the suspect list. Briarwood was the essence of cool, as he talked about himself with unrestrained delight. After learning all I could about his background, domineering mother, absentee father figure, problems maintaining a healthy relationship with women, etc., I got him talking about the crimes. "Have you been following the machete killer case?" I had asked in my most dismissive tone. I needed Briarwood to think I was just going through the motions, to feel slighted at my ambivalence to his performance as a killer. I baited the very core of his narcissism, secretly registering every twitch, every stir of body language. Well, it's hard to miss it. It's on the news and everything. Nothing like that ever happens around here, he said, trying to read my face. Those poor girls, you know? I nodded, taking out my phone, pretending to answer a text. Don't know why they brought me in, though, Briarwood offered, growing visibly tense. He had enjoyed the first half of the interview more. Talking about his background had made him feel important. Oh, you know, routine checkup stuff, I replied, my eyes still glued to the phone. It's very gruesome, slitting their throats like that and all, he half mumbled to himself. After a few more questions, I had bid Henry Briarwood goodbye, allowing the interrogation team to take over. They got plenty of useful information out of him, but that wasn't my job. Popular books and movies have always depicted my career as this all-encompassing obsession with serial killers, but in truth, I was mostly an analyst. I learned everything I could about the Unsub, running it through an internal database of 100 similar cases. When I showed up in court for the Briarwood case, they asked me only one question. Did the defendant fit the profile? Henry Briarwood fit the profile to a T, and 2 years ago, I let the court know it. A couple of days after the conviction, he hung himself in his prison cell. Predictably, the woods grew darker the further I walked. As I squeezed through a narrow path in a thicket of birches, all around me, the sounds of nature began to die down. Soon, I was walking in silence, listening to my hammering heart and uneven footfall. I took this to mean that I was getting far enough from my safe spot for enemies to start trying their luck, and slowed my pace to a halt in a small clearing. Camilla? I called into the forest, flinching at the haunting echo that ran through the stillness. Camilla! I cried out again, louder this time. Why did you betray me? A voice whispered in my ear, and I jumped forward, spinning around to see my wife's naked corpse staring at me with tears in her eyes. Camilla? I gasped. Oh God, no, 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 I cried, gripping my head at the sight of my wife's swollen, decomposing flesh. She was all black and blue now, her limbs covered in bruises and cuts, a pair of handcuffs hanging off her left wrist. There was a deep horizontal gash in her throat, with streaks of dried blood running down to her chest and stomach. I cannot rest, she said. Because of you, I cannot rest. After a double take, I realized that it wasn't actually my wife. The resemblance was striking, but as the initial shock wore off, I was able to spot the slight difference in chin, nose length, and ear shape. The eyes, though. Those deep pools of sky were next to identical. I was about to respond when another voice whispered in my ear, "We cannot rest. Because of you, we are trapped here." Horrified, I staggered back to see another light-haired dead woman beside me. She was beaten so badly that both her eyes were swollen shut. "We want to rest." A new voice. A different dead girl had stepped into the clearing, her nude body a canvas splattered with torture and pain. More and more deceased women stepped out of the woods, chanting variations of "It's your fault" and "Let us rest at me." A dozen corpses that looked like my missing wife encircled me. Some were in the earlier stages of decomposition. Others had already lost parts of their skin. One victim was almost entirely skeletal, with maggots swarming the crevices of her skull. The victims of Henry Briarwood. "Katie Reeder," I croaked, turning back to the first girl who continued staring at me with Camilla's sad blue eyes. I am so sorry." Katie's expression was vacant as she approached me, bringing her hands up to my neck, clasping it gently. The other victims followed suit, and soon I was completely enveloped by dead women gripping at my neck, shoulders, and wrists. Their touch was cold and devastating. I felt all of it then, every single one of their death experiences. The shock, the horror, the desperate will to survive their imminent deaths. The stabbing pain of every bruise and cut. Their thoughts were the worst. My mind spun with flashes of mothers, fathers, friends, and pets. Katie's last dying thought had been that she had not called her mother enough. He drugged me and took me to his shed not far from here. Katie spoke, her broken gaze locked on mine. He waited for me to wake up before he started. I was so scared. Oh God, I swallowed as countless ice fingers strengthened their grasp on me. One of the girls began tugging on the sleeves of Uncle Johnny's old jacket. I knew I had to resist, push them away, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from Katie. She moved in close enough for me to smell the earthy stench of death on her breath. He never said a word. I cried and screamed and cursed and tried to kick him, but the restraints were too tight. Then he brought out the knives and I fell silent. More hands were pulling at my jacket now, desperately trying to claw it off my back. I held onto it with both hands, elbowing some of the victims who had begun moaning as they drew in closer. Suddenly, Katie's grip on my throat tightened, a menacing snarl contorting her features. You are the reason we're trapped here, reliving the horrors of these woods every single day. We cannot sleep. We cannot rest. We are trapped in our living nightmares, beaten, killed, and hung from trees over and over and over. I tried to say something, but Katie's chokehold was tighter than a noose. For the second time since arriving at Fever Cabin, I was dying from asphyxiation. I had to act fast. I pulled my uncle's old folding knife from my pocket, closing my eyes before I jabbed it inside Katie's stomach. I opened them once she loosened her hold on my neck. It was the leeches all over again. The moment the blade pierced the skin, the apparition began screaming as purple flames enveloped her body. I watched the once beautiful face of Katie Reeder turn to charcoal. The other corpses kept coming, clawing at my neck. Their eyes were feral, faces contorted, bodies capable of remarkable strength. I went into a panicked frenzy, slashing the knife left and right in an attempt to defend myself. The screeches were deafening, as one by one the victims of Henry Briarwood lunged at me, impaling themselves on the knife blade and combusting in purple flames. When the last of them burned up, I fell to the ground, my body convulsing in sobs as I ran my hands through Katie's pile of ashes. I had not wanted to inflict any more pain on those girls. Every one of them, a life stolen away. It's good to see you actually have a conscience. Briarwood stepped into the clearing. He was no longer wearing the ludicrous disguise and was dressed simply in a gray sweater and jeans. You fucking monster, I screamed at him, jumping to my feet with my knife at the ready. That knife won't do much against me, Paul. I'm already dead, remember? He laughed. I'm not even here to hurt you, just need you to understand some things. What have you done with Camilla? I demanded, desperate for some sort of hint at my wife's whereabouts. Funny you should mention her, Briarwood grinned, raising a patch of legal pad pages. Ran into her earlier, and she asked me to pass these along. He walked up to me and placed the pages in my hand. You should probably go back to the cabin for now, Paul. Don't want to try your luck in these parts twice in one night. What do you want from me? I cried in exasperation as Henry Briarwood turned to walk away. Look over my case again, he replied, throwing me a final glance. You talked to me for 20 minutes, Paul. Is that really long enough to get to know somebody? With that, Briarwood disappeared into the woods. I considered chasing after him, but for the first time since sleeping 2 nights ago, I felt exhausted. Was there a hidden logic behind this as well? Did I need to be near the cabin to recharge? Uncle Johnny's jacket glowed brightly as night descended on the silent woods. I sat down on a tree stump in the clearing, trying to gather my thoughts. Shadows creeped the forest floor as tree branches swayed in the silent wind. With bated breath, I waited for whatever came next. I would face another 1,000 corpses and swim in a pool of leeches if it meant I could get my wife back. Camilla. I looked down at my shaking fists to see that I was clenching the sheets of paper Briarwood had given me. The torch was lying on the ground not far from my feet. Picking it up, I wound up the lever and turned it on. Relief hit me like a rain shower after a hot summer's day. It was a letter in Camilla's handwriting. She's alive, I whispered into the dead of night, holding the papers to my chest. Camilla's letter. Paul, I'm sorry I went away. I woke up and you weren't there. But someone else was. I should have felt some sort of panic, maybe called out for you. I could hear you walking around downstairs, rummaging through the fridge. I couldn't move, though. It was as though 100 tiny pins were holding me in place, gently prickling my spine. But I wasn't afraid. All I could think was how much the girl sitting at the foot of my bed looked like me. We had the same eyes, nose, even her thumbnails were short and stubby like mine. She was much younger, however. A teenager. Her face was alive with emotion, tears pooling in her eyes. The way she looked at me with so much silent affection made me feel like a child who had just learned to tie their shoelaces. It's going to sound so strange, but something inside my head clicked in place and I knew who she was. "Mom," I mouthed, not quite able to produce a sound. I never talk about my adoption, and most people would never guess how often I've lain awake, staring at the ceiling just wondering who she had been, where she had gone. I suppose all adopted kids secretly hope that there is a justifiable reason for being denied the love and care of the person who made us. Still, there was no relief in knowing my biological mother was dead. Again, I can't begin to explain how I knew this to be true, but I did. Downstairs, I heard one of the doors slam as you went outside, and the girl reached for my hand. The moment my mother's soft, pale skin grazed mine, the bedroom disappeared. Within a blink of an eye, I was no longer sitting on bedsheets, but a knitted blanket on the ground beside a lake in the woods. Despite the fog, I felt no chill. "Joanna," the woman still sat at my feet, holding my hand. "That's what I named you when you were just a bean." "What happened?" I asked, trying to stifle the emotions bubbling at the back of my throat. "I can't blame them for not telling you about it," my mother sighed. "I was already 7 months into the pregnancy, though it barely showed. I was only 16 and my parents wanted me to abort or give you up for adoption, so I just packed up and left my hometown behind." My parents had never so much as acknowledged my adoption, though I was the only light-haired member in a giant family of second-wave Italian immigrants. I had tried to ask questions, but they were always met with defensive, guilt-inducing retorts. "How could you think that, Camilla? I had no idea where to go or what to do," my mother continued. "I was very hormonal when I left home, and already seriously doubted I'd be able to keep you and me off the streets. I didn't have much in the way of money, only enough for 3 or 4 more meals. I had hitchhiked my way to an off-road diner." My mother's eyes never left mine as she spoke. Even though the things she was telling me were incredibly sad, there was an air of removal about her. Like she was telling the story of someone very distant, a friend of a friend. I still couldn't say anything, not until she finished her story. "I took their cheapest meal, some eggs and toast. I refused the coffee because I'd read somewhere it was bad for the baby. I was sitting there, trying to come up with a plan, figuring I should get one last ride to the nearest city and find a women's shelter. I'd be safe there until after the birth." That's when he slid into my booth and introduced himself as Jack. He was not much older than me, early 20s at most. Not handsome by any means, but not bad looking either. He was confident and well-spoken, asking if I was okay. It was kindness from a stranger and I took to it. Not long after that, I was in his car. I didn't register it at first. That subtle transformation that had taken place when we were no longer in a public place. Jack was no longer cheerful, and his voice had lost its softness. It made me uneasy, and I stopped making small talk, wishing the city lines would appear. That's when he turned off the main road and into the woods. Though a part of me knew what this meant, a hopeful side tried to ask what he was doing, where he was going. He only roared at me to shut up. He was sweating and agitated, and after maybe 20 minutes of awful bumps and swerves, he stopped the car near a remote wooden shack in the woods. At this point, I knew I was in a lot of trouble, and the fear had made me irrational. I jumped out the car and tried to run, but I was carrying low, and every lunge forward felt as though my pelvis would shatter. I got as far as the edge of the woods before he pushed me belly first to the forest floor. The pain of the fall was nothing compared to the horror of knowing he had hurt not only me, but you inside of me. Instead of getting up to run, I rolled over on my back and stopped screaming. I think I even stopped breathing as I waited for you to give me a kick to let me know you were okay. Just as I finally felt your movement, the man grabbed my legs and dragged me back to the shed. I resumed screaming and tried to jerk my legs away by kicking, but he was too strong. He lifted me onto a wooden table, restraining me with rope and shoving rags in my mouth so I wouldn't scream. I struggled to breathe through just my nose, which was filling up with mucus because I was crying. I watched Jack fumble with something in the corner of the shed. He didn't say a word, but I could see he was tense. I wished I could talk to him, plead with him to spare me, spare us. He didn't look as though he wanted to go through with it. When he turned around, I saw that he had a butcher's knife in his hands. He held it awkwardly as he stepped forward, then hesitated, then came up to my head. Every time I tried to scream, the rag in my mouth seemed to suck more air from my lungs. Then, he brought down the knife, and the right side of my head erupted in pain. Through water-filled eyes, I saw him holding my bloody ear in his left hand, a small smile playing on his lips as he watched me writhe in agony. That's when a different, all-encompassing pain exploded in my midsection. It was my first contraction, and it was enough for the water to break and spill out of me, pooling between my legs before running down the sides of the table. A look of horror crossed the man's face, and he set aside the knife. He ripped open my blouse and stared at my hardened belly. You were kicking, and when he saw one of your legs jab at my belly button, he cursed. He began pacing the shed, muttering something to himself, and running his hands through his hair. I could see large, dark sweat stains on the underarms of his sweater. The second contraction combined with my limited air supply and steady blood loss knocked me out cold. The third brought me back, and I saw that I was no longer in the shed, but in the back of the car with the rag still in my mouth. My body was in shivers, and my eyes couldn't focus. I wasn't sure if it was the fall, ear removal, or something else, but I knew then that I was dying. The next and final time I came to, I saw a woman and felt water being splashed on my face. Cars zoomed past, and the woman was shouting something. I let go then, knowing you were safe, allowing myself to slip into the sweet unconsciousness of death. Once I was removed from the tortures of the physical world, I watched them load my limp body into an ambulance, where the paramedics performed an emergency C-section to get you out. I could tell by their faces they didn't think you would live, but you were a fighter. I wanted so much to go with you, to make sure they took care of you in the hospital, but I couldn't. Not long after the ambulance drove off, I was back inside the shed, watching the man who claimed to be Jack sitting in a corner, crying. Ever since then, I've been trapped in these woods, never making it far from the shed. The man was gone for a long time, and I think he moved away after what he did to me. It's hard to tell how much time passes in these woods, but when he came back with another girl, he was at least 20 years older and entirely cool and collected. After his return, girl after girl died in the shed, joining me in these woods. We all look the same, and we all feel the same things. We spend our days walking this forest, mourning our lost lives, wishing to see our loved ones out in the world of the living. But we can't leave, and we can't rest. Not until the man who did this to us continues to roam free, eyeing his next victim. After my mother had finished her story, we sat in silence for a long time. I had so many questions, but I couldn't quite phrase a single one of them. After a while, my mother asked me about my life. So, I've been telling her, little by little. It was more of a dialogue when I told her about my childhood and teenage years, since my mother would keep interrupting, wanting to know if my favorite ice cream had been mint chip, like hers, or if I liked drawing as she had done. It's been a little sad since I've caught up to the adult years. She just listens, but she has nothing to compare it to, since she essentially died a child. When we're not talking, she watches me paint. Sometimes she will sketch with me, and I can see that had she pursued the talent, she would have grown into a great artist. Paul, I felt you in the woods the other night. I felt you dying and wanted to help you, but no matter which way I ran, your cries grew more distant. I begged my mother to take me to you, but she just shook her head, suddenly serious. Your husband is the only one that can help us, she said. He got it wrong once, but he won't this time. I believe in him. Paul, I held my breath as you teetered on the brink between life and death, and cried with relief when I felt you safe again. I've passed along this letter in hopes that it will find you. I don't know if you feel it, but I do. I think the girls here feel it too. The trees are abuzz with it. The water ripples carry it onto the shore of the lake. We're nearing the pinnacle of whatever this entire journey has been about. There's a reason we ended up in these woods, and it wasn't just our constant quarrels over the past few weeks. In a twisted way, this entire thing started with me. Or, more precisely, with my biological mother, Leanne Somerson, dying 32 years ago on the day of my birth. It started with me, Paul, but it can only end with you. I love you. Camilla. I read the pages of Camilla's letter over and over until sunrise, stopping only to wind up the flashlight. Eventually, I tucked the letter away into one of the pockets of Uncle Johnny's jacket and started making my way back to the cabin. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds, insects, and leaves ruffling in the wind. Combined, the noises sounded like a consistent, low hum, almost a cheer. The woods were egging me on, sending me off on a mission, but also eagerly anticipating my return. Could I pull off what they were asking? I had already been mistaken once. This new information about the machete killer's timeline had just blown the case wide open. How did the investigators and my team get it so wrong with Henry Briarwood? The true Unsolved's reign of terror had spanned decades and probably involved several different states. Both his MO and signature had evolved over the years, and I wouldn't be surprised if this guy staged the bodies in trees not as an act of some sick, twisted fantasy, but as a distraction. Henry Briarwood had been tried on 5 counts of murder and suspected of maybe another 2 victims. There had been far more women in that clearing. Some were skeletal, which probably meant their remains had never been found. I had no choice. I would have to leave Fever Cabin and go back to the city to access the full case files and process the suspect list from scratch. I often think about the last summer I stayed with Uncle Johnny. We made quite the pair. Me, a sulky 17-year-old, denied the company of his peers for 2 months, and him, a wheezy 60-year-old man who liked smoking, watching television, and occasionally building things out of wood. There were few things more dull to my teenage self than nature, and hearing an old man talk about how much bigger herring were back in the day. Though, I'm sure I wasn't exactly the best company with all my eye rolls and sarcastic remarks either. One day, we were out on the lake when we heard gunfire. It wasn't uncommon in those parts of the woods. There were multiple campsites on one end, and a popular hunting lodge at the very heart of the forest. "Damn little men gonna scare away all the ducks," Uncle Johnny grumbled, throwing another fist of crumbs at the water as he shifted his weight. He had gained quite a few over the years, and I was surprised the old wooden bench he'd constructed still held up so well. "Little men?" I raised an eyebrow, watching the ducks fighting over the crumbs. "It takes a little man to feel big when he kills something, Polly." Uncle Johnny had this way of nodding as he spoke, a visual underscore to a point he was making. The smaller a man feels, the more blood he's willing to spill to feel big. I think that was the first time I really started thinking about why people killed anything. A thought process which eventually led me down my chosen career path. Even today, with all the different correlations and conclusions we've drawn from criminal behavioral patterns, at the back of my mind, I still hear Uncle Johnny talk about little men and what they'll do to feel big. The lockdown took me by surprise. So much had happened since Camilla and I left the city that I was hardly prepared for the empty streets, closed shops, and occasional masked pedestrians scurrying in and out of buildings like rats. The GPS had started working again, and I let it guide me down the shortest route to our apartment. As much as I wanted to grab some things and keep going, the limits of the normal world were starting to kick in. I barely made it to my bed before knocking out. I don't know how long I slept, but the world felt very different when I finally woke up. I was ravenous enough to find an old can of beans in one of the cupboards and gobble it down straight from the tin. As I ate, the events of the past few days played back in my mind, each more bizarre than the last. Was I going crazy, or was my wife really hanging out with a bunch of dead girls in the woods? I laughed then. First a nervous laugh, then a full madman's roar. There had been too much nervous energy constricted in my chest, and it felt good to let go. After calming down, I got out my laptop and connected to the Wi-Fi. The time and date updated, showing me impossible numbers. A month. That's how long it had actually been since Camilla and I packed up our things and rode off in the late afternoon, bickering like a married couple from the panels of a boomer comic. I guess that's what snapped my mind back in place. Despite the absurdity of it all, the mere fact that so much time had passed proved the otherworldly. If I was only a crazy man stumbling around in the woods, hallucinating a supernatural crime drama, how had I not starved to death in that time? I grabbed my backup semi-automatic, plenty of ammo, and drove to my office. The entire building was in lockdown, and the sleepy guard shook his head at me, pointing at his face mask. After a frustrating back and forth through the glass with me waving my badge and claiming urgency, the guy let me in. I headed straight to the storage room, where we kept all the files for the machete case. I had a lot of the scans on my laptop, but not all. The storage box contained something of immediate importance to me now, a timeline of the crimes. According to the lead investigators on the case, the first machete victim had been killed in late 2016. That timeline had factored into my profile, no doubt, as did the signature staging of the victims' bodies in trees. Having learned about the death of Camilla's biological mother, however, I realized just what sort of cunning individual we were dealing with. My initial profile had indicated a man with an average to lower IQ, who struggled in relationships with women, had a menial job, prior convictions of sexual assault, etc. That was Henry Briarwood, all right, but it was not the profile of a killer who had managed to evade capture for 3 decades, evolving as he went along. No, we were dealing with a chameleon, someone who had started young and honed his craft over the years, someone who had kept a low profile for most of his life and knew how to make women feel comfortable around him. A man who probably had a wife, kids, maybe hosted some little league games. Someone who was meticulous and fully in control of his urges, never letting mishaps get in the way of his work. Something must have happened in the man's life in 2016, something that triggered a killing spree that he disguised with a new machete killer signature. As much as I wanted to hole up for the next 3 weeks, reading over every crime scene and coming up with a new profile from scratch, I knew that time would not allow for it. There were greater forces at play here, forces that had Camilla. So I pulled up the documents on the other 2 suspects, the 2 men I had dismissed almost instantly for not fitting the original profile. One was a 30-year-old campground peeping Tom. Too young, I thought. The second, however, was starting to look more probable. Richard Sutton was a 54-year-old local freight company owner. He was a native to the area, but had moved west for college, where he met his wife and settled in her hometown. He had moved back to the area following a messy divorce in 2016 and set up a new office branch in the city. The cops had pulled him in for questioning in 2017 due to harassment complaints from women who had seen the local media coverage of the case and feared that they could have been potential victims. This guy did fit the rough new profile, and I wished I could remember questioning him, but my mind kept drawing blanks. There had been nothing remarkable or memorable about Sutton, nothing I could put my finger on, especially after he'd been so obviously overshadowed by Briarwood. I couldn't remember what he even looked or sounded like. A perfect chameleon. My next move was purely intuitive, but a total breach of protocol. I pulled up the guy's address and took off to go see him. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, or what I would do when I saw him. Honestly, at that moment, I felt like a mere marionette with an invisible puppet master tugging me along on a blind adventure. I pulled up to Sutton's house, a neat 2-story in one of the city's nicer suburbs, and rang the doorbell. No one answered, but I thought I could hear feet shuffling on the other side of the door. "This is Agent Fever with the FBI," I called out. The door opened a sliver, with the chain still in place. A bloodshot eye peered out at me. "Mr. Sutton, I'm here to ask you some questions," I announced, flashing the man my badge. "I promise to remain at a safe social distance and not touch anything if you let me inside." I was pushing my luck, and I really hoped Sutton would bite. He didn't. The door slammed with a crash, and I heard footsteps hurrying away. Drawing my weapon, I jumped a gate and made my way to the back of the house, scanning the windows for signs of activity. Nothing. I tried the back door, not really surprised to find it locked. This was the moment where my actions stopped being questionable and became downright illegal. There was no time to think, only act. As the surreal urgency of my mission crept up my spine, I could lose my job for this. The whole vigilante arc rarely fared well for agents, but there was no turning back now. I shot the lock, and the door swung open. I darted indoors, not waiting to see the curious heads of neighbors popping out to see where the noise was coming from. A disturbing scene greeted me inside as I realized the wealthy suburban facade only spread to the exterior. Sutton's kitchen was absolutely disgusting. There were dirty plates scattered on every surface, and takeout containers littered the floor. Countless empty vodka bottles lined the walls. The smell of rotting food and stale booze made me cover my nostrils with my left elbow as I moved further into the house with my weapon drawn. The living room was much the same at first glance, a typical hoarder's dwelling, with more booze bottles, old newspapers, and random piles of trash scattered about. A second look revealed a more sinister truth behind the stack of old newspapers on the coffee table. I walked up to the yellowing pile of papers and felt my stomach sink as I saw that they were actually a gathering of carefully selected articles. The top one was a well-preserved 2-page spread about the tragic death of a pregnant girl by the name of Leanne Summerson, an out-of-town hitchhiker who had mysteriously died on the side of the road 32 years ago. Unable to help myself, I leafed through the other pages. Dozens of light-haired, blue-eyed dead women looked up at me. Different ages, a variety of counties and states, a broad spectrum of deaths, some suspected of foul play, others simply missing persons reports. My trembling hands dropped the newspapers as I struggled to keep my breathing steady. I'd stepped into the monster's den, only half expecting this to actually be the guy. I threw another appraising glance at the room, trying to find potential hiding spots, but couldn't see any. That left upstairs. I took careful, deliberate strides as I ascended the steps, cursing every squeak my old leathers produced. Without backup, the odds were in Sutton's favor, and I could easily be walking into a trap. I stopped before reaching the top of the stairs, wiping sweat off my face as I gathered the courage to face a man who practically killed for a living. "Richard, I'm just here to talk," I called out into the silence, trying to garner some sort of reaction, a hint of the subject's location. "Look, we can still sort this out. I know you've been going through a tough time." The state of the house indicated a major lapse in control, which meant Sutton was spiraling, probably experiencing some sort of mental breakdown. Nothing. No response, not even a creak from a floorboard. The first room to my right was the master bedroom, and I threw the door open, rushing inside with my back to the wall and gun at the ready. I didn't see him. Not at first. He looked so small, crouching down in the farthest corner of the room, his bloodshot eyes half glazed, glued to mine. He stared intently, raising the shotgun with trembling hands until he'd pressed the tip of the sawed-off barrel to his quivering lower jaw. I knew I had seen him before, recently at that, but couldn't quite place the face of this reduced, disheveled man until he opened his mouth, releasing that signature moan that will forever haunt my dreams. That guttural mechanic wail that escaped a gaping, dark hole of a mouth. I'd recognize it just about anywhere. "You," I gasped, as the tongueless man shoved the shotgun in his mouth and fired, painting the walls of the bedroom a nauseating mix of blood and brain matter. There is no logical explanation for what happened next. I did not call an ambulance. I did not call any of my superiors, attempting to explain the circumstances under which I had discovered Richard Sutton's last act of defiance. Only one thought ran through my mind as I wrapped up his mostly headless corpse in sheets. "You do not get away this easy, you son of a bitch." Though he was surprisingly heavy for his lean frame, I still managed to carry Sutton's body outside and dump it in the back of the pickup. I hoped the sheer fact of broad daylight and my confident manner wouldn't arouse too much suspicion from the neighbors. Though, honestly, I was past caring at that point. Hitting the gas pedal, I barreled through city streets until I was on the road leading back to Uncle Johnny's cabin. I slowed down when I got closer to the place where my wife and I first spotted Richard Sutton running out of the woods. I didn't know how we had crossed from one world to another, and the last thing I wanted was to show up at the real fever cabin with a dead body in my pickup and no evidence of any sort of paranormal activity. Again, I wondered if I was just a raving lunatic, and again my intuition told me that no, I wasn't. I was never one for supernatural stuff and always snickered at the psychics who were sometimes called upon in cases. But even I, with my limited views on these things, could see how decades of inflicted pain and terror could thin the divide between this world and the world of the wronged. After an hour of driving, I started losing faith in finding that same dirt road that had started this entire ordeal. Frustrated, I looked at the GPS, which was still working. Another sign of failure. Finally, I decided to just turn off the road and try driving down the next dirt road into the woods. Within 5 minutes, the GPS started lagging before turning off altogether. I kept driving, vaguely acknowledging that I had taken a turn to one of the many lakes Uncle Johnny and I used to visit all those summers ago. I thought I'd escaped it. An unremarkable voice spoke at my side, and I nearly swerved off the road when I saw a young Richard Sutton sitting in the passenger seat. Panicking, I hit the brakes and turned to face the man who had brutally murdered dozens of women across the country. I reached for my weapon, knowing full well how futile of a thing it was against a dead man. "Don't worry," Sutton emitted a small chortle. "You're not exactly my type." I stared at the youthful monster as he peered into the thick forest around us. He was just as Camilla's mother had described. Neither handsome nor unattractive. Not short or tall, just average. There wasn't a single detail to latch onto. Not a mole or a twitch. A funny-looking sweater. An odd haircut. Nothing. Everything about Richard Sutton was forgettable, and I realized that this was deliberate. Curiosity stirred in my temples, and I found myself wishing we had more time to talk. I wanted to dig around in Sutton's brain and learn the hows and whys of his life, but that's not what this was all about. "It's really not that interesting," Sutton offered a response to my thoughts. "And it doesn't matter now. I don't want to tell you that your job isn't important, because in some ways I'm sure it is. In other ways, it completely misses the mark, since it doesn't account for the fact that some of us are just born this way. I know you'll be looking into my life, Agent, and I can tell you now that you'll find nothing. You won't find any problems with my mother or father. You won't find any hints of me abusing animals as a child or being socially awkward with my peers. I'm the average Joe on paper, and my compulsion to kill has roots in something that a data scientist can hardly hope to explain." At the end of his speech, the young Sutton opened the car door and jumped out of the pickup, leaving me with the following words. "I should really get going. I'm not sure I want to stick around for what happens next. You just keep going until you reach the lake, Agent. It all ends there." So that's what I did, shaken as I was. I just kept going, my mind racing, but also going ever so slightly numb. I guess at that point I just didn't know what to expect anymore, and, if anything, that gave me the advantage of accepting whatever came my way. The lake was still and haunting, a soft mist playing on the surface of the water. The forest trees assembled around the shore in dreary attendance, their tall shadows moving on the ground below my feet as I walked with Sutton's lifeless body in my arms. I'd left the sheets behind, and it was hard to look away from the remaining half of the face of the man who had caused so much devastation in these very woods. Upon reaching the shore, I let his body drop into the shallowest part of the water, sending ripples across the lake. I took some steps back, distancing myself from the body, waiting. Some emerged from the woods, others rose out of the water. There were too many to count, though I did get to the number 17 before giving up altogether. They were all beautiful and young, dressed in a variety of fashions that reflected the trends of their time. Blue eyes glimmered in the twilight, some with tears, others with a vengeance. The victims of Richard Sutton approached his body, some kicked at it, others screamed. The spirit of Katie Reeder, the one who looked so much like Camilla that I recognized her immediately, spat right into what remained of Sutton's gaping, tongueless mouth. "I took his tongue, you know," Katie said to me, smiling. "He had driven up here with his last victim just before you and Camilla came. She was so much younger than the rest of us, only 11. When he killed her, our mutual rage grew into a force that helped us permeate the physical world, and I tore that tongue right out of his sick face." The youngest victim appeared beside Katie, her eyes pleading. "Please, Mr. Fever, please find the shed. My body is still there and my parents need to know." "Of course," I murmured, then louder, "all of you. I will find every one of your cold case files and make sure the world learns the truth about your deaths." Many women smiled at me. Others nodded in appreciation. To my side, I heard footsteps and turned to find Camilla walking out of the woods with a girl that looked like her younger sister. "Fucking took you long enough," Camilla laughed, running up to me for a kiss. "You're a lot more eloquent in your letters, you know," I teased, wrapping her in a tight embrace. "This is my mother, Leanne." Camilla pulled away to take the young girl by the hand. "Nice to meet you," I nodded, feeling the familiar pang of anxiety that always accompanied seeing an in-law and shaking my head at the absurdity of that feeling given the current circumstances. Leanne Summerson gave me a shy smile as she shook my hand. but said nothing, turning instead to Richard Sutton's body. The other girls drew back and fell silent as the very first victim approached the corpse. Camilla's mother bent down and put a hand on Sutton's chest. "I will never forgive you, but now I can forget you." As soon as she said it, the sky above the forest exploded in a bright, purple glow, the same tinge of color that had saved me and healed me from the leeches. The victims of Richard Sutton stared up at it. Some were laughing, others smiling. Many cried tears of relief. One by one, they floated up into the sky, letting the purple flames envelop them in eternity. Camilla's mother was the last to go. After her, the glow began to fade until it transformed into a beautiful, otherworldly purple sunset. "I can't go until you clear my name." A familiar voice sounded from the woods behind us. I turned to see Henry Briarwood watching Camilla and me from a distance. "I will reopen the case as soon as I can," I promised him, feeling the all-encompassing guilt of having cost an innocent man not only his freedom but his life as well. "I'm so sorry." Briarwood gave me a brief nod before disappearing back into the woods. "I really screwed that up," I told Camilla as we walked back to the pickup. "No one's perfect, Polly. You did the best you could." I heard my uncle's voice ring through the woods. I stopped dead in my tracks, peering into the dark trees to either side of me. "Did you hear that?" I asked Camilla, who had kept walking in front of me. "Hear what?" She threw me a questioning glance. "Nothing," I said, shaking my head and smiling as I followed my wife out of the woods. Story. I'm an FBI agent. This case will haunt me. The woman who answered the door when I knocked had tears in her eyes. She clutched her housecoat tighter around herself and took me in, looking me up and down. "Mrs. Burton? I'm Agent Barnes. May I come in, please?" She regarded me through the glass, staring coldly at my face. "They said you'd be coming. You're from the FBI. Some sort of special unit?" "That's right, ma'am," I said, pulling out my ID badge and showing it to her. After examining it for a while, she turned the handle, pausing to take a quick, hopeful look around the neighborhood, before finally holding the creaking screen door open for me. I stepped up the wooden staircase and entered the house. The home was well kept. Old but comfortable furnishings, walls covered in framed photos showing barbecues and family gatherings, weddings and birthday parties. It looked like a peaceful place. Not an abusive household or a neglected one, I thought to myself. I took out my notepad and scribbled something illegible. "I'm here to follow up on the case involving your son, Brian. Do you mind if we sit down to talk for a few minutes?" She showed me into the living room, and I took a seat on the couch. "Can I get you anything, Agent Barnes?" "And no, I'm fine. Thank you, though." Instead of sitting down opposite me, she chose to remain standing, making me feel oddly nervous. I tried to ignore that sensation, but it did throw me off slightly. Most people sit down when you do, especially when they're the host. "What can I do for you exactly?" "Well, I was hoping to ask you a few questions about your son's disappearance. I understand he went missing from his bedroom late one night, and there was no sign of forced entry. The doors were still locked in the morning when you woke up, is that right?" She nodded slowly. "And all this despite the fact that he didn't have a key, and none were missing from the home." She stood with her arms crossed, not saying anything. "Was there a question in there somewhere, Agent Barnes?" I waited for a beat. This wasn't how I had expected it to go. Already I felt like my entire preconception of the case was wrong. My theories were immediately forgotten, and I began to examine the whole situation with fresh eyes as I sat there looking into the woman's unreadable face. "I suppose my question is, how did he go missing? It seems impossible. Unless there's something you aren't telling us. A door left open, or a window. A neighbor with a copy of your key. Something. You have to try to remember. You're singing the same old song that the detective was singing. Nobody else had a key. None of the windows or doors were unlocked. I'm sure about that. And you're sure he didn't sneak out after dinner to play with friends? No one would blame you if that were the case. Kids that age like to go out in the forests, run around, get into trouble. Are you sure he was in his room that night when you went to bed?" "I'm sure. I tucked him in myself. I'm not a drunk or a druggie, Agent Barnes. I'm not a neglectful mother either. I didn't forget seeing my son in bed that night. Just like I didn't forget to lock up." This was going nowhere, I could already tell. We were off to a bad start, and I had a feeling she could sense my newfound hesitancy and uncertainty. I put my notepad away and thought for a few seconds what direction to take. I had to improvise. "Can you show me his room? I'd like to see it if I could." Her face showed no change of expression at the request. She just held her hand out, inviting me towards the back of the house. I followed her as she led me down a hallway with creaking wooden floorboards. "Do you have children, Agent Barnes?" "Yes, a son." "How old is he, if you don't mind me asking?" 11, actually. Same as your Brian." "Good. Now imagine for a second what it would feel like to have him taken from you in the night, despite doing everything possible to stop something like that from ever happening. I hate to think of it. That's every parent's worst nightmare." "Here's his bedroom," she said, opening a door at the end of the hall on the left. "It's just as he left it. I didn't change a thing." The room was painted a pale blue shade, and there was a small bed in one corner, a desk with a computer sitting atop it, a gaming console, and a small television on the far end, with a beanbag chair in front of it. There were no signs of violence or disarray. Nothing looked out of place or broken. A few items of clothing and toys were scattered here and there, but overall it looked cleaner than my own son's room. Was anything missing? Any of his belongings? Clothes? Toothbrush? Phone? Brian doesn't have a phone. He kept begging me for one, but I told him he wasn't old enough. She broke off suddenly, her face screwing up into a grimace of sorrow. If I'd just let him have a damn cell phone, maybe they could have traced it. I put a comforting hand on her shoulder, and she let me do that at least, without pulling away. "Even if you had, he wouldn't have had it on him while he was sleeping. You can't blame yourself for that," I told her, feeling suddenly more and more on her side. "And just so you know, my son doesn't have a cell phone either." I told him the same thing. The woman bit her lip, hugging herself tighter. She turned her eyes up to the ceiling, trying to dry the tears within them, as if she couldn't bear the thought of weeping 1 minute longer. "Do you think Brian could have made a copy of your key? Maybe without your knowledge? That just maybe he could have snuck out in the night and locked up afterwards?" She shook her head rapidly. "He's 11. And no, I told the officers, he isn't like that. He's a good boy." I looked over to see the closet in the corner of the room was now hanging open ever so slightly, but I distinctly remembered it being closed when I came into the room. Inside it looked pitch black. For some reason I was drawn towards that darkness and began to walk across the room towards the closet door. What I was looking for within that darkness I wasn't sure, but it seemed important that I check inside. Brian told me something the night before he disappeared. He said there was a monster in his closet. I stopped dead in my tracks. Most children of 11 years old have grown out of seeing monsters in the shadows, haven't they? At least my son had. He had grown out of that phase for a long time, she said, as if reading my thoughts. But then all of a sudden that night he told me there was this monster hiding in his closet, and he what? He actually wet the bed. He hadn't done that for a long time. I see. And so he came out here and told you all that, and then what happened? I went back to his room with him right away, and I turned the light on and opened his closet to show him there was nothing inside. Just his clothes and a few old shoes, but he still wasn't convinced. He said the monster was a very good hider, that it pretended to be shadows. Glancing back at the open closet door again, I started moving towards it once more, this time with my legs feeling more wobbly, like jello. He washed up, and I changed his sheets, and he went back to bed. Brian wanted to stay up with me and watch television after that. He didn't want to go back to his room, but I made him go. What time was this around? 2 o'clock in the morning. Around then. He had to get up for school the next day, she said, then broke off sobbing once again. Opening the closet door, I peered inside. The darkness permeated the whole space, like a thick, oily cloud of smoke, far more black and terrifying than it should have been. As if that darkness were a living thing, camouflaging itself there, pretending to be just a closet, just like the missing boy had claimed. I shook my head, trying to clear these thoughts from my mind, but they persisted. Can you turn the light on any brighter than that? No, it's all the way up. This stupid light bulb seems to get dimmer every day. Even after I replaced it, I'll have to get an electrician over here one of these days. Pulling out my flashlight, I shone it into the dark space. The oily blackness retreated almost reluctantly, as if in a delayed reaction that shouldn't have been possible. I blinked my eyes twice, trying to decide if I was seeing things. My heart was suddenly hammering, and the palms of my hands were sweaty as I stared at the darkened space in the dim beam of my flashlight. It seemed to be malfunctioning, weak compared to its usual strength. I smacked it a few times and tried to remember when I'd last replaced the batteries. "Can you feel it too?" she asked from behind me nervously. I wanted to turn around and look at her, but was afraid to leave my back exposed to that darkness. I know it's crazy, but ever since that night, I can't help but feel like maybe he was right. "Can you feel it? Something staring at you?" She let out a nervous titter, which broke me out of my stunned silence. "No, ma'am," I lied. "Just looks like a regular bedroom closet to me." "You feel like there's something in there looking at you?" "Not just me. At us. It's watching both of us right now, and it's seen your face, Agent Barnes. I don't think that's a good thing." "What? How come you don't want to turn your back on it, Agent Barnes? You do feel it. I know you do. Close the door so it can't stare at us anymore, will you? I don't like that feeling. Not one bit." I pushed it with a shaking hand and felt the satisfying click of it closing. Suddenly I could breathe again. We both left the room in a hurry, and I excused myself momentarily into the bathroom. I looked at my reflection in the mirror and didn't recognize my own face staring back. There were bags beneath my eyes that hadn't been there before, and my skin looked slightly yellow-gray, sallow and jaundiced. I felt sick to my stomach. Before I could do anything, the nausea overcame me. Getting down on my knees, I retched into the toilet bowl. Pure black bile like molasses poured out of me, sticky and tenacious like tar. It burned like acid as it came up from my stomach, coating my tongue afterwards and tasting oily and terrible. I rinsed out my mouth and flushed the toilet again and again to no avail. I stumbled out of the bathroom, drunk feeling and dizzy, but still wanting to finish my interview. I needed to at least try. She was waiting for me in the kitchen, standing by the sink. I stumbled into the room and felt it spinning all around me. Clutching my head with both hands, I tried to force myself to see straight. "Just a couple more questions," I said, covering my mouth so she didn't see the black bile coating my tongue. My heart was pounding far too quickly, and I tried to ignore the fact that something was potentially very seriously wrong with me, still completely in denial of it at that point. "You don't look well, Agent Barnes. You look gray in the face. Are you all right?" "Fine. I'm fine. Now, can you tell me about Brian's father? I understand he passed away several years ago. Did he have any family? Close friends?" She shook her head at me, as if none of these questions mattered. And she was right, in a way. They didn't. The interview didn't lead anywhere, and I couldn't focus on anything she said. Soon I was back out on the street again, the memory of the end of the interview gone entirely from my mind. It was like I'd been on autopilot without realizing it, and I didn't like that feeling, as if someone else had been driving the car and I had been asleep behind the wheel. I had a very strong suspicion that whatever had happened to Brian would not be a solvable crime, and if it was solved, those findings would not be suitable for an official report. This had redacted written all over it, assuming it ever made it up the chain of command. If I told my superiors what I had just experienced, they wouldn't believe a word of it. The case had gone cold months before, so it wasn't expected for me to solve it, only to try to lend a hand if I could. Most of my cases ended up remaining unsolved, so it wouldn't require much explanation if I wasn't able to do anything useful. And I really didn't feel like I would be able to do anything useful. I had terrible brain fog for the rest of the trip, getting contemptuous looks from the local police detectives whenever I suggested anything I thought might be useful. Everything had been tried before, by the sounds of it, and I began to feel as if I had overstayed my welcome. The flight back home was a red-eye, and I tried to sleep through it, but found my dreams were plagued by nightmares. I kept dreaming I was a kid again, back in my childhood bedroom. Not only that, but my closet door kept squealing open in the night, creaking loudly, the wood swinging back and forth as if blown by an impossible wind. I stood up on my child legs to go over to it, but found myself frozen with fear, staring at the blackness within the closet. That deep, penetrating darkness which seemed to spread like flooding, overflowing water towards me. And then, As I reached out my trembling hand for the door handle to close it, something else reached out and grabbed my wrist. An ice-cold, gnarled hand, rotten and macerated. The flesh was pale and bluish-purple, mottled and covered in wounds, seeping and oozing with blood and pus. As I tried desperately to pull away, fighting it with all my strength, it pulled me deeper into the darkness. I fell in, plunging into the depths of it, suffocating in the dark abyss. When I woke up, I was screaming, and the airplane had just begun to descend. The flight attendants gave me a look which told me my terror was not appreciated. By the time I got home that night, it was already dark, and well past Greg's bedtime. My wife was in bed, so I poured myself a drink and sat down on the couch to watch television for a little while, hoping to distract myself from the things I had seen, and from the dreams I couldn't unsee. I wanted so badly to forget that dream, but it was the only thing I could visualize when I closed my eyes. That rotten corpse hand grabbing hold of my wrist and squeezing. I felt as if I could feel that pain even after I had awoken. That feeling of something tightening around my forearm like a freezing vice. I looked down at my arm to see a handprint there, slightly purple like an old bruise. It was faded like it was old, and yet I hadn't seen it earlier. What the hell? What's happening to me? I asked myself, standing up and pacing. There was cold beer in the fridge. Despite the time, I went in there and grabbed a bottle, popping it open and chugging its contents. I felt so thirsty all of a sudden, like I hadn't drank in days. But I didn't want water. The thought of it disgusted me. The bottle was empty, and so I grabbed another, and another, draining them both. Soon I was on my fourth, and then it was empty. The rest of the six-pack was gone 2 minutes later, and I belched loud enough to wake the dead after I had finished polishing it off. Still thirsty, I went into the cupboard and pulled out an old, dusty bottle of Gibson's, 1 I drank it straight down, the usual burn of it absent now. Instead, it just felt like heat in my belly afterwards. Suddenly very tired, I stumbled off to bed, but not before peeking into Greg's room to check on him. It was around 3 a.m. by that point. He was fast asleep and snoring, and his closet door was closed tightly. I made sure of that. When we woke up the next morning, Greg was gone. I had locked all the doors and windows, and Greg didn't have his own key. He didn't have a cell phone we could trace either, but I got the feeling it wouldn't make a difference either way. The police came to investigate and were surprised to hear what I do for a living. They were even more surprised to hear about the case I had just been investigating. Think it might be a copycat? One of the detectives asked innocently. If only it could have been so simple. Or maybe the same guy? You might be right, I said, unable to deny their logic. But I knew that wasn't what had happened. Not really. Let's take a look around his room, they said, and I led them down the hallway towards Greg's room, showing them inside. I left it exactly how it was. We didn't touch a thing. The closet door swung open an inch, then stopped. It opened an inch wider, and stopped again. Does the closet door always do that? The taller detective asked. Number, why don't you go and take a look? My wife stood at the front door with her suitcase in hand, her face and eyes red from hours of crying. You're not the man I married. I need to go. I just need to get out of this house for a while. Are you coming back? I don't know. She turned around to leave, and I reached out to stop her, grabbing her shoulder and squeezing a little harder than I meant to. I stopped myself and let go, asking myself again, what the hell is wrong with me? What exactly have I been infected with? Just tell me why. Haven't you been listening? Half the time you're not here, and the other half you're lost in your thoughts. You don't even hear the words I'm saying when I talk to you. Our son has been missing for days, and you act like nothing's happened, like there's nothing we can do. There isn't anything we can do. It's up to the local police. I have no jurisdiction. I told you that 100 times. And even if I did, it's a conflict of interest. I can't investigate my own son's disappearance, at least not officially. I'd believe that, I really would, if not for the smell of booze on your breath every day. You aren't even trying to help unofficially. It's like you've given up. All you do is drink, and when you're not drinking, you're missing for hours at a time. I'm going out looking for him. Just stay, please. She rolled her eyes, not believing my lie. When you get your shit together, you call me. Until then, I'll be staying with my sister. Goodbye, Ted. She opened the glass door and let it slam shut behind her as she marched towards the curb. Her sister pulled up a moment later in her little blue economy car and stared daggers at me as she waited for Lisa to get in. They drove off, and just like that I was alone. I stood at the door for a long time before turning around and surveying the empty house. It didn't feel empty though, not since that last case. In my son's bedroom closet, a shadow thing had taken up residence, not to mention it was now living inside of me. I couldn't help but wonder if I was serving as an incubator for some malicious creature growing larger by the day. My sadness suddenly turned to anger as I thought about it. Whatever the thing was, it had taken not just my child, but at least one other, maybe more. Not only that, but it was working on taking my life as well, erasing it in bits and pieces. I would lose chunks of time an hour long or more, and the periods of mental absence were growing longer and more frequent by the day. I marched towards my son's room and threw open the door. Turning on the light, it did little to illuminate the small space. It was as if the light bulbs needed to be replaced in the ceiling fan, but I had done that several times already. Just as the mother of the missing child on my investigation had said about her son's light, I too would need to call an electrician. Although I doubted that would help, I had to try. The darkness was already spreading out into the hallway, like a malicious plague made of shadows. "What do you want from me?" I asked the empty room, my eyes fixed on the closet door. I had put a deadbolt on it to keep it closed, but it began to slide across to the other side, as if being pulled by sideways gravity, or by an invisible hand. I rushed across the room to pull it closed, but it was too late. The lock was undone. The door began to swing open, revealing a crack of pure darkness, and I stopped in my tracks, not wanting to get any closer. My heart was pounding, and I had forgotten all about my anger. Now I was only afraid, like a child staring into the shadows of my bedroom closet late at night, hearing sounds from within it, rustling movement, papery like old snakeskin being shed, a poisonous midnight reptile growing larger by the day. "What did you do with my son?" I asked the empty closet. My voice was just above a whisper. I was backing up, now trying to get away. Whatever the thing was, it was getting stronger. "Daddy?" A voice sounding almost like my son said from within that darkness. I almost ran in that direction to save him, purely out of instinct. But then I stopped myself. Something about the voice was different, a slight distortion like it had been played through a guitar pedal. "No, it's not. It can't be." No response came back, only silence, and that feeling of something staring at me from the shadows. Not my son, but something else mimicking his voice. I stepped out of the room quickly and closed the door behind me. The hallway was noticeably darker now, as if that plague had spread insidiously further outwards into the rest of the house. There was no stopping it. I could only try to slow it down. I went into the dining room and grabbed a chair. Tipping it over onto its back legs, I jammed it against the doorknob, making an impromptu lock for the bedroom. I would need to get something stronger, though, and fast. A padlock, I decided. Maybe 2 or 3. First, I wanted to make a couple phone calls, while I was still the one steering my own body. Who knew when whatever entity was inside of me would take over and I would go into autopilot again? My first call was to my boss. I asked for a bit more time off to look for my son. He didn't question it for a second, and told me to call if I needed anything. After hanging up with him, I dialed another number. I hoped to contact the woman I had visited a few days prior in my capacity as an FBI agent while investigating her missing son. She had acted quite strangely, and had known about the shadow entity, whatever it was. It was also the place where this had all started. "Hello, Agent Barnes," she answered, knowing it would be me despite the fact that my FBI-issued cell phone blocked my caller ID. "Mrs. Burke, I called to ask you a few follow-up questions." She waited silently for me to continue. Several moments passed and I wondered if she'd hung up. "Mrs. Burke?" "Ask away, Agent Barnes. I'm curious though, how are you feeling? You didn't look well last time I saw you." "Fine. I'm fine. I'm sure you are. Mrs. Burke, can I ask you about your husband again? We skipped past that last time. You said you were married. Where was he when I came by? At work?" "My husband passed away very recently, Agent Barnes. He caught some sort of illness. The doctors couldn't figure it out. It consumed him from within, like a flesh-eating bacteria. Goosebumps suddenly broke out across the flesh of my arms, and I realized I was holding my breath and let it out. Is that what it was? Necrotizing fasciitis? No, not that. Like I said, they couldn't figure it out. They'd never seen anything like it before. All I remember is by the end they wanted him out of the hospital. They were trying to convince us to take him home to die. Whatever was wrong with him, it was scaring the nurses. The doctors too. But they wouldn't say that, of course. I found my voice was suddenly caught in my throat, and I was unable to speak. It's the same thing that's infected you, Agent Barnes. Don't ask me why it didn't take me. Maybe it doesn't like women for some reason. Maybe it is a bit like a serial killer. It takes only certain types of victims. Again, I couldn't speak. Stay out of the hospital. They won't be able to help you, and you'll only spread it further. Goodbye, Agent Barnes. Don't call here again. I can't help you. No one can. As the phone disconnected, so did I. That was the last thing I remembered. When I regained consciousness, I was back in my son's bedroom, the closet door hanging wide open in front of me. I stumbled out of the room and looked for a chair to put back beneath the door handle, but they were all gone, missing from the house completely. All the lights were off, and I went around trying to turn them back on, only to find the bulbs smashed and the light switches torn from the walls. My phone cast a dim glow, revealing that several hours had passed, but no GPS data had been recorded. That was when I noticed the red stains on my hands. In the dim light cast by my phone, I stood in the bathroom, looking at myself in the mirror. I saw that my hands were covered in dried blood up to the elbows. It was splattered on my face and clothing too. As far as I could tell, it was not my own. A voice called from my son's room again, this time sounding a little bit more like him. And then, to my horror, the sound of a child's footsteps came towards me, and he called out again, closer this time. Daddy? What happened? Why are you hiding? And where's Mommy? He started to laugh, sounding utterly inhuman once again, then appeared before me in the hallway outside the bathroom door. His eyes looked black as polished coal, and his smile was full of malice. I had a strong suspicion. Whatever this thing was, it was not my child. Story. I'm a criminal psychologist, and I interviewed a man a few years ago who shot his friends at a crowded marina because he thought they were monsters. He may have been telling the truth. As a criminal psychologist, I've heard it all. Virtually any outrageous reason you can think of for why someone committed the crime they did, I've heard. Now, when I say I believe someone who told a preposterous story, it's because I do believe that is the reason they did it. Due to whatever mental illness they might suffer from, there's times I believe them when they say a leprechaun told them to kill their neighbor. Obviously, I don't believe an actual leprechaun manifested itself to this person and that they actually only did what they did because they are crazy. But in my line of work, you have to talk to the person as if what they were hallucinating about actually happened. This case was different, though. I think I believe his story, and not because he thinks that's what happened, but because I've had a feeling for a long time he was not suffering from any mental affliction and might actually have been telling the truth. I'm going to post the transcript from my interview with him here on No Sleep. There will of course be some redacted information, names were changed, and I've cut out a lot of my trivial interjections in the interest of flow and pacing. Any interjection from me will be in parentheses, and it will otherwise be told from his first-person perspective. I'll leave it up to you all to decide if he's crazy. A little about him before we start. He was a PhD educated professor of biology, anatomy, and pathology, and serves as the chairman of the biology department at the local university. He had no personal or familial history of any kind of mental illness. Please introduce yourself and why you are here. My name is Michael, redacted, and I shot my friends Dave, redacted, and Gary, redacted, right outside our personal science lab at the docks near, redacted, Marina. Start from the beginning. It all started a few days ago when the school year concluded. We were taking our annual camping trip to celebrate the end of exams. It was me, Dave, Gary, and John, all fellow biology department professors. We go to Redacted Provincial Park in Redacted, Canada, every year. We spend a few days at a campground and then we go to a deep woods wilderness campsite that we have to use our canoes to get to. That is our favorite part, the deep woods. There's never anybody there, and we're all alone. The vacation went well at first. Once we found a nice site in the backwoods that started off great too. I'm scuba certified, and we had never been to this part of Redacted Lake before. We were more backwoods than we'd ever been. I was eager to dive here. How's the visibility? Most lakes I've heard like this, the visibility isn't great, or there's nothing to see. True, there's not much to see. It's the same kind of fish you can see in a city park pond, but there's something about diving in a body of water few people ever touch. It's mostly unsullied by people's garbage and whatnot. Tell me what you saw down there. I didn't dive until our second day. It was very uneventful, but part of the enjoyment for me, like I said, was being 30 feet down and not seeing any trash or anything man-made at all. I went out further towards the center of the lake. Visibility was low, so I didn't see it right away. It kind of crept up on me. At first, I thought it was a small propeller plane or something, but I quickly realized it was too big. It was irregularly shaped for sure, and had a large shaft toward what I figured was the rear of the craft protruding upwards that had a small fin at the top. The fin was probably about 15 feet or so below water level. I swam to what I thought was the front of the craft and saw a rounded area sitting atop the otherwise pointed bow. It had a little window that I thought must be the cockpit. The glass was broken, and it was impossible to see anything inside. I quickly came to the conclusion, based on the design of this vessel, it did not appear to be any man-made craft of any kind that I had ever seen or heard of, and that I was potentially looking at a UFO. I reserved full judgment on whether or not this was a UFO until I got a second opinion. John was also a diver and had brought a tank. I would have him go down with me to investigate further. I really shouldn't have been diving by myself anyway. John was immediately intrigued when I told him I had found an aircraft at the bottom of the lake, and it didn't look like anything I'd ever seen before. He was ready to go in minutes. We took a canoe out to where I thought it was to save air, and we went down. We found it relatively quickly. He did as thorough a swim around as I did. Seeing it again, it was kind of shaped like a large arrowhead. Look up an F-117 Nighthawk. That's kind of what it looked like, though it looked much more alien in design. It wasn't flat underneath. It had a bulkier cargo area, or something below. John found a large opening in the hull underneath what appeared to be the left wing of the craft. He was ready to enter, but I stopped him. My air was too low and it was getting dark. I motioned for him to meet me at the surface, so we swam back up. I told him I needed to switch to my other tank. Each of us had brought 2 tanks, if there was any chance of us entering the craft. I also told him it would be much better to wait until morning. We spent that night telling Gary and Dave what we had seen. Gary immediately became paranoid. He was of the mind, since we even knew this craft existed, that we were in danger from the government. If we swam into the aircraft and actually found an ET, the pilot, we were as good as dead. We eventually decided we were indeed going in. We toyed with Gary, saying the pilot was probably long gone. He swam out the back, assimilated into human form, and probably replaced, and is now living as the Queen of England. We eventually went to bed, but I hardly slept at all. I don't think John did either. The next morning, John and I went down again. We approached the hull breach. It was more than large enough for us to fit in one at a time. It's important to note the exterior of the aircraft was metallic, but it was difficult to say what material. What I found interesting is that the outer hull was completely free of aquatic fungus or algae or even rust, anything that would indicate it had been there a while. This led me to believe this may have been a recent crash, and that made me nervous. We secured a rope near the outside of the craft so we could follow it to find our way out if we got turned around at all. Once we got inside, the interior told a different story. The inside was very dilapidated, nowhere near the almost pristine nature of the outer hull. Judging from the aquatic plant life and algae that we could see growing, and the amount of fish that had settled and were darting out of every crevice we swam by, it appeared this vessel had been down here for some time. We appeared to be in some sort of cargo area. There was an open doorway near the back we looked in, and it appeared to be an engine room. We examined what we believed to be the engine, but rubble and pillars had fallen, and it blocked our access to the greater part of the area. We proceeded down a narrow corridor towards the bow. We swam right, and we came to a ladder. This ladder went up a few feet, and we saw what appeared to be a hatch that was closed. We swam up to it and examined it. We pushed on it first to no avail, and searched around the area until I saw what appeared to be a lever off to the side. I motioned to John, and he motioned for me to pull it. I did so, and we heard something near the hatch mechanically release, which also released a large amount of air bubbles into the water, but the hatch remained closed. We puzzled over it for a few seconds before John pulled out his diving knife. He attempted to slide it into one of the edges on the right side of the hatch, and was able to penetrate a few inches. He worked it for a few minutes, and the hatch inched open slightly before the blades snapped. It had opened just enough for us to get our fingers in, so we tried pushing and pulling. There was much resistance, but with our combined efforts, the hatch slowly began to open. We swam up into what could only have been the cockpit. I saw the broken window I had seen from the outside. John swam ahead and around what appeared to be a large chair, probably for the pilot. I heard him let out a muffled cry of extreme surprise, and he swam back towards me faster than I had ever seen him swim. His mouthpiece had fallen out of his mouth and he had to put it back in. His eyes were wild. He pointed to the chair and he made back and forth motions with his hands like he was turning a steering wheel. I was slightly confused, but then he pretended he was using a joystick and made muffled sounds with his mouth. I realized he was pretending to fly a plane, and the sounds he was making were supposed to be the machine guns. I then realized he was trying to tell me the pilot was still sitting in his chair. I motioned for him to calm down. I was afraid as well, but I knew I needed to see this. I motioned to him that I was going to go and look for myself. I motioned for him to stay, but he shook his head. I then proceeded to swim slowly around the chair, and he followed behind me. Any doubt that this was a UFO was then extinguished. The being sitting in the chair was humanoid, but definitely not human. Its head was about 20% larger than a human's, I'd say, and it was probably about 4 feet tall. Its arms were floating lifelessly in the water and were disproportionately long. I took note immediately about how there appeared to be no rot or skin breakdown on this being, despite the length of the time the cargo area indicated this craft had been underwater. I knew John and I needed to actually speak, so I motioned for us to retreat. We returned to the surface and discussed our options. After the initial holy shits and what the fucks, we discussed our next options. The first was to simply leave and not tell anybody, including Gary and Dave, what we had seen. We knew we'd never be able to keep that secret, so that was out. We discussed a few more options before I realized what we needed to do. Or I should say, what I badly wanted to do. I told John we needed to get it back to our lab we had at the docks and perform an autopsy. He looked at me like I was a complete idiot. He asked how the actual fuck we were supposed to get it back to the States. I told him my plan, and he said it might just work. We then retrieved the body carefully and loaded it into the canoe. I rowed back to shore while John swam. I don't think he wanted to sit in the boat with the body. Unsurprisingly, Gary and Dave absolutely flipped their shit when we got back. I told them we were leaving right now, going back to the car, and driving straight home. They were confused at first, but then John told them what was down there was not only a UFO, but the pilot was in the canoe. Gary turned white as a ghost when he saw it, and Dave was intrigued. I then laid out my plan. We drove an oversized cargo van. There was on bench seat in the back that sat about a foot off the floor so you could put crap underneath it. My plan was to leave the body in the canoe, pack it with ice and cover it up, then put the canoe in the back with us instead of on the roof. It would just fit since the front end would be able to fit underneath the bench seat in the back. We then drive straight to our lab. What kind of lab is this? You just have your own lab. We use it for ourselves. It's rented space in one of the warehouses. We mostly use it to set up lab assignments for students or test new assignments we think of to make sure they are actually a viable assignment. Gary freaks out and almost loses it. He says if we get randomly searched when crossing the border back into the States, they'll find the body and we're all as good as black-bagged. Dave tells him that as long as everyone shuts the fuck up and only the driver talks, we'll be fine. We all argued for about 20 minutes about it before it was settled. We were taking this body back to our lab. We got everything packed up and ended up leaving some things we could replace later since we were in such a hurry. It was a 3-hour drive, but only 1 hour to the border. We just had to get across. I would be the driver and would do all the talking. Gary was a nervous wreck as we watched cars seemingly at random get beckoned over to a separate drive area to be inspected. He held it together somehow. We crossed over without incident. Gary about had a mental breakdown as we pulled away from the station and were home free. We changed the ice several times, but otherwise the canoe cooler held up. I drove slightly below the speed limit since we certainly didn't need to get pulled over. We got to lab at about 2:30 in the afternoon. We smuggled the cadaver into our lab and set it up on the table. We locked all the doors and made sure the windows were drawn as well. I realized at this time we were at a point of no return. We were about to perform an unauthorized autopsy on an alien life form. We had no idea how we were supposed to publish our results or what we were supposed to do when we concluded. We were all likely to get black-bagged if this was something the government wanted to keep secret, but we had come this far and there was no way we were going to stop now. We video recorded the entire thing. My initial examination revealed the ET did not have a sternum similar to humans. It had two large sternum-like bones on the left and right sides of its chest, but its center was soft, making it an easy choice for a first incision. We cut deep in order to open it up. It was fascinating. It appeared to have all the same internal organs as we do, just in different spots, of course. It was hard to tell what was what, aside from the lungs. We concluded they must be the lungs because they were filled with water, initially indicating the cause of death was drowning. There did not appear to be any trauma anywhere else on the ET's body, so we also concluded it may not have actually crashed as initially thought. While we had it opened, we labeled all the organs we thought we could. Whether or not it was actually correct, we obviously had no idea. But for the sake of completion, we assigned everything, and came to the conclusion the ET had a heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, and possibly a spleen. We then moved to its head. Its brain was similar to humans in that it looked similar, and as far as we could tell, consisted of several different lobes. Though the main difference was that it appeared to be triangular in shape, as if it were a pyramid sitting within its skull. There was also a small unknown gland situated near the base of the brain itself. We had initially deduced the brainstem was already accounted for, so what this other gland was, we had no idea. It was at this point in the procedure that Dave stated the gland was beating. I asked how that could possibly be since this creature was clearly dead, but upon inspection myself, I too noticed it did appear to be beating very slowly. I placed my hand softly upon the gland and felt it pulse. I noticed immediately a silvery metallic-looking bodily fluid of some kind on my glove that this gland appeared to be secreting. Not only did it appear to be still pumping this substance through the body somehow, it also secreted it into the cavernous spaces of the skull and down its spinal column. Using a syringe, I pierced the gland and was able to aspirate a significant amount of the fluid. It was a silvery liquid that looked similar to mercury but lacked the shine. It was a very dull silver in color. I placed it into a vial for further research. Was it its blood? I don't know. I don't believe it was simply because the next day we found out what it did. What was that? We spent all day theorizing over our findings. We spent the night at the lab and didn't call our families. We weren't due back for a few days anyway. We woke up the next morning to a shocking finding on the cadaver. The incision I had made in its chest was in an advanced state of healing. We didn't equate this substance to this healing until after we discussed how an incision so large as to open the entire front of the torso could possibly look this healed in a little over 18 hours. We deduced the mystery gland with the mysterious substance was the only thing still functioning on this cadaver, somehow despite its deceased status. We decided we needed to test this hypothesis. I could talk for days about our experiments, so I'm going to have to break it down to the most important parts. We decided to inject this substance into lab mice to see how they reacted. The first 3 mice we injected appeared to die, but they didn't actually perish. Clinically, they appeared dead, meaning the fluid was incompatible to the point of causing death in the subject. But after declaring them dead, they were found to be active again after a short time, though they seemed almost rabid. They viciously attacked the other mouse in the pen and killed it immediately and appeared to begin to cannibalize its corpse. I want to take this time to interrupt the transcript to say I have never heard anything this thought out, intricate, and scientific in my entire career. I am absolutely hooked at this time, and despite it being an appropriate time to break, We then attempted to terminate the rabid mice using an injectable toxin. We have euthanized many mice using this method, and this is the first time it did not have any effect on any of the 3 of them. I then doubled the dose and injected them again. They should have been dead in less than a minute, but they remained as active as before. Dave took over at this point. He took the tongs that we used to hold them in place and proceeded to pierce their skulls with the syringe. This method effectively resulted in their deaths. John then suggested we inject a few more mice, but keep them all separate. I agreed, and proceeded to inject 3 more mice with the fluid. It was at this time we decided to test our hypothesis that this substance was providing the cadaver a healing property, despite it being dead by removing the gland. We extracted more of the silvery fluid, since we feared removal of the gland would result in loss of the fluid production itself. After the gland was removed, a large incision was made to test our hypothesis. After nearly 8 hours, the incision had not healed at all, thus proving our hypothesis. Whatever this fluid was, it had a tremendous healing effect on this ET's body. That must have been why there was no trauma on the body from the crash. It had been healed. We also theorized that this substance could not actually bring the ET back to life should it perish, as it appeared to have drowned and died. I'm getting ahead of myself. Shortly after euthanizing the lab mice, we performed an autopsy on one of them. Though they had been dead only about 15 minutes, its internal organs told a different story. Atrophy and shrinkage of the internal organs indicated the mouse had been deceased for several hours. Knowing this could not possibly be, we examined its brain, where a large concentration of the silver fluid had accumulated. We had no explanation for this, and after lots of conjecture, we hypothesized that with the amount of this fluid located in the brain of this mouse, that it somehow retained its healing property, and despite the apparent toxicity of this substance, it somehow kept the mouse's brain active, though on a very primitive level, while it caused the rest of the body to waste away as if it had expired. We felt this was an appropriate hypothesis given the toxin we used had no effect on the mouse, and only after we pierced its brain did it finally expire. We then did an autopsy on the other 2 mice, which produced identical results. What happened with the other set of mice? This is kind of the beginning of the end. 2 of the mice proceeded exactly as the first 3 had. They appeared to die, only they did not, and became rabid, immediately attempting to attack our fingers when we pressed them up to the glass. The 3rd mouse, however, exhibited something else entirely. Long after the other 2 had gone rabid, this mouse appeared to be completely unaffected by the injection of this fluid. We knew we had to be very careful with this mouse and how we proceeded. As it was not exhibiting symptoms of toxicity from this fluid, we needed to ascertain whether or not this mouse's body had accepted the fluid and was now capable of regenerating from physical injury, or if it was simply carrying this fluid in its body. Carrying, as in the medical sense, with disease? Correct. This mouse could simply be immune to the toxicity or incompatibility and not be able to regenerate from injury. It just carries this fluid in its body. Unfortunately, John got ahead of himself. Seeing the mouse appeared to be perfectly fine, he picked it up. It bit him hard enough to pierce his glove on his left thumb. He dropped the mouse and it scampered away. Gary and Dave immediately tore the place apart, looking for it, as did I, while John began scrubbing and decontamination. We were not able to find it. We had lost our only successful specimen. We advised John to go to the hospital immediately, but he declined. It was his fault we lost the mouse, and he was determined to continue searching for it. We spent most of that day in conjecture and hypothesizing our findings. By the evening, we were still going over notes and making journal entries. At about 6:30 p.m., John had an uncontrollable coughing fit. He looked pale and diaphoretic, and we knew it was because of the mouse biting him. His thumb also looked disgusting. We were all biologists. We should have known to stop what we were doing and take him in right away, but we just couldn't peel ourselves away from what we were doing. Gary volunteered to take him to the local ER while Dave and I stayed behind. I never saw John again. While we were alone, Dave mentioned we needed to test the fluid on something other than a mouse. It was at this point I realized we had all gone too far. We should have just left the crash site alone, and certainly shouldn't have entered it. Dave was starting to become fanatical, bordering on unethical. He started to offer picking up a stray dog or cat, and when he mentioned a homeless person, it was at that point I knew we were all in serious trouble. I told him there is no way any of us could possibly partake in something so unethical. He reiterated the fact that somehow we needed a human test. Maybe it was just something with the mice. If a human host accepted this fluid, it could potentially be synthesized to create the most powerful healing agent known to man. Sickness and disease could be eradicated if it worked. I repeated to him, if it worked. We would be responsible for the death of a human being if it didn't. It would absolutely be murder. After a few minutes or so, I realized we did have a human test. John. I told Dave, just look at John. He's showing the same symptoms of decline the mice did. He then told me that can't be considered a true test. The mouse couldn't possibly have passed on the mystery fluid through a small, simple bite. A full injection needed to occur. I began to realize with John's condition that this fluid appeared to be acting like a true disease. If it were to be able to be transferred via a bite and then cause a rabid insanity in anyone who was incompatible, we could be looking at a major outbreak. I felt like I needed to call the hospital to warn them. Did you? I didn't get the chance. Gary came back at that point and said John appeared to look even worse after only 20 minutes in the car. I informed him what I had talked to Dave about, and he immediately concurred. We needed to stop what we were doing. We went back to the lounge room we have. We rented out several other small offices in addition to the area we used for our lab, and found Dave was missing. Fearing the worst, we immediately went back to the lab and found him with a tourniquet on his left. He was injecting the silver fluid into his arm. Gary asked him, "What the hell did you do?" And I had some choice questions myself. Knowing he had just signed his own death certificate, I knew we needed to involve the police at that point. I was not optimistic that his body was going to accept the fluid as the mouses had. We discussed our options at that point. I reiterated my theory on how this fluid acted almost like a virus. All but one of the mice had succumbed to the incompatibility and eventually went insane. It was my theory that one of two things occurred in the mouse that did not. Either for reasons unknown, the mouse accepted the fluid and was now a super mouse, or the mouse was simply acting as a carrier, meaning its body was unaffected by the fluid and it was simply carrying it. Either case, it would still be capable of transmission via bite. Gary was a virologist, and he mentioned one other thing. Some viruses cause mutations of the host genome, nothing like you see in the movies where they turn into hulking monsters. But we had to consider two things. This wasn't actually a virus, it just appeared to act like one, and if this fluid did cause a mutation, there's no telling what that would mean. You shot him, so obviously he went bad, and I'm guessing you wouldn't have mentioned this mutation thing if that's not what happened. That's what happened. I guess we'll just skip to the main event. I could ramble on about theory and our scientific shenanigans all night. We didn't get much sleep that night on account of Dave. We drew some blood and did an analysis, and his blood was loaded with some sort of antigen, no doubt a product of the introduction of that fluid. It seemed like it was rewriting his genome somehow. By midnight, he was noticeably taller, as if his growth plate had been reopened by this antigen. This did not happen in the mice, so this was intriguing. But he was also declining visibly. He was pale, his color was leaving him, and he was diaphoretic. His decline was much slower than the mice and John as well. We'd virtually forgotten about John by that point. We had old hospital restraints in our equipment room. Dave said we should tie him down. He said he was starting to lose it. He looked like hell, like death. And he was huge. He was Arnold Schwarzenegger and getting bigger. His left hand was starting to contort and deform into this horrid claw. It was far too late to take him to the hospital at that point, so I knew we were screwed. We tied him down, claw and everything, though I didn't think that was going to matter. It didn't. Gary and I fell asleep like idiots. I woke up and it was about 6:15 in the morning. I nudged Gary, telling him to wake the fuck up, and we checked on Dave. He was dead. I instantly got a tremendous feeling of dread. How long had he been dead? Was he actually dead? He could reanimate any second. Did he? Yes. Gary was examining the body, and he was way too close. I told him to back up, but it was too late. Dave reached over faster than I'd seen anyone ever move and had Gary by the throat. He snapped the restraints we had him in as if he was tied down with toilet paper. He then bit a huge chunk out of Gary's shoulder and then broke his neck. Pretty sure that was just on accident though, on account of his new strength. I ran for it as he threw Gary away. Dave stood up and had to be about 6'5". He was 5'10" or so previously. I went to the lounge. We had a .45 hidden there. Just in case. There were nights we were there late. The docks can gather its shady characters at night. Anyway, I had the lights off and I was hiding behind the desk. I could hear Dave's heavy footsteps outside. His respirations were like a chainsaw. I knew he was looking for me. The door to the lounge opened, and I heard heavy footsteps enter the room. I'm shaking uncontrollably as I hear him stop. I ask myself, have his senses heightened? Can he hear me or even smell me? I hear a few more steps, and suddenly the desk lifts up into the air like it weighs nothing, and Dave's claw is holding it up with just the one arm. His clothing was torn and tattered, and his skin looked like it was rotting off. I don't know if he was startled or what, but what I did next was straight out of a ridiculous kid's movie. As he stood there, holding the desk up, I simply crawled between his legs out behind him and ran for it. I heard the desk smash into the wall behind me like he had thrown it. I made for the door outside, but then I realized something. I have to stop Dave here and now. If he gets out, how many people is he going to kill and then infect? I went back towards our lab. I had 7 shots. I would get as close as I could and put all 7 in his head. Head trauma is what finally stopped the mice. I slowly entered the lab just in time to see Dave wind up and punch a hole through the wall, after which he stepped out into the sunlight and into the marina. I followed as fast as I could. The early birds were all out on the docks and the marina getting their boats ready, ripe for the picking. I hollered Dave as loud as I could as I ran up to him. He spun around with a growl that would make a lion jealous. This caught everyone's attention, of course, and they all turned to see me run up to him and put 2 in his face. He stumbled and swayed before falling back. I then put 3 more in his head and it pretty much exploded. The shrieks of bystanders filled the area as everyone scattered. Running on pure adrenaline and nearly insane myself, I ran back into the lab. Gary had been bit. He needed one in his head too. As I got back into the lab, I saw Gary start standing up again. He turned fast. I put 2 in his head as well. No sooner did I drop the gun in pure shock that I heard rushing footsteps behind me, followed by, "Get on the ground now," and here we are. So let me tell you why I think I believe him. I asked him about the crime scene, and if anyone saw Dave as a creature, and he had no idea. He had no idea what became of the lab, and all their research either, nor did he know anything about John. He was very educated, but he also had street smarts. He told me at that point that any day now, once it came out what had happened, the government would be stepping in and he'd be black-bagged. He was right. A couple days later, I was approached at the station by men in suits, FBI for sure, and they told me my services were no longer required in this case, and I was to turn over all materials related to it. I turned over the tape, but I'd already saved it elsewhere, so I wasn't too pissed about it. I asked the arresting officer and detectives assigned, and they told me they too had been reassigned, and that the case was being handled externally. I decided to do some investigating of my own. First thing I checked was their lab in one of the warehouses at the docks. This was at least a week after the event, and I could still see men in hazmat suits entering and exiting the warehouse, which seemed to be completely closed off, not just the areas they rented. I needed binoculars since you could barely go anywhere down there without being stopped and redirected by men who were most certainly mercenaries. Next thing I checked was the hospital. I have a couple doctor friends. I asked the ER doc and he said he'd never seen anything like it. They shipped him up to the floor real quick. Luckily, the admitting doc on the floor was also a friend. He told me they put a gag order on him, so we met in person. No traceable, electronic conversations of any kind. He told me that John died shortly after he was admitted. He told me he had pronounced him himself. He was stone cold dead. He said as soon as they bagged him up, John then sat up and started thrashing and snarling and growling. They called security and then called the cops after a nurse aide got bit trying to open the bag. They were able to zip the bag back up without anyone else getting bit. A security guard supposedly lost it when he saw John's dead body going crazy and biting a fellow employee, so he hit him with a portable oxygen tank over the head, apparently enough trauma to kill John. Again. A few days later, the aide turned in her resignation via email and was never heard from again. He also told me John's chart was later deleted entirely. He told me you can't just delete a patient's electronic medical record. Whoever did it would have to be way high up. As for John's body, someone from the coroner's office came to get the body, but my friend didn't recognize them. He knew all the pickup guys. They also drove away in an unmarked van. City vehicles were all clearly marked. Lastly, I went to the campsite myself where they went. I used my GPS to find the lake they said they went to, and took the back road to where they launched their boats. It was completely blocked off, and not only were there angry, no trespassing signs up, but there was even one saying intruders might be shot. I'm hoping it's been long enough that it's blown over, and nobody is bothering with me anymore so I can tell this story. As for Michael, I never heard from him again either. I tried looking him up in the system and his file with the local department had been deleted as well. Police records are another thing you can't just delete entirely. All 4 of their Facebooks have been deactivated, and Google searches only bring up people with similar names. It doesn't even bring up anything from the university. Michael was black-bagged for sure, as were the other 3 post-mortem. I don't know about you, but this has conspiracy written all over it, and the more I think about it, the more I actually think this all happened, exactly as Michael said. One other thing I can't help but think about was that mouse that got away. Is there a genetic super mouse somewhere down at the marina? Or did those government whack jobs find it? If they didn't, we all better hope he lays low. It seems like major outbreaks throughout history always start with rodent carriers.